The French Revolution, a journey through fear and transformation. Introduction. The weight of fear. In the quiet archives of Paris, there rest certain documents from the late 18th century that speak to us across the centuries with a peculiar and haunting voice. They are not the grand treaties that ended wars, nor the royal decrees that shaped kingdoms. They are something far more intimate and unsettling. Simple administrative records that should be unremarkable in their bureaucratic plainness. Yet, on many of these yellowed pages, where a physician was required to note the cause of death, we find a single word written in fading ink: fear. Just that. Fear. Not disease, not injury, but fear itself, recorded as though it were as tangible and lethal as any plague or wound. It is a diagnosis that makes little sense to our modern medical understanding, and yet it speaks volumes about the psychological atmosphere of a nation standing at the edge of an abyss. What does it mean for a society to reach a point where terror becomes so overwhelming, so all-consuming, that it can literally stop a human heart? How does the collective anxiety of millions manifest in such visceral, physical ways? These death certificates offer us a window into something profound and disturbing, a world where the boundaries between the political and the personal, between the social upheaval and the individual body, had dissolved completely. France in the late 18th century was a nation whose very soul had grown sick with dread, with suspicion, with the terrible anticipation of violence yet to come. We often understand history through its grand moments, the battles won and lost, the laws passed, the speeches delivered by great figures on stages of power. And certainly the story we are about to explore contains all of these elements. But beneath the surface of these dramatic events, there flowed a darker current. The psychological state of ordinary people caught in circumstances beyond their control, watching their world transform in ways that were both exhilarating and terrifying. This is the story of the French Revolution. It is a tale that begins not with a dramatic explosion, but with a slow burn. A fever that built gradually over decades, a simmering discontent that would eventually boil over and transform not just France, but the entire world. It is a story of how ideas can reshape reality, of how hunger and philosophy can combine into something explosive, of how a society can tear itself apart and rebuild itself in the space of a few short, tumultuous years. Tonight, we will journey back to that fevered time together. We will walk the gilded halls of Versailles and the narrow streets of Paris. We will stand alongside starving peasants in their fields and educated lawyers in their meeting halls. We will witness the birth of ideas that still shape our world today, and we will see how those ideas, when unleashed, can create both liberation and terror in equal measure. I'm glad you're here with me for this journey. As you settle in for the night, let your mind wander back through the centuries to a world that was in many ways the crucible in which our modern world was forged. Take a moment, if you'd like, to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what we're creating here together. There's something wonderful about knowing that people all around the world are listening to these stories, all of us connected across time and space by our shared curiosity about the past. Now, let us begin our journey together into the world of 18th century France. Part 1. The Old Order, a world built on tradition. Our story begins in a world that, on its surface, appeared as permanent and unchanging as the stars in the heavens above. This was the France of the ancient regime, the Old Order, a phrase that captures perfectly the sense of ancient, immutable tradition that seemed to define everything about this society. Imagine, if you will, a world where your place in society was determined entirely by the circumstances of your birth. Not by your talents, not by your efforts, not by your dreams or ambitions, but simply by who your parents were and into which family you happened to be born. This was not considered unjust or arbitrary. It was understood as the natural order of things, ordained by God himself, and reinforced by centuries upon centuries of tradition. The entire structure of French society was built like a great pyramid. At its apex sat God himself, the ultimate source of all authority and order. Just below the divine presence sat the king, God's anointed representative on earth, whose right to rule came not from the consent of his subjects but from heaven itself. And below the king, the rest of society was arranged in descending layers of importance and privilege, each level having its proper place and function in the grand design. This structure was not merely theoretical or abstract. It was formalized, codified, and deeply embedded in every aspect of French life through the system of the three estates. These were the great social classes that divided the nation, and understanding them is essential to understanding everything that follows in our story. At the very top of this social pyramid stood the first estate, the clergy. These were the men of the church, from the most humble parish priest tending to his small rural congregation, hearing confessions and performing baptisms in a draughty stone church, all the way up to the immensely wealthy and powerful cardinals and archbishops, who moved in the highest circles of power, who dined with kings and influenced the policies of nations. The church in 18th century France was far more than simply a spiritual institution. It was in many ways a state within the state. The church owned somewhere between 10 and 15% of all the land in France, vast estates that stretched across the countryside, from the vineyards of Burgundy to the wheat fields of Picardy. This made the church one of the largest landowners in the entire kingdom. But the church's wealth did not end with land. It also collected its own tax, known as the tithe, from the peasantry. This was traditionally 1/10 of a peasant's harvest or income, though in practice the amount varied. Whether the harvest was good or bad, whether a family was prospering or starving, the tithe had to be paid. It was considered not merely a tax, but a sacred obligation. Beyond its economic power, the church wielded enormous influence over every aspect of life. It controlled education, with priests and monks running the schools that taught the children of France. It kept the records of births, marriages, and deaths. It provided the moral framework within which people understood their lives. The church's teachings shaped how people thought about everything from their daily work to their ultimate salvation. In this world, to question the church was not merely to disagree with an institution. It was, in a very real sense, to question the order of the universe itself. The church was understood as the guardian of eternal truth, the keeper of knowledge passed down from the apostles themselves. Its authority was not up for debate. The second estate. Just below the clergy in this social hierarchy sat the second estate, the nobility. These were the descendants of the old feudal lords, men whose entire identity was rooted in two things: the profession of arms and the ownership of land. They were the dukes and marquises and counts, the bearers of ancient family names that echoed through the centuries, the possessors of vast ancestral estates that their families had held for generations beyond counting. The privileges enjoyed by the nobility were extensive and deeply embedded in law and custom. Most significantly, they were largely exempt from paying the most important direct tax in the kingdom, known as the tithe. This exemption stemmed from an old feudal concept that had once made a certain kind of sense. The nobility paid their dues to the kingdom, not in cash but in blood. They were the warrior class, the men who led the armies and defended the realm, and this military service was considered their contribution to the state. By the 18th century, this reasoning had become somewhat hollow. While some nobles still served as officers in the military, many did not. Nevertheless, the tax exemption remained, passed down as an ancient right that could not be questioned. The nobility also held a near monopoly on the highest offices in the land. The most prestigious positions in the military, the government, and even the church were reserved almost exclusively for men of noble birth. A brilliant commoner, no matter how talented or educated, could advance only so far. The highest ranks were close to him, protected by the invisible but impenetrable barrier of birth. Beyond these formal privileges, the nobility also enjoyed a range of feudal rights over the peasants who lived on their lands. These rights, known as droits seigneuriaux, were a complex web of obligations that bound the peasant to his lord. The noble had the right to hunt on peasant fields, even if this meant trampling crops. He had the right to demand labor from his peasants for a certain number of days each year. He had the right to require that all grain be ground at his mill, for which he charged a fee, and that all grapes be pressed at his winepress. Every aspect of the economic relationship between lord and peasant was structured to extract value upward to the nobility. It's important to note that not all nobles were wealthy. In the provinces, there existed a class of poor nobility, men who clung to ancient titles and faded family names, but who lived lives that were, materially speaking, barely distinguishable from wealthy peasants. They might own a small manor that was crumbling into disrepair, and their noble status might be their only real possession. Yet even these impoverished nobles jealously guarded their status and their exemption from common taxes. At the other end of the spectrum were the great aristocrats who surrounded the king at court. These men and women lived lives of unimaginable splendor in a world of silk and jewels and endless ceremony. Their wealth was staggering, their influence immense. They were the true power brokers of the kingdom, the ones who whispered in the king's ear and shaped the policies that governed millions. Third estate, and then there was everyone else. It was a vast, sprawling, impossibly diverse category that somehow managed to encompass fully 97% of the entire French population. Think about that for a moment. 97%. Nearly the entire nation was classified into this single, catch-all estate. Within this enormous group, the diversity was staggering. At the top of the third estate were the wealthy merchants of the port cities, men who owned ships and trading companies, who imported exotic goods from the colonies and made fortunes in commerce. These men lived in elegant townhouses, wore fine clothes, and could afford luxuries that would have amazed their grandfathers. Just below them in wealth, but perhaps above them in education and social prestige, was the rising middle class known as the bourgeoisie. These were the lawyers and doctors, the notaries and bankers, the educated professionals who were becoming increasingly important in a society that was growing more complex and bureaucratic. They were literate, often well-read, and increasingly aware of their own importance to the functioning of society. The third estate also included the urban artisans and shopkeepers who filled the bustling, noisy streets of Paris and other cities. The blacksmiths who forged tools and horseshoes, the bakers who rose before dawn to provide the city's bread, the carpenters and tailors and cobblers who created the goods that made urban life possible. These were skilled craftsmen, often organized into guilds that regulated their trades and protected their interests. But by far the largest group within the third estate, dwarfing all the others combined, were the peasants. Approximately 20 million of them, toiling in the fields that covered the French countryside. Their lives were governed by the ancient rhythm of the seasons, ploughing and planting in spring, tending and weeding through the summer, harvesting in autumn, huddling through the cold winter months, and hoping their stores of food would last until spring came again. These peasants were the true economic engine of France. They produced the food that fed the nation. They created the agricultural surplus that made everything else possible: the cities, the courts, the armies, the arts. And most importantly, from the government's perspective, they paid almost all of the taxes. The tax burden on the Third Estate was crushing. There was the taille, the direct tax on land from which the nobility and clergy were exempt. There was the hated gabelle, a tax on salt, and since salt was essential for preserving food, this was effectively a tax on survival itself. The gabelle was particularly despised because the government required that every household purchase a minimum amount of salt each year, whether they needed it or not. There was the tithe paid to the church. There were various feudal dues paid to the local lord. When you added it all up, a peasant family might find that the vast majority of what they produced went not to feed themselves, but to support the two privileged estates above them. There's a political cartoon from this era that captured this reality with savage clarity. It depicted a stooped elderly peasant bent over with a hoe in his hands, carrying on his bent back a well-fed bishop in his fine robes and a foppishly dressed nobleman with his sword and ribbons. The image was simple but powerful. The productive many were being crushed under the weight of the privileged few. The peasant's face showed nothing but exhaustion and resignation. The bishop and the nobleman looked comfortable, even bored, as they rode on the peasant's back. It was an image that needed no explanation. Versailles, the glittering center. The ultimate symbol of this gilded, unequal world was the magnificent palace of Versailles, located about a dozen miles outside of Paris, far enough from the city to be in its own world, but close enough to project power over the capital. Versailles was not merely a royal residence. It was the gravitational center of the entire French universe, the place around which everything else orbited. The palace had been begun by Louis XIV, the Sun King, that towering figure who had dominated Europe in the late 17th century. He had taken what had been a modest hunting lodge and transformed it, over decades of construction and at staggering expense, into the most opulent and awe-inspiring palace in all of Europe, perhaps in the entire world. The scale of Versailles is difficult to comprehend. The palace itself had hundreds of rooms, each more lavishly decorated than the last. There were the famous gardens, geometric perfection made manifest in nature, with their precisely trimmed hedges and elaborate fountains and long straight avenues that seemed to stretch to infinity. There was the Hall of Mirrors, that breathtaking gallery where 17 arched mirrors faced 17 arched windows, so that light bounced back and forth in a dazzling display, and where the most important ceremonies of state took place beneath painted ceilings that showed the Sun King himself ascending into the heavens like a god. Here, the King of France presided over a court life that was essentially a masterpiece of political theatre. Every moment of the monarch's day was public, transformed into a ceremony governed by an elaborate and labyrinthine set of rules and etiquette. King's waking up in the morning, the lever, was attended by dozens of nobles who competed for the honor of being present. The king's going to bed at night, the coucher, was another public ceremony. Even the king's meals were watched by crowds of courtiers. Thousands of nobles competed fiercely for positions at court, for the chance to attend these ceremonies, for a glance from the king, or a whispered word, or a favorable position in the room. Why? Because proximity to the king was everything. Royal favor could mean a lucrative government position, a generous pension, a profitable monopoly, or an advantageous marriage for one's children. To be exiled from court, to be banished from the king's presence, was to be cast into a kind of political darkness, cut off from the source of power and patronage. This entire elaborate system was, in fact, by design. The Sun King had quite deliberately created this suffocating, narcissistic world of ceremony and etiquette for a specific political purpose, to domesticate his potentially dangerous nobility. In the early 17th century, the great nobles had been independent powers in their own right, ruling their provinces almost like kings themselves, capable of raising armies and challenging the crown. The Fronde, a series of civil wars in Louis XIV's childhood, had shown just how dangerous they could be. The Sun King's solution was brilliant in its psychology. He lured the great nobles to Versailles and trapped them there in this endless cycle of ceremony and social intrigue and competition for royal favor. He transformed them from dangerous, independent feudal lords into fawning courtiers, their power entirely dependent on his whim. They were defanged, rendered politically harmless, their martial energies redirected into the safer channels of fashion and gossip and maneuvering for position at court. The psychology of the old order. One of the great mysteries for historians is understanding how deeply the French people believed in this system. For centuries, for generation after generation after generation, most people seem to have accepted it as natural, as simply the way things were and always would be. More than that, it was understood as divinely ordained. God had created the social order just as surely as he had created the sun and the moon. To question it was not just politically dangerous, it was spiritually perilous. The king was understood as the father of his people. This was not merely a metaphor, but a deeply held belief. Just as children owed obedience to their father, so subjects owed obedience to their king. And just as a father had a duty to care for his children, so the king had a duty to care for his subjects. The relationship was reciprocal, bound by ties of affection and obligation that ran both ways. Even when life was hard, even when the taxes were crushing, and the harvest was poor, and children went hungry, loyalty to the throne remained, for most people, absolute. There was a deep well of emotional attachment to the monarchy that went beyond politics or self-interest. The king was their king, anointed by God, and this was a bond that felt almost sacred. But by the late 18th century, something was beginning to change. The glue that had held this ancient pyramid together for so many centuries was beginning to dissolve. The bonds of faith and tradition and emotional loyalty were weakening, imperceptibly at first, then with gathering speed. And the glittering facade of Versailles, for all its mirrors and gold leaf, could no longer hide the deep cracks that were forming in the foundations of the old order. The world was about to change, though few yet realized just how completely. The Age of Enlightenment, new ideas in an old world. While the high nobility were trapped in the golden cage of Versailles, playing out their elaborate rituals of status and spending their days in the pursuit of the king's favor, a quiet but profound revolution was taking place in the minds of their countrymen. This was the Age of Enlightenment, a powerful intellectual and cultural movement that swept across Europe throughout the 18th century, and its epicenter was undoubtedly the city of Paris. The Enlightenment was, at its heart, a new way of thinking about the world and humanity's place in it. The philosophers, as these Enlightenment thinkers were called, championed the power of human reason as the primary tool for understanding the universe and improving the human condition. They proposed to take the principles of scientific inquiry, which had so successfully unlocked the secrets of the physical world during the previous century, and apply those same principles to the far messier, more complicated worlds of society, government, and religion. This might sound abstract, but it was actually quite revolutionary. The philosophers cast a cold, skeptical eye on traditions that had been accepted without question for centuries. They refused to accept something as true, simply because it was ancient or because authority figures said it was so. Instead, they insisted on examining everything, testing everything, questioning everything. And if a tradition or belief was found wanting, if it couldn't stand up to rational scrutiny, then it should be discarded, no matter how ancient or venerable it might be. For the philosophers, tradition was not inherently a source of wisdom. It was a potential source of error and superstition that needed to be examined, tested, and if necessary, swept away to make room for something better, something more rational, something more aligned with human reason and human happiness. Voltaire, the satirist who questioned everything. One of the sharpest and most famous of these intellectual swordsmen was a man named Voltaire. Born François-Marie Arouet, he adopted the name Voltaire and became one of the most celebrated writers in Europe. He was a brilliant poet, playwright, historian, and philosopher, but perhaps his greatest gift was for satire. He wielded wit, the way a duelist wielded a rapier, with precision and devastating effect. Voltaire directed his satirical attacks primarily at two targets, the monarchy and the church. He relentlessly criticized religious intolerance, superstition, and what he saw as the corrupt power of the established Catholic Church. He wrote with a biting, clever style that made the powerful squirm and made his readers feel as though they were part of an enlightened club, a group of people who saw through the pretensions and absurdities of the old order and understood the world as it truly was. One of his most famous quotations captures his commitment to freedom of thought and expression. "I do not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it." This principle, that people should be free to express their opinions, even when others find those opinions wrong or offensive, was radical in an age where criticizing the church or the monarchy could land you in prison or worse. Voltaire didn't necessarily call for the complete overthrow of the monarchy. His criticisms were often more subtle than that, but his constant attacks on the abuses of absolute power and his mockery of claims to divine authority did the work of 1,000 revolutionary pamphlets. Slowly, steadily, his writings eroded the reverence in which the old institutions had been held. He made it intellectually fashionable to question authority, to demand that power justify itself by reason rather than by tradition. Rousseau, the prophet of popular sovereignty. If Voltaire was the great critic of the old world, tearing down its pretensions with his wit, then Jean-Jacques Rousseau was the visionary prophet of a new one. Rousseau was a more sentimental and more radical thinker than Voltaire, and in many ways his ideas were even more dangerous to the old order. Rousseau was fundamentally concerned with two great questions. What is the nature of freedom? And what are the sources of inequality in society? In his seminal work, The Social Contract, published in 1762, he put forth ideas that were nothing short of revolutionary. Rousseau argued that the only legitimate government was one that had the consent of the governed. Read that again, because it's easy to miss just how radical this was. The only legitimate government was one that had the consent of the governed. This was a direct rejection of everything the ancient regime stood for. Rousseau dismissed the notion that a king ruled by God's will or by ancient right. Instead, he proposed that true sovereignty, the ultimate right to rule, resided not with a monarch at all, but with the people themselves, in what he called the general will. King in this conception was not a master, but a servant. His job was to carry out the will of the people, and if he failed to serve their interests, if he governed badly or tyrannically, then the people had every right to replace him. This was political dynamite. It completely reframed the relationship between the ruler and the ruled. It transformed subjects, passive recipients of a monarch's decisions, into citizens, active participants in their own governance. It turned obedience from a sacred duty into a conditional agreement. "I will obey you," the citizen could now say, but only so long as you govern justly and in accordance with the general will. Rousseau also wrote about what he called the noble savage and the corrupting influence of society. He argued that humans in their natural state were good, but that the artificial hierarchies and inequalities of civilized society had corrupted them. This idea resonated deeply with those who felt alienated and oppressed by the elaborate and artificial hierarchies of the ancient regime. Meanwhile, another influential thinker was providing a practical blueprint for how a just and free government might actually be structured. The Baron de Montesquieu was himself an aristocrat, but unlike many of his fellow nobles, he had spent considerable time studying the political systems of different nations. He was particularly impressed by the English system of constitutional monarchy, where the king's power was balanced by that of Parliament. In his work, The Spirit of the Laws, published in 1748, Montesquieu argued that the best way to prevent any government from becoming tyrannical was to divide its powers among different institutions. He proposed what would become one of the most influential ideas in political theory, the separation of powers into three distinct branches. First, there should be an executive branch, the king and his ministers, responsible for carrying out the laws and conducting the day-to-day business of government. Second, there should be a legislative branch, a parliament elected by the people, responsible for making the laws. And third, there should be a judicial branch, a system of courts, responsible for interpreting the laws and applying them to specific cases. The genius of this system, Montesquieu argued, was that it set these different branches in opposition to one another. Each would act as a check and balance on the others. The legislature could check the executive by controlling the budget and making the laws. The executive could check the legislature by vetoing laws or calling for new elections. The judiciary could check both by declaring laws unconstitutional or executive actions illegal. No single person or group could accumulate too much power, and this built-in conflict would protect the liberty of the citizens. This elegant concept would have a profound influence, not just on the French revolutionaries we're following in our story, but also on the American founders who were, during this same period, creating their own new government across the Atlantic. These were not merely abstract theories debated in dusty academic studies by a handful of isolated intellectuals. These were exciting, dangerous, and intoxicating ideas that spread with remarkable speed through French society, particularly through the educated classes. They were discussed in the elegant salons of Paris. These salons were gatherings, often hosted by aristocratic women in their homes, where the nation's sharpest minds would meet to debate art, politics, philosophy, and science over coffee and wine. The salon hostesses, women like Madame Jaffrin and Madame du Deffand, played a crucial role in shaping intellectual life, bringing together philosophers, artists, writers, and politicians in an atmosphere of free-flowing conversation and debate. The ideas were also argued over in the hundreds of new coffee houses that were springing up across Paris and other cities. These coffee houses were something new in French society, public spaces where men of the middle class could gather, read the latest newspapers and pamphlets, and engage in lively political discourse. Unlike the salons, which were by invitation only and maintained a certain aristocratic exclusivity, the coffee houses were more democratic spaces. Anyone who could afford the price of a coffee could participate. But most importantly, these revolutionary ideas were disseminated through the printed word. The 18th century saw an explosion in literacy and in the publication of books, newspapers, and pamphlets. Ideas that once would have been confined to small circles of elites were now accessible to a much broader audience. The crowning achievement of the French Enlightenment was a massive project called the Encyclopédie, or Systematic Dictionary of the Sciences, Arts, and Crafts. This was a multi-volume collection of human knowledge, edited by Denis Diderot and Jean-Laurent d'Alembert, and it represents one of the most ambitious intellectual projects ever undertaken. On the surface, the Encyclopédie was simply an encyclopedia, with articles on everything from anatomy to zinc mining, from agriculture to philosophy. It aimed to compile all human knowledge into one comprehensive reference work. But woven throughout its pages was something more subtle and more subversive. A persistent critique of the existing order. The articles on government, for instance, while not overtly calling for revolution, clearly favored systems based on reason and popular consent over those based on divine right. The entries on religious topics treated Christian dogma with a detached scientific skepticism that was quite shocking for the time. The overall effect was to suggest that everything, even the most sacred beliefs and venerable institutions, should be subject to rational examination. The government and the church rightly saw the Encyclopédie as a deeply subversive work. They tried repeatedly to suppress it, to ban its publication and confiscate existing copies. But it was too popular. People wanted to read it. It became a bestseller, spreading the Enlightenment's critical spirit to every corner of the kingdom. Owning a set of the Encyclopédie became a mark of sophistication and modernity. How deep did these ideas penetrate? The great historical debate about the Enlightenment's role in causing the French Revolution centers on a crucial question. How deeply did these ideas actually penetrate the different layers of society? Did the average peasant toiling in the fields really care about Rousseau's concept of the general will? Did he lie awake at night, contemplating Montesquieu's separation of powers? The answer is almost certainly no. These were, after all, complex philosophical concepts expressed in books that were expensive and written in a style that assumed a high level of education. But the ideas didn't need to reach the peasantry directly to be influential. They created a new critical vocabulary and a new set of expectations, especially among the educated and ambitious members of the Third Estate, the lawyers, journalists, doctors, and local officials who would become the leaders of the revolutionary movement. These men began to speak of citizenship rather than subjecthood, of natural rights rather than royal privileges, of the nation rather than the king's subjects. They started to see the injustices of the tax system and the privileges of the nobility not as an unfortunate but inevitable part of life, not as the natural order of things, but as violations of a rational and just social order. The Enlightenment provided the language to articulate grievances and the vision of an alternative. It gave the revolutionaries a way to understand what was wrong with the world they lived in and a picture of a better world they might create, a world organized according to reason rather than tradition, a world where governments existed to serve the people rather than the other way around. The Enlightenment didn't cause the French Revolution in any simple, direct way, but it created the intellectual and cultural framework that made the revolution possible. It gave the revolutionaries the tools they needed, the concepts, the arguments, the vision, to articulate what they wanted and why they deserved it. The old pyramid, built on foundations of faith and tradition and acceptance of ancient hierarchies, was now being assaulted by powerful new forces. Reason, skepticism, the idea that society could and should be organized according to rational principles rather than historical accident. The stage was being set for a confrontation between these two visions of the world. But ideas, no matter how powerful, rarely start a revolution on their own. They need a catalyst. They need a crisis that exposes the weaknesses of the old system so glaringly, so undeniably, that it can no longer be ignored or papered over. In the case of France, that catalyst was coming, and it was, perhaps surprisingly, a matter of money. The financial crisis. When the bills come due. While the philosophers were questioning the theoretical legitimacy of the monarchy in their salons and coffee houses, while Enlightenment ideas were slowly spreading through the educated classes, a far more immediate and practical problem was unfolding in the royal treasury. The Kingdom of France was hurtling toward complete and utter bankruptcy. This wasn't a sudden development, the result of some unexpected catastrophe. Rather, it was the culmination of a century of reckless spending, costly wars, and, perhaps most fundamentally, a tax system that was, to put it mildly, completely and fundamentally broken. The French monarchy had a spending problem of truly epic proportions, and after decades of borrowing and deferring and hoping that something would somehow change, the bill was finally coming due. The cost of magnificence. A significant portion of the government spending went to maintaining the royal court and the monarchy's prestige. Versailles, as we've discussed, was not just a palace. It was a voracious consumer of the national wealth, a machine for transforming tax revenue into spectacle and splendor. The endless cycle of balls and banquets and elaborate court ceremonies cost a fortune. The pensions paid to thousands of favored nobles, payments that were essentially bribes to keep them loyal and content, added up to enormous sums. The constant construction and redecoration projects, as successive monarchs tried to outdo their predecessors in magnificence, drained the treasury year after year. And at the center of this world of extravagance, at least in the public imagination, was Queen Marie Antoinette. Marie Antoinette was the Austrian-born wife of King Louis XVI. She had come to France as a teenage girl, part of a diplomatic marriage designed to cement the alliance between France and Austria, and she never quite fit in. She was young and beautiful, vivacious and strong-willed, and utterly tone-deaf to the realities of life outside the palace walls. Stories, often wildly exaggerated by hostile pamphleteers, circulated about her lavish lifestyle, her towering powdered hairstyles, which required hours to construct, and which she topped with elaborate decorations, feathers, jewels, even entire miniature ships. Her extravagant, custom-made gowns, which cost more than most families earned in a year. Her charming rustic fantasy farm, the Hameau de la Reine, built on the grounds of Versailles, where she and her ladies-in-waiting could play at being simple shepherdesses. Her supposed declaration, upon hearing that the peasants had no bread, "Let them eat cake," is almost certainly a myth. There's no reliable evidence that she ever said such a thing. But the fact that people believed she had said it, the fact that it seemed entirely plausible to them, speaks volumes about her reputation. The historical debate over Marie Antoinette's role in the coming revolution is complex and nuanced. On one hand, she was a foreigner, caught in a political snake pit, facing levels of scrutiny and criticism that male monarchs rarely endured. Much of the hatred directed at her was fueled by misogyny and xenophobia. The particularly vicious pornographic pamphlets that circulated about her were at least as much about her sex and her nationality as about her spending. Yet at the same time, her spending was undeniably lavish, even by the standards of royalty. She provided an easy visible target for the public's growing anger. While peasants starved, she bought diamond necklaces. While the treasury emptied, she redecorated her apartments. Fair or not, she became the living symbol of the monarchy's disconnect from the suffering of its people. But here's the thing. The Queen's dress budget, as enormous as it might have been, was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the truly ruinous expense. That expense was war. For decades, France had been locked in a series of global conflicts, primarily against its great rival, Great Britain. These were not merely European wars, fought on the continent by professional armies. These were worldwide struggles for empire and dominance, with battles fought in North America, in India, in the Caribbean, on every ocean of the world. The 7 Years' War, which ended in 1763, had been particularly costly and humiliating for France. When the war began, France had been one of the great colonial powers, with vast territories in North America, stretching from Canada down the Mississippi River, and profitable holdings in India. When it ended, France had lost nearly everything. Canada went to Britain. The Louisiana Territory was ceded to Spain to keep it out of British hands. France's position in India was reduced to a few trading posts. It was a geopolitical catastrophe, and it had cost a fortune in blood and treasure. But French pride, wounded and smarting, demanded revenge. And so, when the opportunity arose to strike a blow against Britain, to humiliate their old enemy, and perhaps regain some of their lost prestige, The French government seized it with enthusiasm. That opportunity came in the form of the American Revolutionary War. When the 13 American colonies declared their independence from Britain in 1776, the French saw their chance. Here was an opportunity to weaken Britain, to peel away some of its most valuable colonies, to exact revenge for the humiliations of 1763. And so France made a fateful decision. They would intervene on the side of the colonists. French financial and military support proved crucial to American victory. French gold paid for American supplies and helped keep the Continental Army in the field when it might otherwise have collapsed. French military advisors helped train American troops. And most dramatically, a French fleet under Admiral de Grasse blockaded the British Army at Yorktown in 1781, preventing their escape or reinforcement by sea and making the decisive American victory possible. For France, it was sweet, geopolitical revenge. Britain had been humbled, forced to recognize American independence and give up valuable territory. But it was a Pyrrhic victory, if ever there was one. The cost of the war was astronomical, adding over 1 billion livres to a national debt that was already at crisis levels. The irony was bitter and inescapable. The absolute monarchy of France, ruling by divine right and claiming authority from God himself, had bankrupted itself, helping to finance a revolution fought in the name of liberty, equality, and republican ideals. The French aristocrats who had gone to America to fight for freedom, heroes like the Marquis de Lafayette, returned home with dangerous ideas about rights and representation. In helping to create a republic across the Atlantic, France had signed its own financial death warrant and planted the seeds of its own revolution. The broken tax system. This mountain of debt might have been manageable, might have been slowly paid down over time, if the kingdom had possessed a fair and efficient way of raising revenue. But it didn't. The French tax system was a chaotic, unjust, and hopelessly outdated mess that had grown up haphazardly over centuries, accumulating exemptions and exceptions and complications until it had become nearly incomprehensible. As we discussed earlier, the two wealthiest orders in the kingdom, the clergy and the nobility, were largely exempt from the most important direct tax, the taille. Think about what this means. The immense wealth tied up in church lands and aristocratic estates, the very people who could most easily afford to pay taxes, contributed virtually nothing to the royal treasury. Their wealth went untouched, while the poor shouldered the burden. This meant that the weight of taxation fell disproportionately on the third estate, and most heavily on the poorest of the poor, the peasantry. The methods of tax collection were almost as infuriating as the distribution of the tax burden itself. The government didn't collect taxes directly through its own officials. Instead, it had outsourced this crucial function to a private consortium of financiers known as the Farmers General. This was essentially tax farming. These wealthy financiers would pay the state a guaranteed lump sum for the right to collect taxes in a particular region, and then they would keep anything they collected above that amount as profit. Think about the incentive structure this created. Tax farmers had every reason to squeeze the taxpayers as ruthlessly as possible. The more they collected, the more they personally profited. They became universally despised figures, seen as parasites growing fat on the suffering of the poor. And they were protected by the government that had granted them this privilege, because the government needed that guaranteed lump sum to keep functioning. As the 1780s progressed, the situation became increasingly desperate. By the middle of the decade, over half of the government's entire annual revenue, more than half of every franc collected in taxes, was being spent just to pay the interest on the national debt. Not to pay down the principal, mind you, just the interest. The kingdom was essentially running a massive deficit year after year, borrowing new money simply to pay off its old lenders. Like someone taking out new credit cards to make minimum payments on existing credit cards. Everyone could see that this was unsustainable. Everyone knew that eventually the whole house of cards would collapse, but no one seemed able to stop it. King Louis XVI, who had ascended to the throne in 1774 at the age of 19, was tragically ill-equipped to handle such a crisis. By all accounts, he was a well-meaning man, a devoted husband and father who loved his family. He was personally pious and moral, without the mistresses and scandalous affairs that had marked his grandfather's reign. But he was also indecisive, prone to vacillation, and frankly rather dull. Louis was more comfortable tinkering with locks. He had a hobby of locksmithing and would spend hours in his workshop crafting intricate mechanisms, or going on hunting trips than he was dealing with the complex and brutal world of state finance. He kept a detailed hunting diary, meticulously recording every animal he killed, but he seemed unable to grasp or unwilling to confront the fiscal catastrophe unfolding around him. He appointed a series of finance ministers, each of whom studied the problem and came to the same logical but politically explosive conclusion. The only way to solve the crisis was to fundamentally reform the tax system and force the privileged first and second estates to pay their fair share. The resistance of the privileged. Charles Alexandre de Calonne, one of Louis XVI's finance ministers, presented a sweeping reform package in 1786. It included a new universal land tax that would be paid by all landowners regardless of their social status. Clergy, noble, or commoner, it made no difference. If you owned land, you would pay tax on it proportional to its value. It was a sensible, modern, and absolutely necessary proposal. It was also political dynamite. The privileged orders met Calonne's reforms with furious, implacable resistance. They saw the proposed land tax not as a necessary sacrifice for the good of the nation, not as their patriotic duty in a time of crisis, but as a direct assault on their ancient rights and their very identity as privileged estates. Being exempt from common taxes was not just a financial advantage for the nobility and clergy. It was a mark of status, a symbol of their special position in society. To tax them like commoners was, in their view, to reduce them to the level of commoners. It was an attack on everything they believed made them who they were. Using their considerable influence in the high courts called the parliaments, regional judicial bodies that had the power to register or refuse royal edicts, the privileged orders blocked the king's reforms at every turn. The parliaments, dominated by hereditary nobles, declared that such fundamental changes to taxation required the consent of the nation's representatives, and they invoked a body that hadn't met in 175 years, the Estates General. This created an impossible situation for the king. He needed money desperately. His finance ministers had determined that tax reform was the only solution. But the privileged orders, using their institutional power, had blocked that reform and demanded that the king call the Estates General. The great historical question is whether a stronger king could have forced these reforms through despite aristocratic opposition. Louis XIV, the Sun King, probably could have. He would have exiled the troublemakers, imprisoned the leaders of resistance, and imposed his will through sheer force of personality and royal authority. But Louis XVI was not his great-great-grandfather. He vacillated. He wavered between reformers and conservatives in his government. He appointed ministers and then undermined them when they faced opposition. He wanted to do the right thing, but he lacked the courage and decisiveness to impose his will on the privileged orders. Faced with aristocratic intransigence and a treasury that was literally empty, Louis XVI finally played his last card in August 1788. It was a move his ancestors had avoided for 175 years. He agreed to summon the Estates General to meet in the spring of 1789 to approve new taxes and resolve the fiscal crisis. He hoped that by going around the parliaments and appealing directly to the nation's representatives, he could bypass the stubborn nobles and get his reforms approved. He thought he was calling a meeting to solve a financial problem. He had no idea that he was not just opening a meeting. He was opening Pandora's box. Part 4. The Estates General. The nation awakens. The announcement that the king was calling the Estates General sent a shockwave of excitement and anticipation across France. For the first time in nearly 2 centuries, for the first time in living memory, or in the memory of anyone's grandparents, the people were being invited to participate, however indirectly, in the great affairs of the nation. It felt like the dawn of a new era, a moment pregnant with possibility. After centuries of being told to obey and pay their taxes and leave governance to their betters, the people were finally going to have a voice. The hopes were enormous, perhaps impossibly so. The winter and spring leading up to the meeting in May 1789 were filled with a flurry of political activity, unlike anything the country had ever seen. Elections were held in every corner of the kingdom, in every province and district, in cities and towns and villages, to choose the deputies who would represent each of the 3 orders at Versailles. This electoral process was itself a radicalizing experience. For millions of Frenchmen, it was their first real taste of politics, their first opportunity to participate in selecting leaders and discussing the issues that affected their lives. In towns and villages across the land, people gathered in meeting halls and churches to debate the problems facing the nation and to select the men they would entrust with their hopes and grievances. As part of this process, each electoral district was instructed to compile a cahier de doléances, literally, a notebook of grievances. These were lists of complaints and suggestions for reform, drawn up collectively by the residents of each district. They were to be presented to the king and the Estates General as a comprehensive picture of what the people wanted changed. Thousands upon thousands of these cahiers were produced over those months. They ranged from a single page to lengthy documents of dozens of pages. And remarkably, thousands of them survive today in archives across France, providing historians with an extraordinary snapshot of French society on the eve of revolution. A collective venting of a century's worth of frustration. Cahiers from the First Estate, the clergy, were primarily concerned with protecting the church's position while supporting some limited reforms. Many parish priests, who lived closer to the suffering of the people than the wealthy bishops, expressed sympathy for the plight of the poor and supported reforms to help them. But the church as an institution was adamant that its lands and privileges should be respected. The cahiers of the Second Estate, the nobility, similarly focused on protecting ancient rights while accepting the need for some change. They spoke of the need for fiscal reform, but they were adamant that their tax exemptions should be preserved. They framed these exemptions not as selfish privileges, but as necessary bulwarks against royal tyranny, as rights that protected all subjects from arbitrary government power. But the cahiers of the Third Estate tell a very different story. They paint a vivid and often heartbreaking picture of a society groaning under the weight of an unjust system. Peasants wrote in simple, direct language about the hated gabelle, the salt tax, and how it forced them to buy salt they didn't need at prices they couldn't afford. They described the crushing burden of feudal dues, and how they had to give up so much of their harvest to their lord that they barely had enough left to feed their families through the winter. They complained about the injustice of having their carefully tended crops trampled by a nobleman's hunting party, with no possibility of compensation or complaint. The bourgeoisie, the educated middle class, wrote with passion and eloquence about the need for a written constitution that would limit the king's power and protect the rights of citizens. They demanded legal equality before the law, an end to arbitrary arrest and imprisonment. They called for careers in the government and military to be open to men of talent, not reserved exclusively for men of noble birth. They wanted a world where merit mattered more than lineage. What's remarkable about these cahiers, reading through them now with the knowledge of everything that was about to happen, is what they don't say. There is, throughout most of them, an almost universal tone of loyalty and affection for the king himself. The Cahiers did not, for the most part, call for a republic or the overthrow of the monarchy. They did not question Louis XVI's right to rule. Instead, they addressed him as a benevolent father who had simply been misled by corrupt ministers and selfish aristocrats. They genuinely believed that if they could only make their plight known to him, if they could only get past the wall of courtiers and nobles who surrounded him and speak directly to his heart, he would, in his wisdom and goodness, set things right. There was a powerful, and as it would turn out, tragically naive belief that the king and the Third Estate were natural allies against the entrenched power of the privileged orders. The king wanted what was best for France, they reasoned, and what was best for France was to lift the burdens from the people and make the privileged pay their fair share. Surely, once the king understood the situation, he would act. This faith in the monarch as a potential savior was a powerful emotional force in the early months of 1789. But it would not survive the political battles that were about to begin. The question of voting. The central burning question that dominated all discussion as the meeting approached was one that seemed, on its surface, like a dry, procedural issue. But it held the key to the entire future of France. How would the Estates General vote? By tradition, by the precedent set the last time the Estates General had met, back in 1614, the Assembly voted by order. This meant that each of the three estates would meet separately, debate separately, and vote separately as a single block. The First Estate would get one vote. The Second Estate would get one vote. The Third Estate would get one vote. It was a system designed for a medieval world, and its outcome was a foregone conclusion. The clergy and the nobility, the two privileged orders with their shared interest in preserving the status quo, would naturally vote together to protect their interests. They would easily outvote the Third Estate 2-1 on any important question. Any meaningful reform, particularly tax reform that would threaten their privileges, would be dead on arrival. The deputies of the Third Estate, who were mostly educated lawyers and members of the bourgeoisie, recognized this immediately. They had spent the winter and spring listening to the grievances of their constituents, reading the Cahiers, feeling the weight of the people's expectations on their shoulders. They knew they had been sent to Versailles to achieve real change, and they knew that under the traditional voting system they would be powerless to achieve anything. They began to argue for a different system, voting by head. In this system, all the deputies from all three estates would meet together in a single assembly, and each individual deputy would get one vote. In a crucial early concession, King Louis XVI had agreed that the Third Estate could elect twice as many deputies as the other two orders. So, there would be roughly 600 deputies from the Third Estate, compared to about 300 each from the clergy and the nobility. This doubling of the third meant that if the estates voted by head rather than by order, the Third Estate would have a built-in numerical advantage. And if they could peel off some of the more reform-minded parish priests from the First Estate, and perhaps a handful of liberal nobles from the Second, they would have a working majority. They could then enact a sweeping program of change, constitutional reforms, tax reforms, an end to privilege. The entire revolution, in its early stages, hinged on this single procedural question. It might seem like an arcane matter of parliamentary rules, but it was actually the most fundamental question possible. Who holds power? Does power belong to the three separate orders of the medieval world, or does it belong to the nation as a unified whole? What is the Third Estate? The most forceful and articulate argument for the supremacy of the Third Estate came from a pamphlet written by a clergyman named Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès. Sieyès was an unusual figure, a priest who would become one of the revolution's leading theorists, a man of the church who helped to dismantle the church's privileged position. His pamphlet, titled What is the Third Estate, was published in January 1789 and swept through France like wildfire. It was short, punchy, and electrifying in its rhetoric. It began with 3 simple but devastating questions, each followed by a blunt answer. What is the Third Estate? Everything. What has it been, until now, in the political order? Nothing. What does it ask? To become something. C.S. went on to argue that the Third Estate was not merely one order among 3, but a complete nation in itself. It was the Third Estate, he pointed out, that produced all the food, created all the goods, provided all the services that made society function. The nobility, by contrast, was a parasitic cancer, a foreign body grafted onto the nation that contributed nothing to its life and only drained its resources. This was inflammatory language, but it resonated powerfully with the deputies of the Third Estate and with the educated public that read political pamphlets. The idea of the nation was taking hold, a concept of a unified people bound by common laws and common interests, rather than divided into separate orders with separate rights. And it was a direct challenge to the entire structure of the old regime. The opening of the Estates General, when the deputies finally gathered at Versailles on May 5, 1789, the stage was set for a dramatic confrontation. The opening ceremony itself was a calculated display of the old hierarchies, designed to put the Third Estate firmly in its place and remind them of their inferior status. The deputies of the First and Second Estates were instructed to wear magnificent costumes, silk and lace and velvet, with feathered hats and gleaming swords hanging at their sides. They looked like what they were, the privileged orders, dressed in the regalia of their high status. The deputies of the Third Estate, by contrast, were ordered to wear plain, somber black suits, the kind of attire worn by minor legal officials and clerks. No silk, no lace, no feathers, no swords. Just simple black cloth. It was a deliberate public humiliation, a visual representation of the social hierarchy made manifest in clothing, and it backfired spectacularly. Rather than cowing the men of the Third Estate, it only served to unify them and deepen their sense of collective grievance. They stood together in their plain black suits, and that very plainness became a badge of honor, a symbol of their connection to the ordinary people of France rather than to the parasitic privileged orders. King Louis XVI gave a short speech about the need to fix the nation's finances. His finance minister, Jacques Necker, gave a longer, more detailed speech about the state of the treasury, but neither of them offered any clear guidance on the crucial issue of voting procedure. The question was left unresolved, and so the battle lines were drawn. The Great Standoff. The Third Estate decided on a strategy of passive resistance. They would refuse to do any business, even the simple preliminary task of verifying their credentials and officially constituting themselves as an estate, until the other 2 orders agreed to meet with them in a single unified assembly and vote by head. It was a brilliant strategy, really. They couldn't force the nobility and clergy to join them. They had no power to compel anything, but they could refuse to cooperate with the traditional procedures. And by doing so, they brought the entire Estates General to a standstill. Nothing could happen. The assembly was paralyzed. For 6 long, tense weeks, this political stalemate ensued. Day after day, the deputies of the Third Estate gathered in their meeting hall and waited. They gave speeches. They debated among themselves. But they took no official action. They were determined to show that they and they alone were the true representatives of the French people. The king dithered, unable to decide how to break the deadlock. The nobility fumed, outraged at the presumption of these men in black suits who dared to challenge the ancient order. Conservative voices at court urged Louis to use force, to simply dissolve the Estates General and rule by decree. But he hesitated. And the quiet, stubborn men in black waited. They knew that time was on their side, that the nation was watching, that every day of delay strengthened their position and weakened the king's. The revolution had begun, not with a riot or a battle, but with a procedural dispute and an act of collective will. The men of the Third Estate had discovered their power, and they were not going to relinquish it. The tension continued to build, day by day, through May and into June. Something had to give. The question was what, and who would emerge victorious from this test of wills between the representatives of the people and the representatives of privilege. The answer would come in a tennis court, of all places, in one of the most dramatic moments in the entire revolutionary saga. Part 5. The Tennis Court Oath, a Revolution in Defiance. After 6 weeks of paralyzing deadlock, the deputies of the Third Estate decided that the time for patient waiting was over. The air in Versailles had become thick with rumors, whispers passing through the corridors and antechambers that the king, urged on by his more conservative advisers and by Queen Marie Antoinette, was planning to dissolve the Estates General altogether and rule by decree. The experiment in representation would be ended before it had truly begun. The men in black realized that if they didn't act decisively, their historic opportunity would slip away like sand through their fingers. All the hopes invested in them, all the grievances they had been sent to address, would come to nothing. They would return home as failures, having achieved nothing despite being given this unprecedented chance. And so, on June 17, 1789, emboldened by the impassioned arguments of Abbé CS and the eloquent speeches of other leaders, they took a momentous and audacious step. They unilaterally declared themselves to be the National Assembly. It's easy to miss the revolutionary significance of this declaration, so let's pause for a moment to appreciate what they were doing. They were no longer just the Third Estate, one of 3 orders in a medieval assembly. They were claiming to be the National Assembly, the sole legitimate representative body of the entire French nation. They were saying, in effect, we represent 97% of the population. We are the nation. The other 2 orders, the clergy and nobility, are welcome to join us, not as privileged estates with special rights, but as fellow citizens, as individual deputies in a unified national body. This was a direct seizure of sovereignty from the king. For centuries, the king had been understood as the source of law and political authority. Now the Third Estate was declaring that sovereignty, the ultimate right to make laws and govern, resided not with the monarch, but with the elected representatives of the people. It was a revolution accomplished through a declaration, through words spoken in a meeting hall. But words, as we know, can change the world. The National Assembly was led by a remarkable group of men who would dominate the early phase of the revolution. There was Abbé CS, the intellectual architect whose pamphlet had provided the theoretical justification for their actions. Thin and intense, more comfortable with ideas than with crowds, CS would prove to be one of the revolution's most important theorists. And there was the imposing and charismatic figure of Honoré Gabriel Riquetti, Count of Mirabeau. Mirabeau was a fascinating and deeply contradictory man. He was a nobleman by birth, a count no less, but he had been elected as a deputy for the Third Estate. The nobles of his own province had rejected him, considering him a disgrace to their order, so he had run in a Third Estate district and won. He was a brilliant orator with a scandalous personal life. His face was marked by scars from a childhood bout with smallpox, giving him a somewhat intimidating appearance. But when he spoke, he was magnetic. He possessed a booming voice that could fill a hall and hold an audience captive, swaying them with the force of his personality and the power of his arguments. Politically, Mirabeau was a moderate. He believed passionately in the need for a constitutional monarchy, a system that would balance the power of the king with the rights of the nation. He didn't want to destroy the monarchy, but to reform and limit it, to transform France into something like England with its constitutional system. His powerful speeches gave voice and courage to the Assembly's ambitions, even as he worked behind the scenes to find compromises that might satisfy both the king and the representatives of the people. The royal response. The king and his court were thrown into confusion by the Third Estate's bold declaration. Louis XVI found himself caught between competing pressures. Part of him recognized the need for reform and respected the representatives of his people. But another part of him, the part shaped by centuries of royal tradition, believed deeply in his own absolute authority. The idea that a group of deputies could simply declare themselves the National Assembly without his permission was both shocking and offensive to his sense of monarchical dignity. His more hardline advisors, including his younger brother, the Count of Artois, urged him to use force to crush this insolent rebellion. They were horrified by what they saw happening. The social order was being overturned, traditions were being trampled, and if the king didn't act decisively, they warned, things would only get worse. A plan was formed for a séance royale, a royal session, where the king would appear before all three estates and dictate his will, effectively nullifying the National Assembly's declarations and imposing his own terms for the gathering. In preparation for this royal session, scheduled for June 23rd, the king ordered the main meeting hall of the Third Estate, the Salle des Menus Plaisirs, to be closed and locked, ostensibly for renovations in preparation for the royal session. The morning of June 20th. On the morning of June 20th, a dreary and drizzly Saturday, the deputies of the new National Assembly arrived at their hall to find the doors barred and guarded by royal soldiers. Panic rippled through the crowd of black-suited men gathered in the street. They saw this as confirmation of their worst fears. The first step in a royal coup, the prelude to their arrest and dismissal. After coming so far, after taking such a bold stand, were they about to be crushed by royal authority before they'd even truly begun? But rather than dispersing in fear, rather than slinking away to their lodgings and abandoning their cause, something unexpected happened. Their fear quickly transformed into defiant resolve. The threat of suppression, rather than breaking their will, actually strengthened it. One of their members, a physician from Grenoble named Joseph Ignace Guillotine, whose name would later become, somewhat ironically, forever attached to a far more gruesome revolutionary invention, suggested they find an alternative meeting place. He knew of a large building nearby, a cavernous indoor space that might serve their purpose. It was a tennis court, the jeu de paume, the game of the palm, an early form of tennis played indoors. The oath. And so the deputies of the Third Estate marched in a solemn procession through the wet streets of Versailles to the tennis court. It was not a grand setting. There was no throne, no tapestries, no gilded furniture, nothing like the elaborate halls of the palace. Just a large, empty rectangular room with bare walls and a high ceiling. The floor was marked with the lines used for the tennis game. This humble, stark setting only added to the drama and gravity of what was about to happen. There was something powerful about the contrast. The representatives of the people meeting not in a palace, but in a space meant for games. A space that belonged to ordinary life rather than to the rarefied world of royalty. The deputies crowded into the tennis court, sitting on benches and tables that had been hastily dragged in from outside. Standing in the middle of the court, Jean-Sylvain Bailly, the president of the Assembly, a distinguished astronomer who had been elected to lead them, climbed onto a makeshift platform. He raised his right hand and read aloud a solemn oath. The words were simple, but powerful. The Assembly declares that the work of national restoration cannot be hindered or stopped, and that it will continue its deliberations wherever circumstances require. The Assembly decrees that all its members shall immediately take a solemn oath never to separate, and to reassemble wherever circumstances require, until the constitution of the kingdom is established and consolidated upon firm foundations. One by one, the deputies came forward to sign the oath. Their faces showed a mixture of emotions. Fear, certainly, because they knew they were defying the king and there could be consequences, but also excitement, determination, even exaltation. They were making history, and they knew it. The first to sign was Bailey himself, as president. Then came the others, in no particular order of rank, because in this new National Assembly all were equal citizens. Their signatures filled page after page. A great roar echoed through the hall. Vive l'Assemblée! Vive le roi! Long live the Assembly! Long live the King! It's important to note that they were still shouting, "Long live the King." They still saw themselves as loyal subjects, acting in the King's true interest, helping him to reform the kingdom and strengthen it. They were not yet revolutionaries, in the sense of wanting to overthrow the monarchy. Only one deputy refused to sign the oath. His name was Martin Michel Charles Gaudin, and history has not been kind to him. He would be forever remembered as the man who refused to join his colleagues in this defining moment. The painting and the reality. The event was later immortalized in a famous painting by Jacques-Louis David, the great artist of the Revolutionary era. David's painting depicts the scene in dramatic, heroic terms. The deputies are shown with their arms outstretched toward Bailey in a unified gesture of revolutionary will. Curtains blow through open windows as if the winds of change themselves were entering the hall. Light streams in from above, almost divine in its quality. It's a magnificent piece of propaganda art, and like most propaganda, it takes certain liberties with reality. The scene wasn't quite as neat and organized as David depicts it. The emotions were probably more chaotic, the atmosphere less controlled. But David captured something true, the sense of momentousness, the feeling that these men were doing something that would echo through history. The historical debate surrounding the tennis court oath centers on the question of spontaneity. Was it a spur-of-the-moment act of defiance, a genuine emotional response to being locked out of their hall? Or was it a carefully calculated piece of political theater, planned in advance by the Assembly's leaders? The truth, as is often the case, is probably somewhere in between. The leaders of the Assembly certainly knew they needed a powerful, unifying gesture to solidify their position and demonstrate their resolve. They may have even discussed the possibility of taking some kind of oath. But the specific circumstances, the locked door, the rain, the hasty march to the tennis court, were genuine, and the raw emotion and genuine fear of that morning were undoubtedly real. When the king finally held his séance royale 3 days later, on June 23rd, he announced a program of limited reforms, but also ordered the estates to separate and meet in their old chambers according to the traditional system. It was an attempt to turn back the clock, to reassert royal authority and force the genie back into the bottle. The deputies of the First and Second Estates filed out obediently when the king left, but the deputies of the National Assembly remained in their seats. They had taken an oath never to separate, and they would not break it. The royal master of ceremonies, the Marquis de Dreux, returned to the chamber, and, with all the authority he could muster, repeated the king's command. "Gentlemen, you have heard the order of the king." It was Mirabeau who rose to respond, and his words would become some of the most famous in French history. His voice thundered through the chamber. "Go, tell those who sent you that we are here by the will of the people, and that we will not leave our places except by the force of bayonets." It was a direct, unambiguous challenge to royal authority. We are here by the will of the people, not by the grace of the king, and we will not be moved except by force. And Dreux, stunned by this open defiance, withdrew. The National Assembly remained in session. The king backs down. Faced with this unshakable resolve, King Louis XVI did something that probably sealed his fate. he backed down. On June 27th, after a few days of tense standoff, he gave in to reality. He sent orders to the clergy and nobility to join the National Assembly. It was a stunning victory for the Third Estate. They had faced down the absolute monarch of France and won. They had successfully claimed sovereignty for themselves, transforming themselves from petitioners asking for the king's favor into representatives of the nation who possessed their own legitimate authority. They had established themselves as the new center of power in France. Their great work of writing a constitution could now begin. The tennis court oath had succeeded. The revolution had taken a giant step forward. But the king and his court had not truly accepted this defeat in their hearts. They had yielded to necessity, but they were already planning their response. And outside the rarefied world of Versailles, beyond the meeting halls where educated men debated constitutional theory, another force, more volatile, more dangerous, more unpredictable, was about to enter the revolutionary stage. The people of Paris were about to make their voice heard. And unlike the deputies in their black suits, the people would speak not through carefully worded oaths and constitutional arguments, but through action, through violence. Part 6. The Fall of the Bastille. When the people spoke. The political victories at Versailles were thrilling to those who understood constitutional theory and followed the debates in the assembly, but were taking place in a kind of bubble, isolated from the harsh realities of daily life for ordinary people. While the deputies of the National Assembly were debating the finer points of representation and sovereignty, the city of Paris, just a dozen miles away, was simmering with a much more primal and dangerous mixture of emotions, hunger and fear. The hunger. The spring and summer of 1789 were a time of acute economic distress. The previous year's harvest had been disastrously poor, one of the worst in decades. The causes were various: bad weather, early frosts, hailstorms at crucial moments in the growing season. Whatever the reasons, the result was a severe shortage of grain. And when grain was scarce, the price of bread skyrocketed. This was catastrophic for ordinary Parisians, because bread was not just one food among many. It was the staple, the foundation of the diet. For a typical working-class family, bread made up more than half of their total food consumption and a correspondingly large portion of their budget. By the summer of 1789, the average Parisian laborer was spending as much as 80% of his income just to buy bread to feed his family. That left almost nothing for rent, for clothing, for fuel, for anything else. And often, even at these inflated prices, there was no bread to be had. Bakery shops would open in the morning and be emptied within hours. Long, desperate lines formed before dawn, people jostling and pushing, hoping to get their ration before the supply ran out. This hunger fueled a palpable sense of anger and injustice throughout the city. The people were starving while the aristocrats and the royal family feasted at Versailles. The contrast was simply too stark, too offensive. And in the absence of understanding about weather patterns and agricultural economics, conspiracy theories flourished. The baker's shop became a political stage, a place where rumors spread and resentment built. People became convinced that the famine was not a natural disaster, not an act of God or bad luck, but a deliberate plot. The aristocrats, they whispered to one another, were hoarding grain, hiding it in warehouses, letting it rot rather than bringing it to market. Or they were exporting it secretly to foreign countries to fetch higher prices. The nobility, furious at being challenged by the Third Estate, were taking their revenge by starving the people into submission. There was no evidence for any of this, but in the tense, hungry atmosphere of that summer, it seemed entirely plausible. Every shortage was interpreted as proof of the plot. Every wealthy person was viewed with suspicion. The psychological atmosphere was toxic, paranoid, ready to explode. The fear. And now this desperate hunger was compounded by fear. King Louis XVI had publicly accepted the National Assembly after the tennis court oath. He had ordered the clergy and nobility to join it. But his actions told a different story. In late June and early July, he began quietly summoning troops to the Paris region. Thousands and thousands of soldiers, mostly reliable foreign mercenaries, Swiss and German regiments who could be counted on to follow orders, even if that meant firing on French civilians. By early July, the capital was surrounded by a ring of approximately 20,000 soldiers, with their camps visible from the city walls. The official reason given was to maintain order, to prevent riots and disturbances. But no one in Paris believed this explanation. They saw the troops for what they clearly were: a threat, a weapon pointed at the heart of the city. The king, it seemed, was preparing to launch his counter-revolution, to use military force to dissolve the National Assembly and crush the hopes of reform that had blossomed in the spring. The city had become a tinderbox. The air crackled with nervous energy, with the sense that something was about to happen. Political orators took to the streets and public spaces, holding impromptu speeches to crowds that gathered to listen. The most famous of these gathering places was the Palais Royal, a complex of shops and gardens owned by the Duke of Orléans, where the royal police had no authority. There, a fiery young journalist named Camille Desmoulins, barely into his 20s, passionate and eloquent, despite a stammer that afflicted him in ordinary conversation, but seemed to disappear when he addressed a crowd, urged the people to arm themselves, to prepare to defend their freedom against the forces of tyranny. The spark, the final spark that ignited this tinderbox, fell on July 11th. King Louis, finally giving in to the hardline faction at court, led by his brother Artois, and encouraged by Queen Marie Antoinette, dismissed and exiled his popular finance minister, Jacques Necker. Necker was a Swiss Protestant banker who had been trying to manage France's desperate financial situation. His actual abilities as a financier were debatable. He was perhaps more skilled at public relations than at actual finance, but he was seen by the public as their man in the government, the one minister who was genuinely trying to help, rather than simply protect the interests of the privileged. He had published accounts of government spending that revealed the enormous pensions paid to court favorites, making him popular with the people and hated by the beneficiaries of those pensions. His dismissal was interpreted as a declaration of war, a clear sign that the royalist coup was about to begin. If the one minister sympathetic to reform had been removed, what did that say about the king's intentions? When news of Necker's firing reached Paris on July 12th, a Sunday, the city erupted. Crowds poured into the streets by the thousands. At the Palais Royal, Camille Desmoulins jumped onto a table, a pistol in his hand, and shouted to the assembled crowd, "Citizens, there is no time to lose. The dismissal of Necker is the tocsin of the Saint Bartholomew of the Patriots." The reference was to the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572, when thousands of Protestants had been slaughtered in Paris. Desmoulins was saying that the same kind of massacre of patriots was now imminent. He grabbed a green leaf from a tree and pinned it to his hat as a cockade, a symbol of resistance. Within hours, people across Paris were wearing green cockades, strips of green ribbon or cloth or leaves, to identify themselves as patriots. Crowds marched through the streets carrying busts of Necker that they had seized from a local wax museum, treating them almost like religious relics. They clashed with royal cavalry units that had been sent to disperse them. The city descended into a state of near anarchy. Arming the people. Over the next 2 days, July 13th and 14th, the people of Paris began to arm themselves. They needed weapons if they were going to defend themselves against the king's troops. They raided gunsmith shops and sword cutlers' establishments, taking whatever weapons they could find. But the most significant action came on the morning of July 13th, when a large crowd descended on the Hôtel des Invalides, a military hospital and veterans' home on the left bank of the Seine. The Invalides had a large armory in its cellars. The crowd, numbering in the thousands, surrounded the building and demanded entry. The elderly veterans who served as guards were overwhelmed, and the doors were forced open. The crowd poured into the cellars and seized tens of thousands of muskets. Estimates range from 28,000 to 32,000 guns. Now, the people of Paris had firearms, but a musket without gunpowder and ammunition is just a fancy club, and the people knew exactly where to find gunpowder in quantity. There was a fortress on the eastern edge of the city that served as a royal armory and prison. Its cellars held a massive store of gunpowder, 250 barrels of it by some accounts. That fortress was the Bastille. The Bastille, symbol and reality. The Bastille loomed over the eastern part of Paris, a massive medieval fortress with 8 imposing towers connected by thick walls. It had been built in the 14th century to defend the city's eastern gates, but by the late 18th century, it had become primarily notorious as a state prison. In reality, its importance was mostly symbolic. It was an expensive and somewhat outdated fortress that the government was already considering demolishing. By July 14, 1789, it held only 7 prisoners, 4 forgers who had been convicted of counterfeiting currency, 2 lunatics who were being held for their own safety and that of others, and 1 aristocrat who had been imprisoned at his family's request. The Marquis de Sade, though he had been transferred elsewhere just a few days before. But in the public imagination, the Bastille represented something far more sinister. It was the ultimate symbol of royal tyranny and arbitrary power, the place where the king could imprison his enemies indefinitely without trial, without charges, without any legal process at all. A person could be arrested on a lettre de cachet, a sealed letter bearing the king's signature, and disappear into the Bastille's cells, sometimes for years, sometimes forever. The Bastille represented everything the people had come to hate about the ancient regime: secret police, arbitrary justice, power exercised without accountability or restraint. To attack the Bastille was to attack tyranny itself. And of course, on this particular day, its cellars held the gunpowder the people needed. The siege. On the morning of July 14th, a huge crowd gathered outside the fortress. It was a volatile mix of shopkeepers, artisans and laborers, many of them from the working-class neighborhood of Faubourg Saint-Antoine that surrounded the Bastille. They were armed with the muskets from the Invalides, with pikes and axes, and whatever else they could carry. They demanded that the fortress's governor, Bernard René de Launay, surrender the gunpowder and remove the cannons that were positioned on the walls, pointed menacingly down at the surrounding streets. De Launay was in an impossible position. He had a garrison of just over 80 men, a mix of elderly French veterans and about 30 Swiss mercenaries. His fortress had been built to withstand a siege by a medieval army, not to deal with an angry crowd surrounding it on all sides. He had orders to defend the king's property, but he also didn't want to start a massacre. Negotiations dragged on for hours. The crowd grew larger and more impatient. The mood grew uglier. Some accounts suggest that Delaunay invited a delegation of representatives into the fortress to negotiate, which only made the crowd more suspicious about what was happening inside. Sometime in the early afternoon, accounts differ on exactly what triggered it. Violence erupted. A few men managed to climb into the outer courtyard and lower one of the drawbridges. The crowd surged forward into this outer court, and the garrison opened fire. For 4 hours, a chaotic and bloody siege raged. The crowd, armed but untrained and disorganized, fired their muskets from the rooftops and windows of surrounding buildings. The fortress's defenders answered with cannon fire and musket volleys from the towers and walls. Bodies began to pile up in the courtyard. Blood ran in the streets. The attackers were at a severe disadvantage. The Bastille's walls were thick, and its defenders were protected behind stone battlements. But the crowd was relentless, driven by a mixture of anger, fear, and revolutionary fervor. The turning point. The crucial turning point came when a contingent of mutinous royal soldiers arrived with artillery. These were men from the French Guards Regiment, soldiers who were supposed to be protecting the king, but who had instead decided to join the people. They brought with them professional military experience and, most critically, several cannons. They wheeled their artillery pieces into position and aimed them directly at the main gate of the fortress. The message was clear: we can batter down your gate and storm the fortress, and many more people will die, or you can surrender now. Governor de Launay, seeing that his position was completely hopeless, finally decided to surrender. He ordered a white flag raised and the gates opened. The crowd poured into the fortress in a wave of humanity. They liberated the 7 bewildered prisoners, who were probably more confused than grateful. They seized the gunpowder from the cellars, the objective that had brought them there in the first place. But then things turned dark. Governor de Launay was taken prisoner and was being marched towards City Hall, escorted by the crowd. But on the way, the crowd's mood turned from triumph to vengeance. Someone shouted that de Launay had ordered his men to fire on the people. The crowd closed in around him. He was beaten, stabbed, and killed. His head was sawed off with a pocket knife, a grotesque, brutal act that took several minutes. The head was then stuck on a pike and paraded triumphantly through the streets of Paris. Other members of the garrison were similarly murdered by the mob. This violence, this sudden eruption of popular brutality, was shocking and disturbing. It was a preview of the darker side of the revolution, a reminder that the unleashing of popular fury could not be easily controlled or directed. The line between liberation and savagery had proven terrifyingly thin. The fall of the Bastille was both a military event and something far more significant, a symbolic earthquake. The people of Paris had, through their own courage and violence, defeated a symbol of royal power that had stood for centuries. An imposing fortress, the embodiment of royal authority, had fallen to a crowd of ordinary people armed with determination and captured muskets. When King Louis XVI, who had been out hunting that day, returned to Versailles and was told of the day's events, he asked his advisor, the Duke of La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt, "Is it a revolt?" The famous reply came, "No, sire, it is not a revolt. It is a revolution." The violence in Paris had achieved what the tennis court oath had begun. The king, shocked by the events and fearing that the violence would spread, quickly withdrew his troops from around Paris. He reinstated Necker as finance minister. On July 17th, he traveled to Paris and appeared at the City Hall, where he was presented with the new revolutionary tricolour cockade, combining the blue and red of Paris with the white of the monarchy, and he pinned it to his hat. It was a public acknowledgement that the balance of power had fundamentally shifted. The National Assembly had been saved by the people of Paris. The revolution was no longer just a legal and constitutional debate among educated men at Versailles. It had become a popular movement, baptized in blood, with its center of gravity decisively shifted to the streets of the capital. But if the fall of the Bastille was a Parisian drama, its effects would ripple outward across all of France. The news spread from the capital like ripples across a pond, growing in significance and distortion as it traveled, and it would trigger an even more widespread upheaval in the countryside. Part 7. The Great Fear. Terror in the countryside. The fall of the Bastille was specifically a Parisian event, a drama that unfolded in the streets and fortresses of the capital. But news of it spread across France with remarkable speed, carried by breathless couriers on horseback, and reprinted in hastily produced pamphlets and newspapers. In the villages and towns of the provinces, the king's authority, already weakened by the events at Versailles, now seemed to completely evaporate. Local officials found that their orders were no longer obeyed. In many places, they were simply overthrown, replaced by new municipal councils and citizen militias organized on the model of the new National Guard that had formed in Paris. But in the vast French countryside, where the majority of the population lived and worked, the news from Paris mixed with long-standing grievances and a potent cocktail of rumors to create a strange and terrifying phenomenon. For several weeks in late July and early August of 1789, a wave of collective hysteria and peasant violence swept across large swaths of the nation. Historians call it the Great Fear, La Grande Peur, and it represents one of the most unusual and psychologically fascinating episodes of the entire revolutionary period. The roots of fear. The roots of the Great Fear lay in the same economic desperation that had gripped Paris. The peasants were hungry, suffering from the same failed harvest and the same inflated bread prices, and they were deeply suspicious of the nobility, whom they blamed for their suffering. A powerful conspiracy theory took hold and spread with astonishing speed through the villages and farms of provincial France. The story went like this. The aristocrats, furious at the Third Estate's victory at Versailles and at the fall of the Bastille, were supposedly taking their revenge. They were hiring armies of brigands, criminals, vagrants, foreign mercenaries, and sending them into the countryside to burn crops in the fields, to destroy the ripening harvests, to starve the people into submission. There was no evidence whatsoever for this aristocratic plot. It was pure fantasy, born of fear and suspicion, and the human need to find someone to blame for suffering. But in the dense and uncertain atmosphere of that summer, it seemed entirely believable. After all, weren't the aristocrats the enemy? Hadn't they been oppressing the peasants for centuries? Wouldn't they do anything to maintain their privileges? And so every dust cloud on the horizon was interpreted as proof that the brigands were coming. Every unfamiliar face in the village was viewed with suspicion. Might this stranger be one of the hired thugs? Every strange light seen at night, every unusual sound, was taken as evidence that the attack was imminent. The defensive panic. The fear was infectious, spreading from village to village with remarkable speed. And it triggered a massive defensive mobilization across the French countryside. Peasants armed themselves with whatever they could find. Some had hunting rifles or old military muskets, kept as souvenirs. Most had simpler weapons, pitchforks, scythes, axes, clubs, farming implements transformed into weapons. Church bells were rung to call the men of the village together. Watches were organized. Men stood guard through the night, waiting tensely for an enemy who never came. In village after village, the same scene played out. The alarm would be raised. The brigands are coming. They're burning the fields in the next valley. Men would grab their weapons and rush to defend their homes and families. They would stand ready, hearts pounding, scanning the darkness for signs of the approaching army, and nothing would happen. No brigands would appear. The dust cloud would turn out to be from a farmer's cart. The stranger would be a traveling merchant. The strange light would be a lantern from someone's barn. But the absence of brigands didn't calm the fear. Instead, it was interpreted as proof that the defensive mobilization had worked, that the brigands had seen the armed peasants and decided to attack somewhere else. And so the alarm would spread to the next village, and the cycle would repeat. From defense to offense. This defensive panic, this arming of the peasantry across France, soon transformed into something more aggressive. The peasants, already armed and organized, began to realize something. The real source of their misery wasn't some phantom army of brigands. It was the very real system of feudalism that had oppressed their families for generations. If the aristocrats were their enemy, if the nobility really was plotting against them, then why wait for the attack? Why not strike first at the symbols and instruments of aristocratic power? All across the country, sometimes spontaneously and sometimes with a degree of coordination, bands of peasants descended upon the local chateau, the grand manor house of the noble who owned their lands. Their primary goal was not necessarily to harm the lord himself, though in some cases that happened. Many nobles had already fled to the cities or to Versailles, frightened by the growing unrest. The peasants' main target was something more specific and more meaningful: the archives. They stormed into the cellars and document rooms of the castles, seeking out the ancient feudal charters. These were the dusty parchments, some of them centuries old, that recorded all the obligations and dues the peasants owed to their masters. These documents were the legal chains of their servitude. They listed everything: the annual payments of grain or money, the requirement to work on the lord's land for a certain number of days each year, the obligation to have their grain ground at the lord's mill for a fee, the requirement to use the lord's wine press, the lord's oven. Every aspect of the feudal relationship was carefully recorded in these documents. And in great bonfires in the courtyards of chateaux across France, the peasants burned these records. It was an act of liberation that was both intensely practical and profoundly symbolic. By burning the charters, they were quite literally destroying the legal basis of their obligations. No records meant no proof of what was owed. But beyond the practical effect, the act carried enormous symbolic weight. They were burning away the feudal past itself, consigning centuries of oppression to the flames. The violence and its limits. The violence during the Great Fear was sporadic and varied greatly from region to region. In some areas, the peasants treated the lords and their families with a degree of respect, even as they destroyed the feudal archives. In other places, chateaux were looted and burned to the ground. Particularly hated nobles or their agents, the stewards and bailiffs who actually collected the feudal dues, were sometimes attacked and killed. But it's important to understand that this wasn't primarily a murderous rampage. The main thrust of the movement was the wholesale dismantling of the feudal system from the ground up. The peasants refused to pay their dues. They reclaimed common lands that had been enclosed by aristocrats for their private use. They hunted freely in the forests that had once been the exclusive preserve of the nobility, a powerful symbolic act, since hunting rights had been one of the most jealously guarded aristocratic privileges. This was a revolution that was, in many ways, far more radical and socially profound than the legal and constitutional debates taking place in the National Assembly at Versailles. This was a direct, violent, and largely successful peasant war against the remnants of medieval France, against the feudal system that had structured rural life for 1,000 years. News of this chaos in the countryside reached the deputies at Versailles, and it filled them with alarm. The members of the National Assembly, remember, were mostly bourgeois property owners, lawyers, doctors, merchants. They were staunch defenders of law and order. They believed in property rights, and they were terrified by the prospect of this popular anarchy spreading and destabilizing the entire country. They knew that they had to do something dramatic to calm the provinces and restore order, and so they convened a special evening session on the night of August 4th, 1789, to discuss the crisis. What followed was one of the most remarkable and dramatic sessions in the history of the revolution. a night that would fundamentally transform French society. Part 8. The night of August 4th. The death of privilege. On the warm summer evening of August 4th, 1789, the deputies of the National Assembly gathered for what they thought would be a serious but routine discussion of how to restore order in the countryside. What actually happened was something no one could have predicted. A patriotic frenzy of self-sacrifice that would, in a single night, dismantle the entire legal and social framework of the ancient regime. A liberal nobleman, the Vicomte de Noailles, took the floor first. He was young, idealistic, and had served with Lafayette in the American Revolution. He argued that the only way to calm the provinces and end the violence was for the nobility to voluntarily renounce its feudal privileges. It was a pragmatic political maneuver. Give up some privileges now to preserve social order and perhaps protect other rights. But what began as a calculated political gesture quickly escalated into something far more emotional and sweeping. One after another, the greatest nobles of the realm stood up and, in speeches filled with emotion, renounced their ancient rights. The Duc de Guillaume, one of the wealthiest landowners in all of France, declared his support for legal and tax equality. The clergy followed suit, with bishops and abbots giving up the church's right to collect the tithe. Representatives from provinces and towns stood to surrender their own historic privileges and exemptions. It became a kind of competitive self-sacrifice, each group trying to outdo the others in demonstrations of patriotism and civic virtue. The atmosphere in the hall grew electric, almost intoxicated. Deputies wept openly. They embraced one another. They shouted, "Vive le roi! Vive la nation!" Through that single feverish all-night session, fueled by a strange and powerful mixture of fear, idealism, and patriotic fervor, the Assembly systematically dismantled the entire legal and social framework of the ancient regime. They abolished seigneurial rights, all those feudal dues and obligations that had bound peasants to their lords. They abolished the tithe. They declared that public offices could no longer be bought and sold, but must be open to all citizens based on merit. They proclaimed legal equality, no more separate systems of justice for nobles and commoners. They abolished tax exemptions based on birth. By the time the sun rose on the morning of August 5th, the old order of corporate privilege was dead. The National Assembly later codified these resolutions in a series of formal decrees, with the ringing declaration, "The National Assembly hereby completely destroys the feudal system." It's important to note that there was some self-interest mixed with the idealism. Many of the feudal rights that were abolished on August 4th were actually to be gradually phased out, with peasants required to buy their way out of their obligations. But the symbolic and legal transformation was real. The principle had been established. France would no longer be a society of orders and privileges, but a nation of equal citizens. The great fear in the countryside had forced the hand of the politicians at Versailles, dramatically accelerating the pace of the revolution and transforming what had begun as a struggle over a constitution into a profound social transformation. Part 9. The Declaration of the Rights of Man. Having swept away the rubble of the old feudal world in that extraordinary night of August 4th, the National Assembly now faced a more profound and complex task: to lay the philosophical cornerstone for the new France they intended to build. Before they could write a detailed constitution, before they could work out all the practical details of how the government would function, they needed to agree upon a set of fundamental principles. They needed a statement of intent that would define the very meaning and purpose of their revolution. The result was the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, issued in late August 1789. It was a short, elegant, and monumentally important document that would become one of the most influential political texts in human history. The creation and influences. The creation of the Declaration was a deeply intellectual process. The assembly was filled with men who had spent years reading and discussing the philosophers, the ideas of Montesquieu, the skepticism of Voltaire, and above all, the powerful concepts of John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau echoed through every clause and article. The influence of the recent American Revolution was also immense. Thomas Jefferson was serving as the American ambassador to France at this time, and his Paris residence had become an informal meeting place for many of the key figures in the assembly. One of the leading proponents of the Declaration was the Marquis de Lafayette, the hero of the American War, who had fought alongside Washington and who had returned to France filled with Republican ideals. Lafayette had actually circulated his own draft of a Declaration of Rights, which he had shown to Jefferson for advice and comments. So the French Declaration was, in many ways, a product of a transatlantic conversation, a distillation of the most advanced political thinking of the age. The magnificent preamble. The document opens with a majestic preamble that sets forth its purpose. The deputies declared that the ignorance, neglect, or contempt of the rights of man are the sole cause of public calamities and of the corruption of governments. Think about what they're saying here. All of the suffering, all of the injustice, all of the political problems that plague human society, these don't come from original sin or from the inherent wickedness of humanity or from the will of God. They come from ignorance and neglect of human rights. This is a fundamentally optimistic, even revolutionary, view of human nature and society. It suggests that if we can just get the political arrangements right, if we can protect people's natural rights, we can create a just and good society. To prevent future ignorance and contempt of rights, the Declaration aims to set forth, in a solemn declaration, the natural, unalienable, and sacred rights of man. That very first sentence was itself revolutionary. It located the source of political legitimacy not in the will of God, not in ancient traditions, not in the authority of a dynasty, but in the inherent rights of individual human beings. The core principles. The 17 articles that follow build upon this foundation, creating a blueprint for an entirely new kind of society. The first and most famous article declares, "Men are born and remain free and equal in rights." This single sentence was a dagger aimed at the heart of the ancient regime with its elaborate pyramid of legal privileges and hereditary status. It was a formal rejection of the idea that a person's worth or opportunities should be determined by the accident of their birth into a particular family or estate. The Declaration goes on to define these natural rights as liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression. These are rights that every person possesses simply by virtue of being human, not gifts granted by a generous monarch or privileges earned through service. It clearly states that the primary purpose of any government is not to aggrandize a king or enforce religious dogma, but to protect the lives, freedoms, and properties of its individual citizens. Many of the articles deal with the nature of law and justice, establishing principles that we now take for granted, but that were revolutionary in 1789. The Declaration asserts that all citizens are equal before the law. Nobles and commoners alike stand on the same footing in court. It states that no one can be arrested or punished except according to established legal procedures. It declares that every person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. This was a direct assault on the arbitrary justice of the old monarchy, with its secret lettres de cachet, its ability to imprison people indefinitely without trial, its use of torture in interrogation. Perhaps most fundamentally, the Declaration enshrines the principle of popular sovereignty. Article 3 states explicitly, "The principle of all sovereignty resides essentially in the nation. No body nor individual may exercise any authority which does not proceed directly from the nation. The king was no longer the source of law and political authority. This was Rousseau's concept of the general will, transformed from philosophical theory into constitutional principle. The law, the Declaration continues, is to be an expression of the general will, and all citizens have the right to participate in its formation, either personally or through their elected representatives. The Enlightenment freedoms. The Declaration also championed the great Enlightenment freedoms that the philosophers had fought for throughout the 18th century. It proclaimed freedom of opinion and freedom of religion. No person could be persecuted for their beliefs, so long as their expression of those beliefs didn't disturb public order. This was Voltaire's principle, finally enshrined in law. It established freedom of speech and freedom of the press. The free communication of ideas and opinions is one of the most precious of the rights of man. Every citizen may, accordingly, speak, write, and print with freedom. It called for a fair and equitable system of taxation to be paid by all citizens in proportion to their means, a direct response to the unjust tax system that had brought the monarchy to its knees. And it established the principle of public accountability, stating that society has the right to require every public agent to account for their administration. Government officials were servants of the people, not their masters, and they could be called to answer for their actions. Declaration was, in essence, a complete theoretical demolition of the principles of absolute monarchy and a blueprint for a liberal constitutional state. It was magnificent in its articulation of universal principles. Yet, for all its universalist language, men are born and remain free and equal in rights. The Declaration was very much a document of its time, and it contained significant and troubling limitations. The deputies who wrote these words, for all their radicalism, were men of the 18th century, and they implicitly understood man to mean property-owning adult males. The question of slavery in France's Caribbean colonies was deliberately avoided and left unaddressed. The rights of religious minorities like Protestants and Jews were debated, and only granted later with considerable reluctance in some quarters. And most significantly, the rights of women were completely ignored. Women had played crucial roles in the revolution. They had marched, they had rioted, they had participated in the fall of the Bastille. But the Declaration was written as though they didn't exist as political beings. This omission did not go unchallenged. In 1791, a brilliant and courageous playwright and political activist named Olympe de Gouges published a direct response, the Declaration of the Rights of Women and of the Female Citizen. In it, she cleverly rewrote the original Declaration article by article to include women. Her version began with the electrifying statement, "Woman is born free and remains equal to man in rights." She argued, with devastating logic, that if women had the right to be executed by the guillotine, and they did, then they should also have the right to speak in public assemblies and participate in government. Her declaration was a pioneering work of feminist political thought, far ahead of its time, but it was largely dismissed and ignored. De Gouges herself would later be executed during the Reign of Terror, a tragic victim of the revolution's failure to live up to its own highest ideals. The enduring power, the historical debate over the Declaration's universality continues to this day. Was it a tragically flawed document, forever compromised by the prejudices and blind spots of its authors? Or was its true power in the universal principles it articulated? Principles that could then be invoked and used by marginalized groups to demand the very rights its authors had initially denied them. Women like Olympe de Gouges, enslaved people in Haiti fighting for their freedom, workers organizing for their rights. All of them would point to the Declaration and say, "You proclaimed that all men are born free and equal. We are demanding that you live up to those words." Whatever its limitations, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen was a watershed moment in human history. It transformed the French Revolution from a fiscal crisis and a constitutional dispute into a universal struggle for human liberty and dignity. Its words would echo in revolutionary movements around the globe for centuries to come. It represented the best aspirations of the Enlightenment, the belief that human reason could create a better, more just world, that every person possessed inherent dignity and rights, that government existed to serve the people rather than the other way around. In those few short articles, the deputies of the National Assembly captured something essential about what it means to be human and what a just society should look like. They had given voice to aspirations that people had felt for centuries, but had never seen written down with such clarity and authority. The summer of 1789 had been extraordinary. In the span of just a few months, France had experienced a complete transformation. The Estates General had become the National Assembly. The people of Paris had stormed the Bastille. The peasants had risen up across the countryside. The feudal system had been abolished. And now the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen stood as the philosophical foundation for an entirely new social and political order. It must have felt, in those heady days of late August, like the revolution was complete. The old world had been swept away. The new world had been defined and proclaimed. All that remained was to write a constitution that would put these principles into practice and create the institutions of government that would protect these rights. But of course, the story was far from over. In fact, in many ways, it was only beginning. The revolution had destroyed the old order with remarkable speed. But building a new order would prove far more difficult, far more contentious, and far more dangerous than anyone in that summer of 1789 could have imagined. The fears that had driven people to the streets, the hunger, the suspicion, the anger at injustice, these had not disappeared. If anything, they had been amplified by the taste of victory, by the sense that change was possible, by the raised expectations that came with the promise of a new world. And those death certificates we spoke of at the beginning of our journey, those haunting records that listed fear as a cause of death, they would become more common, not less, in the years ahead. Because France was about to enter an even more turbulent phase, one where the hopes and ideals articulated so beautifully in the Declaration would clash with the messy realities of political power, economic crisis, war, and human nature. The revolution had proclaimed that all men were born free and equal. But what did that mean in practice? Who counted as a citizen? Who could vote? How should power be distributed? What should be done about the king, who still sat on his throne at Versailles, who had accepted these changes, but had perhaps not truly embraced them in his heart? These questions would tear France apart in the years to come. The revolution would radicalize, splitting into factions that would turn on one another with a ferocity that matched their earlier unity against the old regime. The dream of rational reform would give way to something darker and more violent, a period that would come to be known as the Terror, when the guillotine would work overtime and when revolutionary justice would consume even many of those who had helped create the revolution in the first place. But is a story for another time. For now, as you drift towards sleep, let your mind rest on this moment in late summer 1789, when the possibilities still seemed limitless, when the principles of liberty, equality, and human rights had been proclaimed with such eloquence and conviction. Think of those deputies in their plain black suits, standing in a tennis court and swearing never to separate until they had given France a constitution. Think of the crowds storming the Bastille, defying a symbol of tyranny that had stood for centuries. Think of the peasants burning feudal charters in bonfires across the countryside, liberating themselves from obligations that stretched back into the medieval past. Think of the noble who stood before the assembly and renounced centuries of privilege in a single, emotional speech. These were people, imperfect, frightened, sometimes violent, often confused, but also brave, idealistic, and capable of imagining and fighting for a better world. They lived in a time of profound transformation, when the old certainties were crumbling and the future was unwritten. And in that moment of possibility, they reached for something higher, something that transcended their immediate circumstances and spoke to universal human aspirations. The French Revolution was many things: a political upheaval, an economic crisis, a social transformation, a philosophical experiment. It was beautiful and terrible, inspiring and horrifying, often simultaneously. It unleashed forces that its initiators could not control and produced outcomes they never intended. But at its heart, in those early months of 1789, it represented something profoundly human: the desire for dignity, for justice, for a voice in one's own destiny. The desire to be treated as a citizen rather than a subject, as a person with inherent rights rather than as property to be exploited. The desire to live in a world governed by reason and law rather than by arbitrary power and ancient privilege. These desires are timeless. They echo through every age, in every place where people have struggled against oppression and inequality. The specific circumstances change, the costumes, the technologies, the particular forms of injustice, but the fundamental human yearning for freedom and dignity remains constant. As you drift off to sleep tonight, you carry these stories with you. The stories of people who lived more than 2 centuries ago, in a world vastly different from our own, yet who grappled with questions that still resonate today. What does it mean to be free? What do we owe to one another as members of a society? How do we balance order with justice, security with liberty, tradition with progress? The French Revolution didn't answer all these questions. In many ways, it made them more urgent and more complicated. But it forced people to confront them directly, to question assumptions that had seemed eternal, to imagine alternatives to arrangements that had been presented as natural and inevitable. And in doing so, it changed the world. Not perfectly, not completely, but fundamentally. The ideas unleashed in 1789, that government derives its legitimacy from the consent of the governed, that all people possess inherent and inalienable rights, that laws should apply equally to everyone regardless of birth. These ideas could not be put back in the box. They would spread across continents, inspiring revolutions and reform movements for generations to come. The men and women of 1789 could not have known where their actions would lead. They could not have foreseen the violence that would follow, or the ways their revolution would be betrayed and perverted, or how long and difficult the struggle for the ideals they proclaimed would prove to be. But they took their stand anyway. They acted despite their fear, or perhaps because of it, driven by a belief that the world could and should be different. Let their courage, their idealism, and their very human struggle between hope and fear accompany you into sleep. Let the story of this moment of transformation, when ordinary people discovered their power to change history. The revolution had many more chapters yet to unfold, many more twists and turns, triumphs and tragedies. But in these first months, in this season of hope and possibility, before the darker days that would follow, there was a moment when it seemed that reason and justice might truly prevail, when the principles so eloquently expressed in the Declaration of the Rights of Man might actually reshape human society. It was a beautiful dream, even if reality would prove more complicated. And sometimes, as we drift towards sleep, it's those beautiful dreams, those moments when humanity reaches for its highest ideals, that are worth contemplating and remembering. Rest well, knowing that you've traveled back through time to witness one of history's most profound transformations. The story continues as all stories do, but for now, let this be enough. The revolution lives on, not just in history books, but in every place where people still struggle for dignity and justice. The torch lit in France in 1789 has been passed from hand to hand across the generations, its flame sometimes burning bright, sometimes reduced to a flicker, but never entirely extinguished. And now, as you close your eyes and let consciousness fade, carry with you this final thought. History is not just something that happened to people long ago. It's the ongoing story of humanity's struggle to create a world worthy of our highest ideals. The people of 1789 played their part in that story, and in our own time, in our own ways, we continue to write new chapters. Sleep peacefully with the knowledge that the past speaks to the present, that the struggles of those who came before us illuminate our own challenges, and that the human capacity for courage, for hope, and for transformation endures across the centuries. The French Revolution was, in the end, a testament to both the heights and depths of human nature, our capacity for nobility and for cruelty, for wisdom and for folly, for creation and for destruction. But in remembering it, we honor those who dared to imagine a different world, and we keep alive the possibility that such imagination might yet change our own. When dreams turn dark, as you settle in and become more and more calm and tired, when your eyes are so heavy that you barely stays awake, let us now return once more to revolutionary France, to a time when the beautiful words written in the Declaration of Rights still echoed in people's minds, words about liberty, equality, and the natural rights of man. These were magnificent principles, inspiring in their clarity and their promise. But as autumn approached in 1789, as the leaves began to fall from the trees and the days grew shorter, a harsh reality was becoming impossible to ignore. Words, no matter how eloquent, cannot fill an empty stomach. The city of Paris found itself once again in the grip of severe hunger. The harvest had come in. The peasants had gathered their grain from the fields as they did every year, but somehow that grain was not reaching the capital in sufficient quantities. The flour that did arrive commanded prices that ordinary families simply could not afford. And so the lines formed again outside the bakeries. Long, patient lines of people waiting in the cold morning air, hoping that by the time they reached the front, there would still be bread left to buy. The mood in the working-class neighborhoods grew heavy with anger and suspicion. Why, people asked one another when there had been a harvest, was there no bread? Where was the grain going? Who was hoarding it? Political suspicion ran alongside hunger, feeding on it, growing more intense with each passing day. King Louis XVI had still not formally approved those August decrees that had abolished feudalism. He had not given his royal assent to the Declaration of Rights. These documents sat waiting for his signature, and his hesitation, his apparent inability to simply sign his name and make these reforms official, it looked like defiance. It looked like a man biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike back. Rumors multiplied in the streets and markets and coffee houses. The king, people whispered, was planning to flee Paris. He would go east to the fortress city of Metz, where loyal troops awaited him. From there, he would rally an army and march back to crush the National Assembly and restore absolute monarchy. Whether there was any truth to these rumors hardly mattered. In the atmosphere of hunger and fear that gripped the capital, they felt true, and feeling true, they had power. The banquet and the insults. Then came news of something that seemed to confirm every suspicion, every fear. On October 1st, 1789, a banquet had been held at the Palace of Versailles. It was a feast for the officers of a newly arrived military regiment, the Flanders Regiment, and for the king's personal bodyguards. Accounts of what happened at this banquet filtered back to Paris, growing more dramatic with each retelling. The officers, it was said, had drunk heavily. In their drunken fervor, they had become defiantly, aggressively royalist. They had supposedly torn the revolutionary cockade, that red, white, and blue emblem that symbolized the new France, from their uniforms and thrown it to the ground. They had trampled on it, grinding it beneath their boots. And then they had replaced it with the white cockade of the Bourbon monarchy and the black cockade of the Queen. When this story reached the ears of Parisians, it struck like a physical blow. Here was proof, tangible and undeniable, of the court's treachery. While the people starved, the aristocrats feasted. While the nation struggled to build something new, the old guard plotted to destroy it. While revolutionary symbols were venerated in the streets of Paris, they were desecrated in the halls of Versailles. The radical newspapers seized upon the story with fury. They painted vivid pictures of a decadent court, gorging itself on food and wine, while mocking the suffering of ordinary people. The contrast could not have been starker or more inflammatory. Abundance at Versailles, starvation in Paris. Loyalty to the revolution in the city, contempt for it at court. Something was going to break. The question was not if, but when. The Women's March. Bread and the King. The breaking point arrived on a cold, rainy Monday morning, October 5th, 1789. It began, as so many important events do, with ordinary people and a simple, desperate need. The women of the central markets of Paris, the formidable poissards, the fishwives and market women, known throughout the city for their sharp tongues, their physical toughness, and their refusal to be intimidated by anyone, had reached the end of their patience. They gathered in the marketplace, their anger over bread prices and shortages finally boiling over into something more organized, more determined. One young woman, history has not preserved her name, though perhaps it should have, reportedly seized a drum from somewhere and began to beat it. The sound echoed through the narrow streets, a martial rhythm that called others to join. And join they did. Within hours, thousands of women had gathered, armed with whatever came to hand: kitchen knives, rolling pins, pikes, even a few old cannons that they dragged from the city hall. Their demand started simply: bread. They wanted the price lowered. They wanted the hoarding to stop. They wanted their children to stop crying from hunger. But as the crowd grew and the energy built, the demand evolved into something larger and more political. The king must come to Paris. He must leave Versailles with its scheming courtiers and come to the capital, to be among his people where he could not be so easily manipulated by what they called the Austrian, their contemptuous name for Queen Marie Antoinette. The crowd first marched on the Hôtel de Ville, the city hall, demanding bread and weapons. Then someone suggested something audacious, something that would have seemed impossible just months earlier. They would march to Versailles themselves. 12 miles through mud and rain, they would walk to bring their grievances directly to the king and to the National Assembly. And so they began to walk. Thousands of women, their skirts heavy with mud, rain soaking through their clothes, marching steadily westward along the road to Versailles. As they walked, their numbers grew. Men joined them, citizens, members of the National Guard. The march took on a momentum of its own, a river of humanity flowing toward the palace. The Marquis de Lafayette, who commanded the National Guard, was at first reluctant to follow. He understood what this march meant, the dangerous precedent it set. But his own men forced his hand. They would go with or without him. And so Lafayette, ever the moderate trying to manage forces beyond his control, led a more organized contingent of guardsmen after the marches, ostensibly to keep order, but also to ensure that the marchers' demands would be heard. Confrontation at Versailles. Picture the scene that afternoon at Versailles. That magnificent palace, all geometric gardens and glittering windows, suddenly invaded by a massive, mud-splattered crowd of angry Parisian women. Their shouts for bread echoed through courtyards that were accustomed to whispered court gossip and the rustle of silk. Contrast between the two worlds, the world of the palace and the world of the marketplace, could not have been more stark or more jarring. A delegation of the women was allowed into the hall where the National Assembly met. They didn't wait politely at the back or send a representative to speak for them. They barged directly onto the floor, surrounding the terrified deputies, pressing in on them, demanding that action be taken immediately to lower the price of bread. The assembly, overwhelmed by this unprecedented invasion, quickly promised to do whatever they could. They formed a deputation, led by their president, and including some of the market women themselves, to go and speak with the king. Louis XVI had been out hunting when the march began. He seemed always to be hunting when history came calling. When he returned and met with the women, he displayed the gentle, somewhat bewildered courtesy that characterized his personality. He promised, sincerely, to order all the grain stored at Versailles to be sent to Paris. This gesture satisfied some of the marchers, who began the long walk back to the capital. But the majority remained. Their core demand had not changed. The king himself must return with them to Paris. He must leave this palace, this symbol of royal isolation and aristocratic conspiracy, and come back to live among his people in the capital. The night of terror. That night, an uneasy standoff settled over Versailles. Lafayette and his National Guardsmen had finally arrived and took up defensive positions around the palace. But the huge crowd remained in the courtyards, huddled against the rain, their mood still volatile, still dangerous. Some tried to sleep, others kept vigil, watching the palace windows, waiting. The tragic climax came in the darkness before dawn on October 6th. A small group of protesters, searching for a way into the palace, discovered an unlocked gate. They poured through it like water through a breach in a dam, rushing into the corridors of the palace, their footsteps echoing off marble floors, their voices raised in angry shouts. Their target was the Queen's apartments. "Death to the Austrian!" they screamed as they ran through the labyrinthine corridors. Marie Antoinette, awakened just in time by her ladies-in-waiting, fled in terror through a secret passage that connected her chambers to the king's rooms. She escaped just moments before the mob burst into her bedroom and attacked her bed with pikes and knives, tearing the silk and feathers to pieces in a fury of symbolic violence. The palace guards were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. Several were killed in the fighting. Their heads were cut off and mounted on pikes, a gruesome symbol that would become all too common in the years ahead. These severed heads were paraded through the courtyards as trophies, as warnings, as proof of the people's power. To stop the violence from escalating further, the king, on Lafayette's advice, agreed to appear on a balcony overlooking the courtyard. He stepped out before that massive, threatening crowd below. At first, there were some shouts of "Vive le roi," "Long live the king." But these quickly changed to a different chant, repeated over and over like a demand. "To Paris! To Paris!" Then Marie Antoinette, in an act of extraordinary personal courage, stepped out onto the balcony herself. She brought her young children with her, a calculated move perhaps, but a brave one nonetheless. She was the focus of so much hatred, the target of so many ugly rumors and accusations. The crowd fell, momentarily silent. Some raised their muskets, taking aim. Lafayette, in a gesture meant to calm the situation, knelt and kissed her hand, a sign of respect that seemed to diffuse the immediate threat. But the will of the crowd was unshakable. The message was clear. The king had no choice but to submit. The return to Paris. Later that day, one of the strangest processions in French history set out from Versailles back toward Paris. At the head marched the National Guardsmen, carrying on their pikes the heads of the palace guards who had been killed, a macabre standard for this revolutionary parade. Wagons loaded with flour from the palace stores followed, proof that the marchers had achieved at least part of their goal. Then came the royal carriage, carrying King Louis XVI, Queen Marie Antoinette, and their son the Dauphin. They were surrounded by the vast jubilant crowd of Parisian women, many of whom were singing and chanting. They called out that they were bringing the baker, the baker's wife, and the baker's boy back to Paris, a reference that equated the royal family with bread, with sustenance, with the solution to hunger. Behind the royal family came the deputies of the National Assembly, also being relocated from Versailles to Paris, also now subject to the will and the watchful eyes of the Parisian populace. The Women's March had succeeded beyond what anyone might have imagined. The king's power, his ability to rule independently, was fundamentally broken. He was now, for all practical purposes, a prisoner of his own people. His authority was subject to the will of the Paris crowd. The move from Versailles to the Tuileries Palace in the heart of the capital marked the definitive end of that old courtly world of ceremony and isolation, and the beginning of a new, more radical, and far more dangerous phase of the revolution. King and the Assembly would now conduct their business under the watchful, often intimidating gaze of the city's population. And that population, having discovered its power to move kings and governments, would not hesitate to use that power again. Building a new France. The work of reform. With the king and the Assembly now installed in Paris, the revolution entered what appeared to be a more stable phase. For roughly 2 years, from late 1789 through 1791, the National Assembly worked with tireless dedication to fulfill the promise they had made in the tennis court oath to give France a written constitution. This period represented the intellectual high point of the revolution's moderate bourgeois leadership. These men were not wild-eyed radicals seeking to tear down all of society. They were lawyers, educated professionals, men of property. Their goal was not to create a republic or to unleash social chaos, but rather to build something rational, orderly, and modern, a constitutional monarchy that would balance the ancient authority of the crown with the newfound sovereignty of the nation. They were, at heart, men of the Enlightenment, and they approached their task with the systematic precision of architects, drawing up blueprints for a building. Their first major undertaking was to rationalize the chaotic administrative structure they had inherited. The old regime had been a patchwork of overlapping jurisdictions, each with its own laws and customs and tax structures. The ancient provinces, Burgundy, Normandy, Provence, and dozens of others, had accumulated their unique characteristics over centuries. This variety might have been charming from a cultural perspective, but from an administrative standpoint, it was a nightmare. The Assembly swept it all away. In its place, they divided the entire country into 83 new administrative units called departments. These were roughly equal in size and were deliberately named after geographical features, rivers and mountains, rather than historic regions. It was a conscious attempt to erase the old feudal loyalties and create a single unified nation with standardized administration. They reformed the legal system as well, abolishing the hated parliaments, those regional courts dominated by hereditary nobles, and creating a new, more uniform system of courts with elected judges. Justice would no longer be the province of the privileged, but would be administered by representatives of the people. It was monumental work, this administrative reconstruction. In many ways, they were creating the framework for the modern French state, establishing patterns and structures that would endure long after the revolution itself had ended. The financial solution: seizing church property. The Assembly also had to tackle the problem that had started this entire revolution in the first place: the state's catastrophic finances. The national debt had not magically disappeared. The government still needed money to function, to pay its employees to maintain the army. To solve this crisis, they made a bold and highly controversial decision. In late 1789, they voted to nationalize all the property of the Catholic Church. The vast land holdings of the clergy, remember, this was more than 10% of all the land in France, were seized by the state. This immense wealth was then used as collateral to back a new form of paper money called assignats. Initially, the idea was that people could purchase these bonds and then use them to buy parcels of the confiscated church lands. But the assignats soon began circulating as regular currency, functioning as the nation's paper money. This policy served dual purposes. It addressed the government's immediate financial problems by providing a source of revenue. But equally important, it created a new class of property owners, mostly wealthy peasants and members of the bourgeoisie, who had a direct financial stake in the success of the revolution. If the monarchy were ever restored, these people might lose the lands they had purchased with assignats. This gave them a powerful incentive to oppose any counter-revolution. The Assembly continued their economic reforms by abolishing all internal customs barriers within France, creating for the first time a single national market. They dismantled the old medieval guilds that had regulated trades and crafts, promoting instead the principle of free enterprise. However, and this reveals something important about whose interests they truly represented, they also passed the Le Chapelier Law in 1791, which banned all workers' associations and trade unions. This was a direct blow to the aspirations of the urban working class, a sign that the bourgeois leadership of the revolution was more interested in protecting business interests than in empowering labor. The Constitution of 1791. The centerpiece of all their efforts was, of course, the Constitution of 1791. After 2 years of intense debate, it finally established France as a limited constitutional monarchy. The old system of 3 estates was formally abolished. Government would now be dominated by a single legislative body, the Legislative Assembly, which would be responsible for making all laws. The king, now officially titled King of the French rather than King of France, a subtle but significant change meant to show that his power came from the people, was granted a limited suspensive veto. He could delay the passage of a law that he opposed, but he could not block it permanently if the Assembly passed it multiple times. It was a system designed to place real power squarely in the hands of elected representatives, while maintaining the symbolic and ceremonial role of the monarchy. However, the right to vote and hold office was not universal, despite the Declaration of Rights proclamation that all men were born equal. The Assembly, fearful of mob rule and protective of property rights, distinguished between active and passive citizens. Only men over 25 who paid a certain amount in taxes, the active citizens, were granted the right to vote. This meant that while all citizens theoretically had equal civil rights under the law, only the propertied classes, perhaps half of the adult male population, were granted full political rights. The poor, even if free, remained politically disenfranchised. It was a compromise that revealed the fundamental contradiction at the heart of this phase of the revolution. The tension between the universal principles proclaimed in 1789 and the practical fears of the property-owning class that dominated the Assembly. The fatal mistake. The civil constitution of the clergy. But of all the Assembly's reforms, the most fateful and divisive was their complete overhaul of the Catholic Church. In the civil constitution of the clergy, passed in 1790, they attempted to make the Church essentially a department of the state, completely subordinate to the new government. Under this law, bishops and priests would no longer be appointed by the Pope in Rome. Instead, they would be elected by the citizens of their districts, and this included non-Catholics voting on who should be their local Catholic priest. The number of dioceses was reduced to align with the new departments. All clergy would be paid a salary by the state, rather than collecting tithes from the faithful. And to seal this new arrangement, every priest and bishop was required to swear a public oath of allegiance to the Constitution. This was a colossal miscalculation. The assembly had blundered into deeply spiritual and emotional territory without understanding the consequences of their actions. They had approached religion as if it were just another administrative matter to be rationalized and reformed. But for thousands of priests and millions of devout French Catholics, this was an intolerable intrusion of the state into the sacred affairs of the Church. Their ultimate allegiance was to God and to the Pope in Rome, not to the politicians in Paris. When Pope Pius eventually condemned the civil constitution and forbade priests from taking the oath, the French clergy split down the middle. About half of the priests, the juring clergy, took the oath either out of genuine conviction that it was acceptable or out of pragmatism and fear. The other half, the non-juring or refractory priests, refused. These refractory priests were now seen by the state as enemies of the revolution, and they in turn began to lead a powerful grassroots counter-revolutionary movement, especially in the devoutly Catholic regions of Western France. The civil constitution of the clergy shattered the near-universal support that the revolution had enjoyed in its early days. It created a deep and lasting division in French society, transforming what had been primarily political disagreement into a bitter moral and religious conflict. The Assembly's attempt to build a rational secular state had inadvertently given the forces of counter-revolution their most powerful and popular rallying cry. As you drift towards sleep tonight, imagine the complexity of this moment. The revolutionaries genuinely believed they were making things better, more rational, more just, and in many ways they were. But in their confidence that reason could solve all problems, they failed to understand the depth of feeling that religion inspired in ordinary people. It's a reminder that even the best intentions, even the most logical plans, can go terribly wrong when they fail to account for the human heart. The king's conscience. King Louis XVI was a man of deep, sincere faith. He had been raised from childhood to believe that he was the most Christian king of France, the divinely appointed protector of the Catholic faith in his realm. This was not merely a political title to him. It was a sacred responsibility, a duty to God that transcended his duties to any earthly constitution. The civil constitution of the clergy wounded him deeply. The Assembly was asking him to approve a law that had been condemned by the Pope, a law that Louis genuinely believed put the immortal souls of his subjects in mortal peril. For months, he agonized over this dilemma, caught between his oath to uphold the Constitution and his conscience as a Catholic. He had been living in the Tuileries Palace in Paris, and it had become a gilded cage. His every movement was watched by the National Guard. The suspicious eyes of the Parisian public followed him wherever he went. He was no longer the master of his kingdom, but had become a reluctant figurehead, a rubber stamp for a revolution that was spiraling further and further from the moderate reforms he had been willing to accept. The dream of a collaborative constitutional monarchy, one based on mutual trust between the king and the nation, was dying. In its place, a sense of profound betrayal was growing on both sides. The king felt betrayed by a revolution that had stripped him of real power and attacked his church. The people felt betrayed by a king who seemed unable or unwilling to embrace the new order fully. Queen Marie Antoinette, who had always been more clear-eyed about the revolution than her hesitant husband, and who had nothing but contempt for those she saw as usurpers, urged Louis to act. His advisors in exile sent similar messages, and so Louis made a fateful decision. He would flee. The plan was not to abandon France altogether, but to escape from the radical atmosphere of Paris and travel to the eastern frontier, to the town of Montmédy. There he could rally loyal army units under the command of the royalist general Bouillet. From this position of strength, protected by military force, Louis believed he could renegotiate the terms of the Constitution. roll back the Assembly's most radical measure, particularly its religious policies, and restore some measure of his lost authority. It was a desperate gamble, a plan that required perfect secrecy and flawless execution. It would have neither. The flight to Varennes. The escape was planned for the night of June 21, 1791. The entire royal family, the king, the queen, their 2 children, and the king's sister, would slip out of the heavily guarded Tuileries Palace in disguise. Louis was dressed as a valet. The young Dauphin, the heir to the throne, was dressed as a girl. Marie Antoinette was disguised as a Russian governess named Madame Korff. The escape from the palace itself was a tense series of close calls and missed connections in darkened courtyards, but somehow they managed it. They made their way to the outskirts of Paris, where a large, conspicuous, slow-moving custom-built carriage called a berline was waiting for them. From the very beginning, the plan was plagued by errors. The departure was delayed by several hours, which meant that the carefully coordinated relays of loyal soldiers who were supposed to meet them along the route would be in the wrong places at the wrong times. The entire schedule, so meticulously planned, had fallen apart before they'd even left the city. As the heavy berline rumbled eastward through the night and into the following day, the king seemed to relax. He had been cooped up for so long, living under constant surveillance. Now, for the first time in almost 2 years, he felt a measure of freedom. He became confident, even cheerful, convinced that he had outsmarted his captors. But his famous face was a liability. Though dressed as a servant, he was not accustomed to playing the part convincingly. He repeatedly poked his head out the carriage window to look at the passing countryside, to breathe the fresh air. The whole enterprise had a fatal air of aristocratic amateurism about it, of people who had lived their entire lives in palaces, trying to play act at being ordinary travelers, and failing at every turn. At the small town of St. Menehould, their luck finally ran out. The local postmaster, a man named Jean-Baptiste Drouet, was supervising the change of horses for the berline. Drouet was a staunch patriot, an avid reader of revolutionary newspapers and pamphlets. Something about the passengers struck him as odd. He thought he recognized the Queen. Then he caught a glimpse of the so-called valet's face. It looked familiar. Where had he seen it before? He rushed inside and pulled out one of the new 50-livre assignat banknotes. On it was printed a portrait of the king. Drouet held it up and compared it to the face he'd just seen in the carriage window. It was a perfect match. It was unmistakably the king. Drouet's mind raced. He knew he couldn't stop the carriage himself. It was already pulling away, continuing its journey eastward. But he also knew its next scheduled stop, the small town of Varennes en Argonne. In what can only be described as an act of patriotic heroism, Drouet and a friend leaped onto their horses and galloped off, taking a shortcut through dark woods, determined to beat the royal carriage to Varennes and raise the alarm. They arrived just in time. The exhausted royal family reached Varennes to find that their military escort, confused by the delays, was nowhere to be found. As their drivers searched for fresh horses in the darkened streets, Drouet and his allies quickly roused the local officials and blocked the bridge out of town with an overturned cart filled with furniture. The royal carriage was trapped. The king was confronted by the local prosecutor, a grocer named Sauce. At first, Louis tried to deny his identity, but the evidence was overwhelming. Too many people had recognized him. Defeated and exhausted, he finally admitted it. "Yes, I am your king." The humiliating return. The flight to Varennes, as it came to be known, was a political and psychological disaster for the monarchy. The royal family was forced to make the long, humiliating journey back to Paris, but this time surrounded not by loyal subjects, but by an enormous crowd of angry citizens and National Guardsmen. The National Assembly, in an effort to maintain some semblance of dignity and order, had issued orders that no one should cheer or insult the king during his return. The crowd was simply to observe in silence. And so the journey back became a nightmarish ordeal of stony, hostile silence. A silence that spoke louder than any jeers or insults could have. The image of the king as a benevolent father figure, as a symbol of national unity, was shattered forever. In its place stood the image of a weak, duplicitous man who had tried to abandon his nation in its hour of need, who had attempted to flee to foreign armies so he could return at the head of an invasion force. For the moderate constitutional monarchists like Lafayette, the situation was a nightmare. Their entire political project had been built on the premise that the king was a willing partner in the revolution, that a constitutional monarchy could work if both sides acted in good faith. To save their constitution, they were forced to promote the absurd fiction that the king had not fled voluntarily, but had been abducted by evil aristocratic conspirators. No one believed this transparent lie, but the moderates clung to it because the alternative, admitting that the king had betrayed the revolution, would mean the collapse of everything they had worked for. For the growing number of radicals and Republicans in Paris, however, Versailles was a gift. It was the final, irrefutable proof that monarchy was incompatible with the revolution, that kings could not be trusted, that France needed to become a republic. The idea of a French republic, which had once been a fringe notion entertained by only the most extreme radicals, now entered the mainstream of political debate. The king had tried to escape his revolution, but he had only succeeded in accelerating its course toward a far more radical and violent destination. As you drift off to sleep, consider the tragic irony. Louis XVI, in trying to save the monarchy, had dealt it a blow from which it would never recover. The threat of intervention. The king's failed flight sent ripples of alarm, not just through France but across the royal courts of Europe. The monarchs of Austria, Prussia, and Russia had been watching events in France with a mixture of morbid fascination and growing anxiety. The French Revolution was no longer just a domestic affair, no longer simply France's internal problem to solve. It had become something more dangerous, a contagious disease of ideas that threatened to spread across the continent. The very concept of popular sovereignty, the idea that ordinary people could challenge and even overthrow their king, was terrifying to rulers whose own power rested on the unquestioned principles of divine right and hereditary succession. Marie Antoinette's brother, the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold II of Austria, found himself under immense pressure from aristocratic French émigrés, nobles who had fled France and were now gathered at foreign courts, demanding military intervention to restore the French monarchy. In August 1791, Leopold met with the King of Prussia, and together they issued a joint statement known as the Declaration of Pillnitz. On the surface, it sounded menacing. Two monarchs declared that the situation of the French king was a matter of common interest to all the sovereigns of Europe. They threatened vague military action if the French royal family was harmed. But that was a crucial caveat buried in the diplomatic language. Any intervention would be conditional on the cooperation of all the other major European powers, something both monarchs knew was highly unlikely to happen. The declaration was, in reality, a carefully worded piece of diplomatic posturing designed to sound threatening without actually committing to anything. It was meant to appease the émigré without starting a war. But in the hyper-paranoid atmosphere of revolutionary France, this nuanced threat was not received with the cynical understanding that diplomatic veterans might have brought to it. Instead, it was interpreted as a direct and imminent declaration of war, as clear proof that the crowned heads of Europe were forming a great crusade to crush the revolution and restore absolutism. The declaration, intended to intimidate, instead inflamed French nationalism and gave ammunition to those revolutionaries who believed that France's survival depended on striking first on carrying the fight to the tyrants of Europe before they could gather their forces. The push for war. In October 1791, the National Assembly, its constitutional work complete, dissolved itself. It was replaced by a new body, elected under the rules of the Constitution of 1791, the Legislative Assembly. This new assembly was composed of entirely new men. A self-denying ordinance proposed by a deputy named Maximilien Robespierre had prevented members of the old National Assembly from serving in the new one. The idea had been to bring fresh perspectives to avoid the entrenchment of power, but it had the unintended effect of filling the Legislative Assembly with men who were younger, less experienced, and generally more radical than their predecessors. The Legislative Assembly quickly fractured into competing political factions. On the right sat the constitutional monarchists, who sought to preserve the settlement of 1791 and make the constitutional monarchy work. On the left sat a large and vocal group of deputies, who were deeply suspicious of the king and increasingly drawn to republican ideas. The most articulate and influential of these left-wing factions came to be known as the Girondins, named after the Gironde region where many of their leaders originated. They were also sometimes called the Brissotins, after their eloquent and ambitious leader, Jacques-Pierre Brissot, and the Girondins began to passionately champion the cause of war against Austria. They presented a vision that was simultaneously idealistic and practical. A foreign war, they argued, would be the ultimate test of the revolution's strength and the king's loyalty. It would force Louis XVI to either fully embrace the revolution or expose himself once and for all as a traitor. They believed, or claimed to believe, that a conflict with the tyrants of Europe would unite the French nation in a great patriotic crusade. It would flush out counter-revolutionaries at home, revealing who was truly loyal to the new order, and it would allow France to export the glorious principles of liberty to the oppressed peoples of Europe, who would surely rise up and join the French once they saw revolutionary armies crossing their borders. This is a crusade for universal liberty, Brissot declared in one of his famous speeches. It was an intoxicating vision, deeply idealistic, appealing to the same universalist spirit that had animated the Declaration of Rights. Strange bedfellows. What makes the drive to war so strange and tragic is that it was supported by almost every political faction, each for completely contradictory reasons. The Girondins wanted war to radicalize the revolution and expose the king's treachery. But the king and his royalist supporters also secretly wanted war for precisely the opposite reason. They believed with considerable justification that the disorganized and undisciplined French army would be quickly and humiliatingly defeated by the professional armies of Austria and Prussia. In the chaos following military defeats, Louis reasoned, the people would lose faith in the revolution and turn back to their monarch as the only source of stability and order. The foreign powers, victorious, would then help him restore his absolute authority. It was a cynical and deeply unpatriotic gamble, the King of France hoping for French military defeats so that he could regain his power. The only group that seemed to genuinely want peace was a small, isolated faction of radicals on the far left. Their most powerful voice belonged to a quiet, calculating lawyer from Arras named Maximilien Robespierre. At the Jacobin Club, an influential political club that served as a meeting ground for the most radical revolutionaries, Robespierre stood almost alone in arguing against the war. In a series of brilliant and, as it turned out, prophetic speeches, he warned that war would play directly into the hands of the king and the court. He argued that the real enemies were not the distant armies gathering in Austria and Prussia, but the counter-revolutionaries at home, the refractory priests, the émigré nobles plotting in foreign capitals, the royalist sympathizers still scattered throughout France. The most extravagant idea that can be born in the head of a politician, Robespierre warned, to enter another's territory with arms in hand to make them adopt its laws and its constitution. No one loves armed missionaries. He predicted, with chilling accuracy, that a war would inevitably lead to military dictatorship. A victorious general, he argued, would be tempted to seize power for himself, and the people, desperate for security and order, would let him. But Robespierre's warnings were dismissed. His opponents accused him of cowardice, of lacking revolutionary fervor. The patriotic war fever, fanned by the fiery rhetoric of the Girondins, was simply too strong to resist. The momentum toward conflict had become irresistible. By the spring of 1792, the calls for war had become deafening. The Girondin-led government issued a series of ultimatums to the Austrian emperor, demanding that he disperse the émigré armies gathering on the frontier. When these demands were predictably refused, the path was clear. On April 20th, 1792, in one of history's strangest spectacles, King Louis XVI appeared before the Legislative Assembly and, with a trembling voice, proposed a declaration of war against his own brother-in-law, the King of Hungary and Bohemia. The Austrian Emperor. The Assembly, swept up in a wave of patriotic delirium, voted almost unanimously in favor. France was now at war. The conflict, which they naively believed would be a short and glorious crusade, would in fact last for nearly a quarter of a century, eventually engulfing all of Europe. It would consume the constitutional monarchy, give birth to the Reign of Terror, and ultimately pave the way for the rise of the very military dictator that Robespierre had so clearly foreseen. Military disaster and rising panic. The war began as a complete and unmitigated disaster, exactly as both the king and Robespierre had predicted, though for different reasons. The French army was in disarray. The officer corps, which had been almost entirely aristocratic under the old regime, had been decimated by immigration. Many of the most experienced military leaders had fled France to join the émigré armies gathering beyond the borders. The soldiers who remained were enthusiastic, but poorly trained and inadequately equipped. Revolutionary spirit, it turned out, was not an adequate substitute for military discipline and experience. When French forces advanced into the Austrian Netherlands, modern-day Belgium, they were met with stiff resistance. At the first sign of real combat, entire French units broke and fled in panic. In one particularly ugly incident, soldiers even murdered their own general, whom they accused of treason and incompetence. The professional armies of Austria and Prussia, under the command of the Duke of Brunswick, began a slow, methodical, and seemingly unstoppable advance into France. The frontier fortresses fell one by one. It appeared as though the royalists' cynical gamble was about to pay off. Paris itself now lay vulnerable to invasion. The Brunswick Manifesto, a catastrophic miscalculation. This string of humiliating defeats sent waves of panic and fury through the capital. The Girondins, who had so enthusiastically championed the war, now found themselves on the defensive. They deflected blame by ratcheting up their rhetoric against the king, accusing him of treason and claiming that he and his Austrian committee at court were secretly passing French military plans to the enemy. This suspicion seemed to be confirmed in late July 1792, when the Duke of Brunswick issued a proclamation addressed to the people of Paris. The Brunswick Manifesto, as it became known, was intended to terrify the city into submission. It warned that if the French royal family were harmed in any way, the Allied armies would inflict an exemplary and forever memorable vengeance by giving up the city of Paris to military execution and total destruction. It was, without exaggeration, one of the most catastrophic diplomatic blunders in military history. The manifesto, rather than cowing the Parisians into submission, enraged them beyond measure. Here was final, irrefutable proof that the king was in league with foreign invaders. To threaten Paris was to threaten the heart of the revolution itself. and the people of Paris responded not with fear, but with defiant, patriotic rage. The fall of the monarchy. The radical sections of Paris, dominated by artisans, shopkeepers and laborers who came to be known as the sans-culottes, literally without knee breeches, a reference to their long working-class trousers as opposed to the silk knee breeches worn by aristocrats, began to demand the king's deposition. They had tolerated him as a constitutional monarch, but now they wanted him removed entirely. On the night of August 9th, they took matters into their own hands. A new radical city government, the Paris Commune, seized control of the capital. In the early hours of August 10, 1792, a massive crowd of sans-culottes, joined by radical National Guard units from the provinces, marched on the Tuileries Palace. This was not a spontaneous uprising like the storming of the Bastille. This was an organized military assault, carefully planned and executed. The palace was defended by about 900 Swiss guards, renowned throughout Europe for their discipline and courage. The king, watching the massive, heavily armed crowd approaching through the palace windows, made the decision to flee with his family across the gardens to the nearby hall where the Legislative Assembly met. He hoped the deputies would protect him. His departure left the Swiss guards in an impossible position. In the confusion, fighting broke out. The Swiss, superbly trained and disciplined, initially drove the attackers back, inflicting heavy casualties. But the revolutionaries, enraged by their losses and reinforced by more sans-culottes and National Guardsmen, regrouped and brought up cannons. What followed was a brutal and merciless battle. Palace was stormed. The Swiss guards, hopelessly outnumbered and running low on ammunition, were overwhelmed. Many died fighting. Others who tried to surrender were massacred by the vengeful mob. Bodies piled up in the courtyards and corridors of the palace. The palace itself was ransacked, its luxurious contents destroyed in a symbolic rejection of royal decadence and privilege. Furniture was smashed. Paintings were slashed. The very symbols of monarchy were torn down and trampled. The end of kings. The storming of the Tuileries was the bloody and violent end of the French monarchy. The Legislative Assembly, intimidated by the victorious Commune and the crowds in the streets, had no choice but to bow to reality. They formally suspended the king from his duties, placed him and his family under arrest, and called for the election of a new assembly, a national convention to be elected by universal male suffrage, to decide the future of France. In the wake of this second revolution, a dangerous power vacuum emerged, with the central government in disarray and the Prussian army continuing its advance deeper into French territory. Fear and paranoia reached a fever pitch in Paris. The radical journalist Jean-Paul Marat, in his popular newspaper L'Ami du Peuple, the friend of the people, called for the people to kill the traitors in their midst before they could break out of the prisons and join the advancing enemy. Marat painted vivid pictures of imprisoned aristocrats and priests plotting to murder good patriots, of counter-revolutionaries waiting for the right moment to rise up and open the gates to the invaders. In the first week of September, this paranoia exploded into an orgy of violence that would be remembered as the September Massacres. The September Massacres. For several days, armed mobs of sans-culottes broke into the prisons of Paris and began summarily executing the inmates. They set up makeshift revolutionary tribunals in the prison courtyards, holding brief sham trials before slaughtering prisoners on the spot. The initial targets were political prisoners, suspected royalists, refractory priests who had refused to swear the oath to the Constitution. But the violence soon spiraled out of control, spreading to include common criminals, prostitutes, and petty debtors, people who had no connection whatsoever to counter-revolution or foreign plots. The September Massacres claimed somewhere between 1,200 and 1,400 lives over just a few days. It was a horrific episode of popular justice at its most brutal and indiscriminate. The authorities, weak and terrified themselves, did nothing to stop it. Some even tacitly encouraged it, believing that this bloodletting would satisfy the mob's thirst for vengeance and prevent an even larger outbreak of violence. It was a dark moment, one that revealed how quickly revolutionary fervor could turn into murderous chaos. Yet, just as the revolution seemed to be descending into a bloody abyss of mob rule and anarchy, came a moment of miraculous deliverance that saved it from immediate destruction. The cannonade that saved the revolution. On September 20th, 1792, at a place called Valmy in northeastern France, a newly organized French army, composed of a mix of old royalist regulars and new revolutionary volunteers, made its stand against the advancing Prussians. In steady rain, as fog rolled across the muddy fields, the French artillery, which had always been the best in Europe, unleashed a devastating barrage. For hours, the cannons roared. The Prussian forces, expecting an easy victory over disorganized revolutionary rabble, instead found themselves facing withering, accurate fire. The Duke of Brunswick, commanding the Prussian forces, found his advance halted. The French soldiers, rather than breaking and fleeing as they had done in earlier battles, stood their ground. They shouted, "Vive la nation! Long live the nation!" as cannonballs fell around them. After a brief and indecisive exchange of infantry fire, Brunswick, unnerved by the unexpected French resolve and by the effectiveness of their artillery, made a fateful decision. He broke off the attack and began a long retreat back toward the frontier. Militarily, Valmy was little more than an artillery duel, barely even a battle in the traditional sense. Casualties were relatively light on both sides, but its psychological impact was immense. It was a stunning victory that saved the revolution at its most desperate hour. The great German writer Goethe, who was present with the Prussian army as an observer, famously told his companions that evening, "From this place and from this day forth begins a new era in the history of the world, and you can say that you were there. The Republic is declared." The very next day, September 21st, 1792, the newly elected National Convention met for the first time. Buoyed by the news from Valmy, riding high on a wave of patriotic enthusiasm, they wasted no time. Their very first act was to formally abolish the monarchy. France was declared a republic. Year one of the new republican calendar began. The ancient kingdom, which had existed for 1,000 years, was gone. The fleur-de-lis of the Bourbons was replaced by the tricolour. Kings were finished. A new, uncertain, and profoundly dangerous era had begun. The revolution had entered uncharted territory. And the first question this new republic would have to face was a grim one. What should be done with the man who used to be their king? As you drift towards sleep, let your mind rest on this moment of transformation. An entire political system that had seemed eternal had been swept away. A republic had been born. The future was open, full of possibility, but also full of danger. The revolutionaries had destroyed the old world, but could they build a stable new one to replace it? The trial of the king. The new French Republic was born, but its cradle was surrounded by enemies both foreign and domestic. The victory at Valmy had been a reprieve, not a final triumph. The infant nation was still locked in a desperate war with the great monarchies of Europe. At home, the divisions that would soon tear the revolution apart were already becoming apparent. The National Convention quickly became a battleground for two implacable factions. On one side were the Girondins, no longer the radical firebrands they had once seemed, but now representing a more moderate provincial and legalistic approach to the revolution. They drew their support from the provinces, from merchants and property owners who valued order and stability. Facing them occupying the higher benches in the assembly hall, which earned them the nickname the Mountain or Montagnards, was a group of hardline radicals based in the political clubs of Paris. They were led by figures like the fiery orator Georges Danton and the cool, ascetic Maximilien Robespierre. The Montagnards were closely allied with the Parisian sans-culottes and believed that the survival of the revolution depended on ruthless, centralized action. The first and most pressing issue that divided these factions was the question of Louis XVI. The former king, now stripped of his titles and referred to by his revolutionary name, Citizen Louis Capet, a reference to his distant medieval ancestor, was being held with his family in the Temple, an old fortress-like building in Paris. The Girondins, for the most part, were deeply reluctant to put Louis on trial. They were lawyers and men of property, and they feared that executing the king would unleash further chaos, alienate the still royalist provinces, and provoke the unified wrath of all Europe. They argued for imprisonment, exile, or at the very least, a national referendum to decide his fate, a move they hoped would spare his life. The Montagnards, by contrast, argued that a trial and execution were political necessities, not acts of vengeance but measures of public safety. Their brilliant young ideologue, the handsome and chillingly resolute Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just, articulated their position with icy logic. "The king is not an accused person," he declared before the convention. "You have not a sentence to pass for or against a man, but a measure of public safety to take." For Saint-Just and Robespierre, the issue was simple and stark. The king's very existence was a threat to the Republic. As long as he lived, he would serve as a rallying point for royalists and counter-revolutionaries. His life was incompatible with the life of the new nation. One cannot reign innocently, Saint-Just argued. To be a king was in itself a crime against the people. He concluded with a chilling pronouncement: "This man must reign or die." Any lingering doubts about the necessity of a trial were erased in November 1792 with a dramatic discovery. A locksmith in Paris came forward and revealed the existence of a secret safe, an iron closet, that he had installed for the king in a wall of the Tuileries Palace before the monarchy's fall. When the safe was opened, it was found to contain Louis's secret correspondence. The letters proved what the radicals had suspected all along. The king had been playing a double game throughout the constitutional period. The documents revealed his secret dealings with émigré nobles, his contacts with foreign powers, and his deep-seated hostility to the very constitution he had sworn to uphold. It was a trove of incriminating evidence that made a trial for treason inevitable. The king's duplicity was now laid bare for all to see. There could be no more pretense that he had been a loyal constitutional monarch. The trial itself. The trial began in December 1792. The National Convention itself would act as both judge and jury, an arrangement that made a fair trial virtually impossible from the start. Louis was brought before the assembled deputies to hear the charges against him. Observers noted his calm, dignified demeanor. He seemed almost detached, as though he were watching events unfold to someone else. He was accused of a long list of crimes against the nation, plotting against the revolution from its earliest days, secret correspondence with foreign enemies, responsibility for the bloodshed at the Tuileries on August 10th. He defended himself intelligently, arguing that his actions had always been within the bounds of his constitutional authority as he understood it. He had done what he believed was right, what his conscience and his understanding of his duties as king had required. But the trial was less a legal proceeding than a political drama. His guilt was a foregone conclusion. The real debate was over the punishment. In mid-January 1793, the convention held a dramatic marathon voting session to decide the king's fate. The voting was done by roll call, with each of the 749 deputies required to stand up one by one and publicly declare his verdict and his chosen sentence. For 24 tense hours, this process unfolded in a hall packed with spectators who cheered for death and hissed at any sign of moderation. The pressure on the deputies was immense. To vote for mercy was to risk being labelled a traitor, a royalist sympathizer. The first vote, on the question of Louis's guilt, was nearly unanimous. The second vote, on whether the sentence should be put to a popular referendum, was narrowly defeated by the Montagnards, who feared that the provinces, still more conservative than Paris, would vote to spare the king. The final crucial vote was on the penalty itself. The hall was electric with tension, as deputies cast their votes for imprisonment, exile, or death. When the final tally was announced, the margin was shockingly narrow. The death penalty passed by a single vote in some counts, though the final, more complex tally showed a small but clear majority in favor of immediate unconditional execution. Among those who voted for death was the king's own cousin, Philippe, the Duke of Orléans, who had adopted the revolutionary name Philippe Égalité, Philip Equality. His vote shocked even some of the hardline radicals. To vote for the death of one's own cousin, a member of one's own royal house, seemed to violate something fundamental about family loyalty. The execution. On the cold, foggy morning of January 21st, 1793, Louis VI was taken in a closed carriage through the silent streets of Paris to the Place de la Révolution, where the guillotine stood waiting. A huge crowd had gathered, held back by rows of National Guardsmen. Louis mounted the scaffold with a firm step, his demeanor calm and composed. He had spent the previous evening with his family in a tearful farewell. He had received the sacraments from a nonjuring priest. He had made his peace with God, even if he could not make peace with the revolution. He attempted to give a final speech to the crowd. His voice rang out clearly in the cold air. "I die innocent of all the crimes laid to my charge. I pardon those who have occasioned my death, and I pray to God that the blood you are about to shed may never be visited upon France." But the commander of the National Guard, Antoine-Joseph Santerre, had been given orders not to let the king speak. He ordered a drum roll, and the rest of Louis's words were drowned out by the thunder of drums. The former king was strapped to the plank. The heavy blade fell with a terrible swiftness. The executioner held up the severed head to the cheering crowd. The execution of Citizen Capet was a point of no return. It was an act that horrified the courts of Europe and united them in a grand coalition against the regicide republic. At home, it irrevocably deepened the divisions within France, making civil war all but inevitable. The revolution had killed its king. In doing so, it had declared war on the old world, both at home and abroad. There would be no going back now, no possibility of compromise or reconciliation. France would be a republic, or it would cease to exist. The crisis of 1793. Enemies on all sides. The execution of the king was meant to strengthen and unify the republic. Instead, it did the exact opposite. It was a gauntlet thrown down, an act of defiance that plunged France into the darkest and most desperate chapter of its revolution. The spring and summer of 1793 were a time of existential crisis, a period when the young republic seemed on the verge of being torn apart by a perfect storm of external invasion and internal rebellion. The monarchies of Europe, horrified by the act of regicide, now joined the war against France in a grand coalition. Great Britain, Spain, and the Dutch Republic entered the conflict alongside Austria and Prussia. The ring of enemies surrounding the nation was now complete. French armies, overstretched and demoralized, began to suffer a series of crushing defeats. The threat of foreign invasion loomed larger than ever. At the same time, the nation was imploding from within. The economy was in free fall. The government's relentless printing of assignats to pay for the war had led to rampant inflation, making the paper currency almost worthless. Prices for food and basic goods soared. Bread riots and social unrest erupted among the sans-culottes of Paris, who demanded price controls and harsh measures against hoarders and speculators whom they blamed for the shortages. Civil war in the West. But the most dangerous internal threat came from the west of France. In the deeply Catholic and royalist region of the Vendée, the Convention's order for a national military draft, a levy of 300,000 men to fight the foreign war, was the final straw that broke the patience of the peasantry. It sparked a massive and brutal peasant uprising that quickly morphed into a full-scale counter-revolutionary civil war. The Vendéan rebels, fighting under the banner of Forgotten King, waged a savage guerrilla campaign against the Republic, creating a bloody internal front that drained precious resources and manpower from the war against foreign invasion. This atmosphere of crisis brought the simmering political battle in the Convention to a boiling point. The Girondins, who controlled the government, were blamed for the military defeats and the economic chaos. The Montagnards, led by Robespierre and Danton, allied themselves ever more closely with the radical sans-culottes of Paris, channeling their demands into the Assembly. The Montagnards accused the Girondins of being weak, indecisive, and secretly sympathetic to the king and to the provinces. The Girondins, in turn, were horrified by the lawlessness of the Paris mob and accused the Montagnards of aspiring to a bloody dictatorship. June 2nd, the purge of the Girondins. The breaking point came on June 2nd, 1793. Tens of thousands of armed sans-culottes, backed by the Paris National Guard, surrounded the Convention building and aimed their cannons at it. They had one clear demand: the arrest of the leading Girondin deputies. In a moment that would haunt the revolution, the Convention capitulated to this armed mob. 29 Girondin deputies were purged from the Assembly and placed under house arrest. The Montagnards and the Jacobins now had absolute control of the government. They had won, but they had done so by violating the sanctity of the national representative body, by bowing to force and intimidation. It was a precedent that would soon be turned against them. The Committee of Public Safety, Emergency Government. To manage this desperate multi-front crisis, the Convention had created, even before the fall of the Girondins, a new executive body, the Committee of Public Safety, initially intended as a temporary war council to coordinate the defense of the nation. This committee of 12 men would, over the next year, become the all-powerful de facto government of France. Meeting in secret, in a green-carpeted room in the Tuileries Palace, they wielded immense power, controlling the army, the bureaucracy, and the nation's finances. Every major decision passed through this room. In July, Maximilien Robespierre was elected to the committee. He would soon become its most dominant and emblematic figure. His cool, unwavering belief in the necessity of revolutionary virtue gave the committee its ideological and moral direction. Faced with foreign invasion, civil war, economic chaos, and political instability, the committee and its Montagnard allies in the Convention concluded that only the most extreme measures could save the Republic. Under relentless pressure from the sans-culottes, who were demanding that traitors be punished and that revolutionary justice be swift and merciless, the Convention made a fateful declaration in September 1793. Terror is the order of the day. This was the official beginning of the Reign of Terror, a year-long period of state-sanctioned violence and political repression that would become the revolution's most infamous and enduring legacy. The logic of the terror was grim and paradoxical. Its architects, like Robespierre, were true believers in Enlightenment ideals of liberty and reason. They genuinely saw themselves as defending the revolution, as protecting the fragile republic from its many enemies. They argued that to create a new republic of virtue, a society of good, honest, patriotic citizens, they first had to purge the nation of all its corrupt and counter-revolutionary elements. Terror, in their view, was not an end in itself, but a necessary tool, a form of emergency medicine administered to save the sick body of the republic. It was, as Robespierre would later state, an emanation of virtue, the swift and inflexible justice of a people's revolution against its enemies. To carry out this justice, the Convention passed a series of draconian laws. The most significant was the law of suspect. This decree created an incredibly broad and vague definition of who could be considered an enemy of the revolution. It targeted not just active royalists and rebels, but anyone who by their conduct, associations, comments, or writings have shown themselves partisans of tyranny or federalism and enemies of liberty. This could include people who hadn't shown sufficient enthusiasm for the revolution, merchants who had allegedly hoarded goods, or anyone who simply had the wrong family connections or aristocratic background. It was a law that made suspicion itself a crime, creating a legal framework for a national witch hunt. To try these suspects, the government empowered the Revolutionary Tribunal in Paris and similar bodies in the provinces. These were not ordinary courts of law bound by traditional legal procedures and protections. They were political weapons, instruments of the revolution's will. Their proceedings were streamlined for efficiency. The rights of the accused were severely limited. Defense witnesses were rarely called, and there were only two possible verdicts: acquittal or death. The French Revolution had created a ruthlessly efficient legal machine designed not to weigh evidence carefully or to seek truth, but to eliminate enemies of the state as quickly as possible. The instrument of that elimination, the symbol of the terror more than any person or law, was a machine that stood in the center of Paris: the guillotine. It stood in what had once been called the Place Louis XV, which had been renamed the Place de la Révolution. The guillotine was, in the grim theater of the Revolution, the star performer. Ironically, it had been designed by a committee led by Dr. Antoine Louis and championed by the physician Joseph Ignace Guillotine, the same man, remember, who had suggested the tennis court as a meeting place back in 1789. It was conceived as an instrument of enlightened humanitarian progress. Before the Revolution, executions had been brutal and unequal spectacles. Nobles enjoyed the privilege of a swift beheading by sword, while commoners faced gruesome punishments like hanging, breaking on the wheel, or drawing and quartering. The guillotine, with its heavy angled blade that fell with swift mechanical precision, was intended to make death instantaneous, painless, and, above all, equal. Every citizen, from a former king to a common baker, would now face the same national razor. But what began as a symbol of rational egalitarian justice quickly became a symbol of unrelenting industrialized death. Its rhythmic daily work became a terrifying barometer of the revolution's descent into darkness. To be caught in the terror's net was a swift and arbitrary process that could happen to almost anyone. It often began with a simple denunciation. A suspicious neighbor, a business rival, a jilted lover, someone bearing an old grudge, anyone could write a secret note to the local surveillance committee accusing someone of counter-revolutionary sentiments or activities. These committees, which existed in every neighborhood and were staffed by zealous local patriots, would then decide if the accusation had merit. If it did, and given the atmosphere of paranoia, almost any accusation was taken seriously, the accused would be arrested, often in the dead of night. Their papers would be seized, their family left in a state of terrified uncertainty about what would happen next. They would be taken to one of the city's overflowing and squalid prisons, places like the conciergerie, which became known as the antechamber to the guillotine. From there, they would eventually be brought before the Revolutionary Tribunal. The trial, was a theatrical mockery of justice. Public prosecutor, the fearsome Antoine Quentin Fouquier-Tinville, presented the state's case with prosecutorial zeal. The accused were given little time to prepare a defense. Witnesses were rarely called. The judges, all staunch Jacobins, saw their role not as impartial arbiters of law, but as patriots purging the nation of its enemies. The verdict was almost always a foregone conclusion. From the tribunal, the condemned were loaded onto open carts called tumbrils for their final journey through the streets of Paris to the scaffold. This daily procession became a grim piece of public spectacle. Crowds would gather to jeer and insult the prisoners. A group of women, the infamous tricoteuses or knitting women, supposedly sat by the foot of the guillotine, knitting impassively as the heads fell, as though watching the most ordinary of daily routines. The terror consumed people from every walk of life, from every social class. Its first and most famous victim, after the king, was the former queen, Marie Antoinette. Her trial in October 1793 was a vicious piece of political theatre. She was accused not just of treason, but of a host of lurid and fabricated crimes, including the monstrous and baseless charge of having sexually abused her own young son. She endured the trial with quiet, regal dignity that even her bitterest enemies later acknowledged. When she was paraded to the scaffold in an open cart, the painter Jacques-Louis David made a sketch that captured her gaunt, aged face and her hands bound behind her back, a stark, unforgiving image of a fallen queen who had once been the most glamorous woman in Europe. Her execution was followed by that of the 21 purged Girondin leaders. They faced their end with defiant courage, reportedly singing the revolutionary anthem, the Marseillaise, as they went to the scaffold one by one, their voices growing fewer and quieter until the last man was silenced. The revolution, in its paranoia and its insatiable hunger for enemies, began to devour its own. Olympe de Gouges, the feminist author of the Declaration of the Rights of Women, was guillotined for her political moderation and her criticism of the Montagnards. Madame Roland, the brilliant woman who had hosted one of the most influential salons of the Girondin faction, was also executed. As she mounted the scaffold, she uttered famous last words that perfectly captured the tragic irony of the terror. "O liberty, what crimes are committed in thy name?" This violence was not confined to Paris. In fact, the most extreme and brutal episodes of the terror took place in the provinces, where the government sought to crush counter-revolutionary uprisings with merciless exemplary force. The city of Lyon, which had rebelled against the Jacobin government, was made a horrifying example. The convention decreed that Lyon is no more. Its very name was to be erased from the map, and its buildings were to be systematically demolished. The guillotine was deemed too slow to deal with the sheer number of condemned prisoners. Instead, hundreds of rebels were marched into open fields outside the city, tied together in groups, and mowed down by cannon fire loaded with grape shot in what became known as mass shootings or mitraillades. In the city of Nantes, the local representative of the convention, Jean-Baptiste Carrier, seeking to crush the remnants of the Vendée rebellion, devised an even more gruesome method of mass execution. Thousands of prisoners, including priests, nuns, and suspected royalist sympathizers, were loaded onto barges, taken to the middle of the Loire River, and the barges were deliberately sunk. These mass drownings, the infamous noyades, became a symbol of the terror at its most depraved and inhumane. Some victims were tied together in male-female pairs, in what Carrier cynically called Republican marriages, before being drowned. The human cost. In total, the Reign of Terror claimed an enormous human toll. The official legal executions by the revolutionary tribunals numbered around 17,000 people across all of France. But this figure doesn't include the tens of thousands who died in the massacres in the provinces, or the hundreds of thousands who perished in the brutal civil war in the Vendée. The Terror was a period of profound national trauma, a time when the noble ideals proclaimed in 1789 were drowned in a sea of blood and suspicion. It saved the Republic from its immediate military threats. The foreign armies were eventually pushed back. The Vendée was brutally pacified. But it did so at a terrible cost, leaving a legacy of bitterness and horror that would never be fully erased from France's collective memory. By the spring of 1794, the Reign of Terror had achieved its primary military and political objectives. The French armies, revitalized by a national draft and a total war economy, had turned the tide against the foreign coalition. The Vendéan rebellion had been brutally crushed. The Federalist revolts in Lyon and other cities had been suppressed. The Republic, it seemed, was saved. The emergency had passed. Yet the guillotine in Paris was working faster than ever. The Terror, having developed a logic and momentum of its own, only intensified even as the threats that had supposedly justified it receded. The Jacobin government, which had been a relatively monolithic force in its fight against the Girondins, now began to fracture under immense pressure, splintering into warring factions, each with a different vision of the revolution's future. The revolution was about to turn inward one final time and consume its own leaders in a last bloody act of self-destruction. The factions emerge. On the far left were the radical atheists known as the Hébétists, named after their leader, Jacques Hébert, the foul-mouthed and popular journalist who published the extremist newspaper Le Père Duchesse. The Hébétists had a strong following among the Parisian sans-culottes and were the driving force behind the dechristianization campaign, which involved closing churches, forcing priests to marry, and promoting the atheistic cult of reason. They demanded ever more radical economic measures, a war to the death against all merchants and the wealthy, and a further intensification of the terror. On the other side, a new faction of indulgents or moderates began to form around Georges Danton. Danton, that charismatic, larger-than-life orator who had rallied the nation against the Prussian invasion back in 1792, had grown weary of the relentless bloodshed. The man who had once thundered about audacity had begun to speak of mercy. He and his allies, like the journalist Camille Desmoulins, that same young man who had leapt onto a table at the Palais Royal and called Paris to arms back in July 1789, began to argue that the terror had served its purpose. It was time, they said, to establish a committee of clemency. The revolution needed to be guided back toward normalcy, to heal its wounds, to end the paranoia and suspicion that were tearing the country apart. "I would rather be guillotined than guillotine others," Danton famously declared, a sentiment that was a direct challenge to the ruling orthodoxy, a rejection of the very logic that had kept the Montagnards in power. Caught in the middle was Maximilien Robespierre and his close allies on the Committee of Public Safety. Robespierre despised the atheism and social chaos of the Hébétists, which he saw as a threat to his vision of an orderly republic of virtue based on reason and morality. He believed in a supreme being, in the existence of God, and the immortality of the soul, and he found the Hébétists' militant atheism both philosophically wrong and politically dangerous. But he also viewed the indulgence calls for an end to the terror as a dangerous sign of moral weakness and corruption. To show mercy now, he believed, would allow the revolution's enemies to regroup, to plot, to eventually destroy everything they had worked for. The republic of virtue he dreamed of creating could only be built on a foundation of revolutionary purity, and that required the continued elimination of corrupt elements. To secure his vision of the perfect republic, Robespierre concluded that he must eliminate both of these rival factions. It was the only way forward. He decided to strike at the left first. In March 1794, Eber and his leading followers were suddenly arrested on fabricated charges of plotting an insurrection. They were subjected to a swift show trial before the Revolutionary Tribunal, the same machinery of justice they had helped to create, and sent to the guillotine. By executing the most popular radical leaders in Paris, the committee effectively broke the power of the Parisian sans-culottes, the very mob that had brought the Montagnards to power in the first place. The sans-culottes, leaderless and intimidated, withdrew from active politics. The streets of Paris grew quieter. The committee had secured its power by destroying its own base of support. Then, just 2 weeks later, Robespierre and the committee turned on the right. Danton, Desmoulins, and their allies were arrested on trumped-up charges of financial corruption and conspiracy with foreign powers. Absurd accusations against men who had been at the heart of the revolution since its earliest days. Danton's trial was a dramatic spectacle. The great orator, whose voice had once shaken the foundations of the monarchy, fought for his life with all his old fire and passion. His voice boomed through the courtroom as he defended himself, pointing out the absurdity of the charges, reminding the judges of his service to the revolution, appealing to reason and to the memories of the audience. But the outcome was never in doubt. The trial was rigged from the start. Robespierre and the committee had decided that Danton must die, and so he would die. When it became clear that Danton's eloquence was swaying some observers, the judges simply cut off the proceedings and declared the trial over. Danton and his followers were condemned. As he was being led to the scaffold, the executioner asked him to be patient. Danton, with his characteristic boldness even in the face of death, reportedly replied, "Show my head to the people. It is well worth seeing." His final words, however, were a prediction directed at his great rival, the man who had engineered his death. "You will follow me, Robespierre." With both the Hébétists and the Dantonists eliminated, Robespierre stood at the pinnacle of his power. He was the most influential member of the Committee of Public Safety, the voice of revolutionary virtue, the incorruptible. But having eliminated his rivals on both sides, he found himself increasingly isolated. He had no natural allies left, no faction he could fully trust. He stood alone, convinced of the righteousness of his cause, certain that he alone understood what the revolution needed. In June 1794, Robespierre organized a massive public festival in Paris, the Festival of the Supreme Being. It was meant to establish a new civic religion to replace both Catholicism and the atheistic cult of reason that the Hébétists had promoted. This new religion would acknowledge the existence of God and the immortality of the soul while remaining distinctly republican and rational. The festival was an elaborate pageant. Robespierre, dressed in a sky blue coat and carrying a bouquet of flowers, led a procession of thousands through the streets of Paris to the Champ de Mars. An artificial mountain had been constructed, topped with a tree of liberty. Robespierre gave a speech about virtue and the Supreme Being, about the moral foundations of the Republic. It was meant to be his triumph, the culmination of his vision. But to many observers, it looked like something else entirely, the self-coronation of a new tyrant. Robespierre's enemies, and by now he had many, saw in this festival evidence of dangerous ambition, of a man who had begun to see himself as indispensable as the embodiment of the revolution itself. 10 days after the festival, on June 10, 1794, 22 Prairial in the revolutionary calendar, Robespierre pushed through the convention a new law that further streamlined the revolutionary tribunal. The law of 22 Prairial eliminated almost all remaining protections for the accused. Defense witnesses were no longer allowed. The definition of crimes against the Republic was expanded to include vague offenses like spreading false news or seeking to inspire discouragement. The only penalty was death. Acquittals became virtually impossible. In the 6 weeks following this law, The guillotine claimed more victims than in the previous year combined. This period became known as the Great Terror, a final spasm of violence that terrified even hardened revolutionaries. Members of the convention began to realize that no one was safe. If Danton could be guillotined, then anyone could be. Every deputy lived in fear that a careless word or a vote cast the wrong way might result in arrest and execution. The terror had become self-perpetuating, feeding on itself, devouring everyone. The fall of Robespierre. The end came in late July 1794, the month of Thermidor in the revolutionary calendar. Robespierre had been growing increasingly erratic, more isolated, more convinced that conspiracies surrounded him on all sides. He stopped attending committee meetings regularly. He gave dark, ominous speeches in the convention about unnamed traitors who needed to be purged. On July 26th, 8th Thermidor, Robespierre gave a rambling speech to the convention in which he alluded to enemies within their own ranks without naming them. It was a fatal tactical error. Every deputy who heard that speech believed that Robespierre might be talking about him. Fear united them. The next day, July 27th, 9 Thermidor, when Robespierre tried to speak in the convention, he was shouted down. His opponents had organized. For the first time, Robespierre found himself unable to dominate the assembly through the force of his rhetoric and moral authority. "Down with the tyrant," deputies shouted. "To the guillotine with him." A decree of arrest was passed against Robespierre, his brother Augustin, and several of his closest allies, including Saint-Just. The Robespierrists fled to the Paris Commune, which remained loyal to them. The Commune tried to rally the sans-culottes to rise up and defend Robespierre, but the sans-culottes, demoralized and leaderless since the execution of the Hébertists, did not respond. The streets remained quiet. That night, forces loyal to the convention surrounded the Hôtel de Ville, where Robespierre and his allies had barricaded themselves. In the confusion, Robespierre was shot in the jaw. Whether he tried to commit suicide or was shot by a gendarme remains unclear. He was found bleeding and in agony, barely conscious. The next day, July 28th, 10 Thermidor, Robespierre, and 21 of his closest allies were taken to the guillotine. No trial was necessary. They had already been declared outlaws by the convention. Robespierre, his jaw shattered and wrapped in bandages, could not speak. He who had always controlled events through words was now reduced to silence. When the executioner roughly tore the bandages from his face to expose his neck for the blade, Robespierre let out a terrible scream of pain. Then the blade fell. The incorruptible was no more. The crowd that had gathered cheered wildly. The terror, they believed, was over. France could finally breathe again. The Thermidorian reaction, as it came to be called, marked the end of the radical phase of the French Revolution. The machinery of the terror was gradually dismantled. The Revolutionary Tribunal was reformed, then eventually abolished. The prisons began to empty. The guillotine fell silent, or at least quieter, but the damage had been done. France was exhausted, traumatized, deeply divided. The revolutionary idealism of 1789 had been transformed into something dark and terrible. The dream of a republic of virtue had produced a republic of fear. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider the tragedy of it all. Men like Robespierre genuinely believed they were creating a better world. They were motivated not by personal cruelty, but by an austere, unwavering commitment to their principles. And yet those same principles, taken to their logical extreme, produced a system that consumed innocents and guilty alike, that made suspicion a crime and virtue a death sentence. The French Revolution had begun with such hope, with talk of natural rights and human dignity, with the promise that reason and enlightenment could reshape society for the better. And it had produced all of that, in some ways. The feudal system was destroyed. Legal equality was established. The principle that government derives its legitimacy from the consent of the governed was proclaimed and, however imperfectly, enacted. But it had also produced the terror. It had shown that revolutionary idealism could curdle into fanaticism, that the desire to create a perfect society could justify the elimination of anyone deemed imperfect, that the dream of liberty could give birth to a new kind of tyranny, one that claimed to act in the name of the people themselves. The revolution was not over in July 1794. It would continue in various forms for several more years, eventually giving way to the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, that young artillery officer who would crown himself emperor and conquer most of Europe before his final defeat. But that, as they say, is another story. What matters for our purposes tonight is understanding what the French Revolution represented, a fundamental rupture in human history, a moment when an entire society attempted to rebuild itself from first principles, to create a rational, just order out of the chaos of tradition and privilege. It succeeded in some ways, failed catastrophically in others, showed both the heights of human courage and nobility and the depths of human cruelty and fanaticism. The revolutionaries were not monsters, though they committed monstrous acts. They were people, flawed, frightened, often confused people, trying to navigate impossible circumstances, trying to defend a revolution that was under attack from all sides, trying to create something new in a world that had never seen anything like it before. Some, like Lafayette, tried to steer a moderate course and were eventually swept aside by more radical forces. Others, like Danton, embraced the violence when it seemed necessary and then tried to end it when it went too far, only to become victims themselves. Still others, like Robespierre, became so convinced of the righteousness of their cause that they were willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve it, until they too were sacrificed. And millions of ordinary people, the market women who marched to Versailles, the sans-culottes who stormed the Tuileries, the peasants who burned feudal records, the soldiers who died at Valmy defending a republic that had barely begun to exist, all of them were caught up in events far larger than themselves, trying to survive, trying to protect their families. The French Revolution raises questions that we still grapple with today. How do you balance liberty with order? How do you protect a fragile democracy from its enemies without becoming tyrannical yourself? When does revolutionary justice become simply vengeance? How much violence is acceptable in pursuit of a just cause? At what point do the means corrupt the ends? These are not abstract philosophical questions. They're practical dilemmas that every revolutionary movement, every society in transition, every nation struggling to establish democracy has had to face. The French revolutionaries didn't have good answers to these questions. They struggled, they argued, they tried different solutions, and often their solutions created new problems worse than the ones they were trying to solve. But perhaps that's the real lesson, not that the revolution failed, though in many ways it did, but that these questions are genuinely difficult, that there are no easy answers, that even people of goodwill and high principle can end up on very different sides. As you close your eyes tonight, let the story of the French Revolution drift through your mind, not as a simple tale of heroes and villains, but as a complex human drama, a story of transformation and tragedy, of hope and horror, of the best and worst of what humans are capable of. The revolution changed the world. The ideas it proclaimed, liberty, equality, human rights, popular sovereignty, could not be contained within France's borders. They spread across Europe, across the Atlantic to the Americas, eventually around the entire globe. Every subsequent struggle for democracy, for equality, for human rights has been shaped by what happened in France between 1789 and 1794. But the revolution also left scars. It showed that the path from an old world to a new one is neither straight nor smooth, that tearing down is easier than building up, that the transition from tyranny to liberty can pass through an intermediate stage of chaos and terror. The people of revolutionary France lived through one of the most intense and transformative periods in human history. They saw their entire world unmade and remade in the span of just a few years. They experienced liberation and terror, hope and despair, triumph and tragedy, and through it all, they remained human, capable of extraordinary courage and terrible cruelty, driven by noble ideals and base fears, trying to survive, trying to build something better, trying to understand what was happening to them and to their nation. Rest now, knowing that you've journeyed through one of history's most dramatic and consequential periods. The revolution belongs to the past, but its echoes continue to shape our present. The questions it raised remain relevant. The ideals it proclaimed still inspire, and the warnings it provides about the dangers of fanaticism and the fragility of civil society remain urgently important. Sleep peacefully with the knowledge that every generation must grapple anew with the fundamental questions of how to build a just society, how to balance competing values, how to navigate the difficult territory between order and liberty, between security and freedom, between the need for change and the need for stability. The French Revolution offers no simple answers to these questions, but its successes and its failures, in its moments of transcendent courage and its descents into darkness, it offers us something perhaps more valuable. A reminder that these questions matter, that the choices we make about them have profound consequences, and that the struggle to create a more just world is never easy, and always, always human. Let these thoughts accompany you into sleep. Let the story of people who lived more than 2 centuries ago, who struggled with problems both timeless and specific to their moment, drift through your dreams. They were not so different from us. They wanted what most people want: safety for their families, bread on their tables, dignity in their lives, a voice in their own governance, a better future for their children. The French Revolution, Part 3, the Thermidorian Reaction. The fall of Robespierre on 9 Thermidor was not initially intended to end the revolution itself, only to end the terror's stranglehold on the politicians who had finally rebelled against it. The men who overthrew Robespierre, known as the Thermidorians, were not royalists or moderates. They were fellow Jacobins, former supporters of the terror who had acted primarily out of self-preservation. But the wave of public revulsion against the reign of terror that followed Robespierre's death was so powerful, so overwhelming, that it swept the Thermidorians along with it. What began as a limited political coup transformed into a period of dramatic reversal known as the Thermidorian Reaction. France, exhausted by years of relentless revolutionary demands, by the constant pressure to demonstrate virtue, by the ever-present fear of denunciation and execution, now swung sharply in a more conservative direction. The nation wanted to exhale, to relax, to stop living in constant terror. The first and most urgent task was to systematically dismantle the machinery of the terror. The law of 22 Prairial was immediately repealed. The Revolutionary Tribunal was gradually stripped of its powers and eventually abolished entirely. The dreaded Committee of Public Safety, which had wielded such immense power, was reduced to a mere administrative subcommittee with limited authority. All across Paris, the doors of prisons were thrown open. Tens of thousands of suspects, people who had been arrested on vague charges, who had been awaiting their turn before the Revolutionary Tribunal, who had been living each day wondering if it would be their last, walked out into the sunlight as free citizens. The joy and relief must have been almost unbearable. The Jacobin Club, that influential political organization that had been the beating heart of the Montagnard government, was closed down. Its leaders were arrested or driven into hiding. It was a wholesale repudiation of the Robespierre estate, a complete rejection of everything the Terror had represented. A cultural explosion. This political shift was accompanied by a dramatic cultural transformation that swept through Paris and eventually the rest of France. The austere, puritanical Republic of Virtue, with its emphasis on sacrifice, duty, and moral perfection, gave way almost overnight to an explosion of conspicuous consumption, pleasure-seeking, and social extravagance. A new youth culture emerged, centered around young men, known as the jeunesse dorée, the gilded youth. These were gangs of upper-middle-class young men who dressed in deliberately foppish, exaggerated fashions. They wore high collars, elaborate cravats, and long pigtails. They carried heavy canes that doubled as weapons. They roamed the streets of Paris, engaging in brawls with any remaining Jacobins they could find, leading the charge to tear down revolutionary symbols like the red Phrygian liberty cap. Theaters reopened with frivolous comedies and melodramas, a welcome relief from the stern revolutionary propaganda plays that had dominated during the Terror. Lavish balls were held throughout the city, celebrations of life and pleasure after years of grim austerity. The most grotesque and perhaps most revealing of these were the balls des victimes, the victims' balls. Attendance at these balls was restricted. Only people who had lost a relative to the guillotine were allowed to attend. Guests would wear their finest clothes, but would also wear a thin red ribbon tied around their necks, a morbid imitation of the cut made by the guillotine's blade. It was dark humor, trauma processed through macabre celebration, a society's strange way of emerging from collective horror. This was a culture desperately trying to forget the immediate past and lose itself in the pleasures of the present. After years of being told that pleasure was suspect, that luxury was corrupt, that enjoying oneself was somehow unpatriotic, people were determined to enjoy themselves with almost frantic energy. But the Thermidorian reaction had a much uglier side as well, particularly in the provinces outside Paris. A wave of vigilante violence, known as the White Terror, swept through areas of southern France. Royalists, emboldened by the fall of the Jacobin government and families of victims who had lost loved ones to the Terror, began hunting down and murdering former Jacobin officials and local revolutionary leaders. It was revenge, pure and simple, operating outside any legal framework. Former terrorists found themselves terrorized. The cycle of violence continued, even as the official machinery of the Terror was being dismantled. While the wealthy celebrated and the gilded youth paraded through the streets in their fancy clothes, the poor were starving. The Thermidorian government, dominated by property-owning bourgeoisie, swiftly dismantled the economic controls that had been put in place during the Jacobin era. They abolished the maximum, the system of price controls on bread and other essential goods that had been implemented to help the urban poor afford basic necessities. The government argued that price controls interfered with the natural workings of the market and discouraged farmers from bringing their goods to market. The result was catastrophic for the working class. Without price controls, bread prices soared. Simultaneously, the assignats, the revolutionary paper currency, lost what little value it had retained. Inflation spiraled completely out of control. A loaf of bread that had cost a few sous now cost hundreds, then thousands of assignats. To make matters worse, the winter of 1794-95 was devastatingly harsh, one of the coldest in memory. The combination of bad weather, economic chaos, and the abolition of price controls created famine conditions that were in many ways worse than those of 1789. Once again, just as at the revolution's beginning, the cry for bread echoed through the streets of Paris. In the spring of 1795, the sans-culottes, The working-class citizens, who had been such a powerful force in driving the revolution forward, staged one last desperate uprising. Known as the Prairial Uprising, it was a final attempt by the Parisian poor to force the government to address their suffering. They stormed the hall of the National Convention, demanding bread and the implementation of the Constitution of 1793, the radical Jacobin constitution that had been drafted but never put into effect. The mob was angry, violent, desperate. They even managed to kill one of the deputies, cutting off his head and parading it on a pike through the chamber in a grim echo of earlier revolutionary violence. But this time, there were no sympathetic Jacobins in power to channel and support their demands. The Thermidorian Convention, terrified by the mob but determined not to yield to it, called in the army. For the first time in the revolution's history, the military used overwhelming, decisive force to crush a popular Parisian uprising. Troops surrounded the working-class districts. They disarmed the sans-culottes, confiscating their weapons and breaking up their neighborhood organizations. The Prairial Uprising was crushed, and with it died the power of popular street politics that had driven so much of the revolution since the fall of the Bastille in 1789. The power of the mob, that unpredictable, dangerous, but essential revolutionary force, had been broken. From this point forward, the revolution would be controlled from above by the propertied classes, and ultimately by the military, not from below by the people in the streets. The Constitution of Year 3. Having secured their power against both the Jacobin left and the Parisian crowd, the Thermidorians set about creating a new constitution that would cement their vision of a stable, bourgeois republic. This document, known as the Constitution of Year 3, 1795, was deeply conservative in its aims and structure. It placed power firmly back in the hands of the propertied classes by reintroducing tax-based qualifications for voting. Only men who paid a certain amount in direct taxes could vote or hold office. This effectively disenfranchised the majority of adult males, all the urban workers, the landless peasants, anyone without significant property. The revolution's brief experiment with universal male suffrage was over. To prevent the rise of another dictator like Robespierre, the new constitution created an elaborate system of checks and balances. The legislature was split into two houses, a lower house called the Council of 500, which would propose laws, and an upper house called the Council of Ancients, composed of older, supposedly wiser men, which would approve or reject the proposals. Executive power was vested not in a single person, but in a 5-man committee known as the Directory. These 5 directors, chosen by the legislature, were meant to provide stable collective leadership. But the system of annual rotations, combined with personality conflicts and differing political visions, often led to paralysis and intrigue, rather than effective governance. The new constitution was immediately challenged, though not from the left this time but from the right. Parisian royalists, sensing that the revolution had exhausted itself, that the nation was tired of republican experiments, saw an opportunity to restore the monarchy. In October 1795, 13 Vendémiaire in the revolutionary calendar, a large royalist mob, supported by sections of the National Guard, marched on the convention. They were seeking to overthrow the new government before it could even fully take power, to seize control of Paris and invite back the Bourbon pretender to reclaim the throne. The defense of the convention was entrusted to a young artillery general who happened to be in Paris at the time, looking for a new assignment after being temporarily sidelined for his earlier association with the Robespierrists. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte. With characteristic ruthlessness and tactical efficiency, Bonaparte positioned his artillery pieces at key points around the convention. When the royalist columns advanced, confident in their numbers, he gave the order to fire. Cannons loaded with grape shot, clusters of small metal balls that spread out like a massive shotgun blast, tore through the advancing royalists. The streets were cleared in minutes. The uprising was crushed before it really began. Bonaparte would later famously, and somewhat callously, refer to this action as a whiff of grape shot, as though it had been the easiest thing in the world. The event was a crucial turning point. It saved the Directory, ensuring that the new government could take power. But it also demonstrated with brutal clarity that the Directory's authority rested not on popular support or constitutional legitimacy, but on the bayonets and cannons of the army. And then it brought Napoleon Bonaparte, that ambitious, brilliant young general who had saved the government, to the attention of the new political masters of France. They would soon have reason to regret his rise. The government of the Directory, which began functioning in late 1795, was a government of survivors. The 5 directors who held executive power, along with the members of the 2 legislative councils, were mostly moderates and former revolutionaries who had managed to navigate the treacherous currents of the Terror and emerge alive, with their heads still attached to their shoulders. Their primary political goal was to maintain a precarious middle ground, to prevent a return to either the Jacobin radicalism of the left or the royalist reaction of the right. They feared and suppressed both extremes, trying to chart a stable course between them. The result was a 4-year period of chronic instability, rampant corruption, and constant political intrigue. The government was perpetually beset by conspiracies. It struggled with a nearly worthless currency. It lurched from crisis to crisis, and it maintained power through a series of what we might call mini-coups. Dubious manipulations of elections, occasional use of military force to intimidate opponents, and the purging of problematic legislators. This weak, cynical, exhausted government, born from a nation's weariness, created the perfect conditions for the rise of an extraordinary individual, a man who would eventually sweep away the Directory and indeed the entire revolutionary experiment. That man, who had already saved the Directory once with his artillery, was Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon, the making of a general. Napoleon Bonaparte was not a product of the old France. He was, in many ways, the perfect embodiment of revolutionary meritocracy, a man who rose to power based on his talents and his ruthless ambition, rather than on the accident of his birth. He was born Napoleon de Bonaparte in 1769 on the island of Corsica, just 1 year after that rugged Mediterranean island had been annexed by France. He came from a family of minor Corsican nobility, respectable but not wealthy, with pretensions to gentility but little actual power or influence. He always spoke French with a noticeable Italian accent, which marked him as an outsider in metropolitan French society. As a boy, he was sent to military schools in mainland France, first to a preparatory school at Brienne, then to the elite École Militaire in Paris. He was a solitary, intense, studious child, often mocked and looked down upon by his aristocratic French classmates. They teased him about his provincial Corsican origins, his accent, his poverty, his fierce pride in his island heritage. He withdrew into books, particularly into the study of history and military strategy, and nursed grievances and ambitions in equal measure. The revolution was the making of Napoleon. The mass emigration of aristocratic officers, men who fled France rather than serve the revolutionary government, created an enormous vacuum in the army's leadership. Suddenly, there were opportunities for rapid promotion based on talent and ambition rather than on noble birth or family connections. Napoleon, a brilliant student of artillery and a fierce competitor, was perfectly positioned to seize these opportunities. The Siege of Toulon. Napoleon's first triumph, his first real chance to demonstrate his abilities, came in 1793 during the Siege of Toulon. This crucial southern port city had rebelled against the Jacobin government in Paris and had welcomed the British fleet into its harbour. It was a serious threat, a royalist stronghold on French soil protected by British naval power. A young Captain Bonaparte given command of the Republican Army's artillery, studied the situation carefully and devised a plan that was both brilliant and audacious. He realized that the key to the entire situation was a strategic height overlooking the harbor. If he could seize that position and place artillery batteries there, he could rain down cannon fire directly onto the British ships anchored in the port, making their position untenable and forcing them to evacuate. His plan worked to perfection. The Republican forces stormed the heights in a nighttime assault. Bonaparte himself was wounded in the thigh during the fighting, but refused to leave the field. French cannons were dragged into position, and when they opened fire on the British fleet, the results were devastating. The British had no choice but to abandon Toulon. The city was recaptured by Republican forces. The young captain, who had been virtually unknown weeks earlier, was suddenly hailed as a hero. His performance caught the eye of Augustin Robespierre, Maximilian's younger brother, who was serving as a representative on mission to the army. On his recommendation, Bonaparte was promoted to the rank of brigadier general at the astonishing age of just 24. After a brief period of uncertainty following Robespierre's fall, when Napoleon's association with the Robespierrists made him temporarily suspect, his decisive crushing of the royalist uprising in Paris in October 1795 made him a household name and established him as the Directory's favored general. The Italian campaign, birth of a legend. But the directors were nervous about this popular, charismatic, and alarmingly ambitious young general. They wanted him out of Paris, away from the political center where his growing fame might pose a threat to their own power. In 1796, they offered him command of the Army of Italy. It was considered a secondary front in the ongoing war against Austria, a ragged, poorly supplied force that was meant to create a minor diversion while the main French armies attacked Austria through Germany. The Italian command was seen as something of a backwater assignment. For Napoleon, it was the opportunity of a lifetime. He arrived to find an army that was demoralized, underfed, and unpaid. The soldiers were in rags, their boots falling apart, their morale at rock bottom. But in his first address to these dispirited troops, Napoleon electrified them with a vision of glory and plunder. "Soldiers," he declared, his voice ringing with confidence, "you are naked, ill-fed. The government owes you much but can give you nothing. Your patience and courage do you honor but give you no glory. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will be in your power." It was a promise of conquest, of loot, of victory, exactly what these hungry, exhausted soldiers wanted to hear. What followed over the next year was one of the most stunning and brilliant military campaigns in European history. Napoleon's approach to warfare was unlike anything the old armies of Europe had ever encountered. He abandoned the slow, methodical, siege-focused warfare of the 18th century. Instead, he moved with lightning speed, marching his army at a pace that constantly bewildered and outmaneuvered his Austrian and Piedmontese opponents. His soldiers covered distances in a day that traditional armies would have taken a week to traverse. His core strategic principle was the concentration of force at the decisive point. He would keep his army divided into separate columns to move more quickly and cover more ground. But then, at the crucial moment of battle, he would converge these scattered forces with overwhelming numbers at the exact spot where it mattered most, destroying enemy armies piece by piece before they could combine their strength. He inspired absolute devotion in his men through a combination of easy familiarity and powerful command presence. He made a point of knowing soldiers by name, especially those who had distinguished themselves in battle. He shared their hardships, sleeping in the same rough camps, eating the same rations. And he rewarded bravery immediately and generously, promoting common soldiers to officer ranks on the spot if they performed heroically. In a whirlwind campaign, he defeated the armies of Piedmont, forcing them to sue for peace within weeks. Then he turned on the Austrians and drove them out of Lombardy, winning a series of dazzling victories at places like the bridge at Lodi and, most decisively, at the Battle of Rivoli. In Italy, Napoleon began to behave less like a general of the French Republic and more like a conquering Roman proconsul of ancient times. He acted with complete independence from the government in Paris, making political and military decisions on his own authority. He established new sister republics in northern Italy, like the Cisalpine Republic, giving them constitutions modelled on France's but ensuring they remained dependent on French military power. He levied enormous financial indemnities on the Italian states he conquered, money that not only paid for his army, but also sent a river of gold flowing back to the bankrupt Directory in Paris. And he systematically looted Italy of its greatest artistic treasures. Paintings by Raphael and Titian, ancient Roman sculptures, precious manuscripts, all were packed up and shipped to Paris to be displayed in the Louvre as symbols of French national glory and cultural supremacy. Finally, in 1797, acting entirely on his own initiative, he personally negotiated a peace treaty with Austria, the Treaty of Campo Formio. This treaty completely redrew the map of northern Italy and secured a triumphant peace, all without the Directory's full consent or even detailed knowledge of the negotiations. When Napoleon returned to Paris, he was a conquering hero. His popularity eclipsed that of the 5 directors. He was young, successful, charismatic, everything the corrupt, struggling Directory was not. The people adored him, and the directors, once again, were desperate to get him away from the center of power before his popularity threatened their own positions. The Egyptian Adventure. Napoleon, always dreaming grand dreams, always seeing himself as a figure of world historical importance, proposed an even more exotic and ambitious plan: the invasion of Egypt. The strategic goal, as he explained it to the Directory, was to strike at Great Britain's imperial power by threatening its land and sea routes to India. If France could establish itself in Egypt, it could disrupt British trade with the East and potentially encourage an uprising against British rule in India itself. The Directory, delighted at the prospect of sending their brilliant but troublesome general and his veteran army to the far side of the Mediterranean, where he couldn't meddle in French politics, readily agreed to this plan. In 1798, a massive French fleet set sail from Toulon. The campaign began brilliantly. Napoleon's forces captured the island of Malta and then landed in Egypt. At the Battle of the Pyramids, fought within sight of those ancient monuments, French disciplined infantry squares easily defeated the cavalry charges of the Mamluk warriors who ruled Egypt. Napoleon entered Cairo in triumph. It seemed like another stunning victory, another testament to his military genius and his destiny for greatness. But just a few weeks later, disaster struck. The British Admiral Horatio Nelson, who had been searching frantically for the French fleet, finally located it anchored in Abukir Bay. In a brilliant nighttime naval action known as the Battle of the Nile, Nelson's ships sailed directly into the French anchorage and annihilated the French fleet. Napoleon had conquered Egypt, but he and his entire army were now trapped there, cut off from France by the dominant British Navy. His great Eastern adventure, his dreams of following in Alexander the Great's footsteps all the way to India, had turned into what one historian called a gilded prison. While Napoleon was isolated in Egypt, conducting fruitless campaigns into Syria and Palestine, overseeing the cataloging of ancient ruins by the team of scholars he had brought with him, the government he ostensibly served was crumbling back in France. By 1799, the Directory had become deeply unpopular. It was seen as hopelessly corrupt, ineffective, a government that enriched a few while failing to address the nation's real problems. The economy remained in shambles. The currency was worthless. Political instability was constant. Worse, a new second coalition of European powers, led by Austria and Russia, had formed against France. Coalition armies were inflicting a series of major defeats on French forces in Italy and Germany. The sister republics that Napoleon had established just a few years earlier were collapsing, and France itself was once again facing the threat of invasion. At home, the annual elections mandated by the Constitution were creating constant turmoil. The Directory found itself lurching between crackdowns on royalist plots on the right and fears of Jacobin revivals on the left. Trust in government had evaporated. The nation was weary of a decade of revolution, of war, of political chaos and instability. There was a deep and growing desire among ordinary French citizens for something different, for stability, for order, for a strong leader who could restore peace and security while preserving the revolution's core achievement. Within the government itself, a powerful group of conspirators had come to similar conclusions. They believed that the Directory, with its weak executive and fractious legislature constantly working at cross purposes, was simply incapable of saving the Republic from its many threats. They decided that the only solution was a coup, a swift, illegal seizure of power that would force through a new, more authoritarian constitution with a stronger executive. The intellectual leader of this plot was a familiar figure from the revolution's early days, Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, the abbé who had written What is the Third Estate back in 1789, that pamphlet that had helped ignite the revolution. Now, a full decade later, Sieyès was one of the 5 directors. His faith in popular democracy, in the wisdom of crowds and the power of representative assemblies, had been completely shattered by the events of the Terror and its aftermath. He had drafted a new constitution that would concentrate power in the hands of a strong executive. But he knew that the legislative councils would never voluntarily vote themselves out of existence. He needed what he called a sword, a popular and loyal general who could provide the military muscle to intimidate the politicians and ensure the coup's success. Just as this plot was taking shape, news arrived in France that seemed almost miraculous in its timing. Napoleon Bonaparte had landed on French soil. Having learned through correspondence of the crisis at home, Napoleon had made a characteristically bold and risky decision. He abandoned his army in Egypt, leaving it under the command of General Kleber, and secretly boarded a small fast frigate. In a journey that was part luck and part calculated daring, he managed to evade the patrolling British naval squadrons and land on the southern coast of France in October 1799. Technically, he had deserted his post. Technically, he had abandoned an army still engaged in active operations. But these awkward facts were conveniently ignored or explained away. To the French people, exhausted and desperate for a savior, his return seemed like an act of providence. He was hailed not as a deserter but as the nation's deliverer, the one man who could defeat France's enemies and restore its glory. His journey from the coast to Paris became a triumphant procession. Crowds gathered to cheer him. When he arrived in the capital, he was immediately approached by Sieyès and the other conspirators. To them, Napoleon was the perfect sword, young, popular with the army, hungry for power, and willing to act decisively. A secret alliance was formed between the ambitious general and the scheming politicians. Together, they would plan the overthrow of the very government that Napoleon was sworn to defend. The coup begins. The date was set. 18 Brumaire, year 8 of the revolutionary calendar, November 9th, 1799, by the old calendar. The coup began smoothly, according to plan. In the early morning hours, the Council of Ancients, the upper house of the legislature, where the conspirators had cultivated the most influence, was convened in an emergency session. The deputies were told of a fabricated Jacobin plot to overthrow the Republic and plunge France back into terror. In the ensuing panic, carefully orchestrated by the conspirators, the council voted for two emergency measures. First, to relocate both legislative councils from Paris to the Palace of Saint-Cloud, just outside the city, ostensibly for their own safety, away from any potential mob violence. Second, to appoint General Bonaparte as commander of all troops in and around Paris to protect the government from this supposed Jacobin threat. The first phase had worked perfectly. 2 of the 5 directors, Sieyès and his ally Ducos, promptly resigned. The other 3 were placed under house arrest, their protests ignored. The executive branch of government was paralyzed, and Napoleon now controlled all the military forces in the capital. Everything seemed to be proceeding exactly as planned. But the next day, 19 Brumaire, the carefully laid plans began to unravel dramatically. The deputies of the 2 legislative councils gathered at St. Cloud as ordered, but the delay and the change of location had given them time to think, to question, to grow suspicious. They began to sense that the vague Jacobin plot they'd been warned about might be a fiction, that they themselves might be the real targets of this emergency session. Council of 500, the lower house, filled with younger, more passionate, and more unpredictable deputies, was in an uproar even before proceedings formally began. Napoleon, who was an absolute master on the battlefield, but a complete novice at parliamentary politics, made a fateful decision. He decided he needed to address the councils personally, to use the force of his personality and his prestige to convince them to cooperate. It was a disastrous miscalculation. When he entered the chamber of the Council of Ancients first, his speech was nervous and rambling, nothing like the confident addresses he gave to his soldiers. He spoke of vague threats and the need for decisive action, but he failed to inspire or convince. The deputies listened with growing skepticism. Then he went to address the far more hostile council of 500. The moment he stepped through the doors, the chamber erupted. Deputies surged toward him, shouting down with the dictator and outlaw him. They surrounded him, some grabbing him by the collar of his uniform, others shoving and jostling him, accusing him of being a new Caesar come to destroy the Republic. The great general, who had faced down Austrian artillery without flinching, who had led cavalry charges and stormed fortresses, was completely overwhelmed by this verbal and physical assault. Eyewitnesses reported that he grew pale, seemed to lose his composure entirely, and nearly fainted. His grenadiers had to physically drag him out of the chamber to safety. The coup was on the verge of complete collapse. Napoleon was visibly shaken. And inside the chamber, the deputies were working themselves up to vote to declare him an outlaw, which, under revolutionary law, would mean he could be arrested and executed without trial, just as Robespierre had been. Lucien Bonaparte saves the day. The situation was saved by Napoleon's younger brother, Lucien Bonaparte, who, by an extraordinary stroke of luck for the conspirators, happened to be serving as the president of the Council of 500. As the deputies raged inside the chamber, working toward that fateful vote, Lucien rushed out to the palace courtyard where the soldiers assigned to guard the legislature were waiting, uncertain about what was happening inside. Lucien mounted a horse in full view of the assembled troops. He drew his sword dramatically and delivered what might be called the performance of his life. He told the soldiers that the vast majority of the council was being terrorized by a small faction of deputies who were in the pay of England, France's mortal enemy. He claimed that these traitor deputies had tried to assassinate their beloved general with daggers. Then, in a gesture of pure theatrical brilliance, he pointed his drawn sword at his own brother's chest and swore a solemn oath. If Napoleon ever betrayed the principles of the revolution, Lucien himself would be the first to run him through with that very blade. This dramatic performance, this theatrical lie delivered with absolute conviction, was exactly the justification the wavering soldiers needed. They were simple men, devoted to their general, confused by the chaos of politics. Lucien had given them a clear narrative. Their general was in danger from traitors, and it was their duty to protect him. Led by cavalry commander Joachim Murat, who would later become one of Napoleon's most famous marshals, the grenadiers fixed their bayonets. Drums began to beat. The soldiers formed into ranks and marched toward the legislative chamber. When they burst through the doors, bayonets lowered, drums thundering, the deputies of the Council of 500 panicked. These elected representatives of the French nation scattered in terror, climbing out of windows, fleeing through back doors, disappearing into the surrounding woods and gardens. Some reportedly jumped through windows in their haste to escape. The French Revolution's 10-year experiment with parliamentary democracy ended in that moment, dispersed by the force of military bayonets and the beat of drums. That evening, a remnant of compliant deputies was rounded up and brought back to St. Cloud. Under military guard, they formally voted to abolish the Directory and establish a new provisional government of 3 consuls, Sieyès, Ducos, and of course Napoleon Bonaparte. But everyone knew. The soldiers knew. The politicians knew. The French people knew who was really in charge. The revolution that had begun with cries for liberty had ended with the silent tread of marching soldiers. The coup of 18 Brumaire had succeeded, but the new government was initially an awkward, 3-headed creature. The 3 provisional consuls were tasked with writing yet another constitution, the 4th major constitution in just a decade. Sieyès, that veteran political theorist who had survived every phase of the revolution, believed his moment had finally arrived. He presented an elaborate, complex design for a new government of carefully balanced powers. His system featured a grand elector, a purely ceremonial head of state with no real power, and a series of legislative councils designed to diffuse authority and prevent the emergence of any single dictator. It was an intricate system based on Enlightenment principles of checks and balances, of preventing tyranny through institutional design. Napoleon listened politely to all of this. He thanked Sieyès graciously for his work. And then, with a combination of sharp political maneuvering and sheer force of will, he took Sieyès' carefully crafted blueprint and completely rewrote it to serve his own ambition. The resulting constitution of year 80 was, in its way, a masterpiece of disguised autocracy. It paid elaborate lip service to revolutionary principles and the idea of popular sovereignty, but it was carefully designed to concentrate all real authority in the hands of one man. The new government was called the Consulate. At its head were 3 consuls, maintaining the fiction of shared power and collective leadership. But this was a deliberate illusion. The 2nd and 3rd consuls had only consultative voices. They could offer opinions, but they had no real power to decide anything. All executive authority, the power to appoint ministers, to control the army, to propose laws, to conduct foreign policy, was vested in the 1st consul, and the Constitution named Napoleon Bonaparte to that position for a term of 10 years. The legislature was transformed into a shadow of its former self. It was broken up into 4 different bodies with deliberately confusing and overlapping responsibilities. A Senate that could veto laws but not propose them. A tribunate that could debate laws but not vote on them. A legislative body that could vote on laws but not debate them. And a council of state appointed by the 1st consul that actually drafted the laws. It was a system designed for paralysis and confusion, ensuring that the legislature could never effectively challenge executive power. The people's right to vote was preserved in theory. The Constitution proclaimed universal male suffrage, but it was rendered essentially meaningless through a system of indirect election so convoluted and multi-layered that ordinary citizens' votes had virtually no impact on who actually held power. Napoleon, who understood propaganda and public relations with the instincts of a modern politician, knew that his rule needed the appearance of popular consent. Autocracy needed to be wrapped in the language of democracy. He submitted his new constitution to a plebiscite, a direct vote by the French people, a simple yes or no. The results, announced in February 1800, were staggering. Over 3 million Frenchmen had voted in favor of the new constitution, with only about 1,500 voting against. Now, it's almost certain that Napoleon's brother Lucien, who, as Minister of the Interior, was responsible for tabulating the votes, adjusted the numbers significantly to make them look more impressive. The actual margin of victory was probably less overwhelming than the official figures suggested, but, even accounting for manipulation, the vote reflected a genuine national sentiment. The French people were exhausted. 10 years of revolutionary turmoil, of constitutions written and discarded, of factions rising and falling, of terror and war and constant upheaval, had left the nation desperate for stability. The core gains of the revolution were secure: equality before the law, the abolition of feudalism, the opening of careers to talent regardless of birth, the security of property purchased from church and émigré lands. Most French citizens wanted these revolutionary achievements protected and consolidated. But they had no appetite for more political experimentation, more factional conflict, more bloodshed. They were willing, even eager, to trade the messy, dangerous business of political liberty for the promise of a strong, effective government that could guarantee order and prosperity. Napoleon was offering to be the man who would end the revolution, who would preserve its gains while stopping its excesses. And the nation, weary beyond measure, gratefully accepted his offer. Napoleon's first priority as first consul was to end the war that was once again threatening France's borders. The Second Coalition was still active. Austrian armies had reconquered much of northern Italy, undoing Napoleon's earlier victories. The sister republics he had established were collapsing. French forces were being pushed back on multiple fronts. In a move that captured the imagination of all Europe, Napoleon decided to repeat his earlier Italian triumphs, but with even more dramatic flair. In the spring of 1800, he led his reorganized army on a daring march through the treacherous Great St. Bernard Pass in the Alps. Picture this: an entire army with its artillery, its supplies, its cavalry, crossing one of the most forbidding mountain passages in Europe. Soldiers hauling cannons up steep, icy paths, horses struggling through snow. The logistical challenges were immense, but Napoleon was consciously emulating the ancient Carthaginian general Hannibal, who had famously crossed the Alps with elephants to surprise the Romans. The gambit worked perfectly. Napoleon's army descended into the plains of northern Italy, catching the Austrian forces completely by surprise. They had assumed the Alps were impassable for a major military force. At that time of year, suddenly, a French army appeared behind their defensive lines. The decisive engagement came on June 14th, 1800, at the Battle of Marengo. It was a desperately close-run thing. By mid-afternoon, the French army appeared to be on the verge of defeat. Austrian forces were pushing forward. Napoleon's lines were buckling. Some units were beginning to retreat. But then, at the crucial moment, reinforcements arrived, a division under General Desi that had been searching for the Austrian army, and a perfectly executed cavalry charge, led by General Kellerman, turned the tide of battle. What had been an impending French defeat transformed in minutes into a stunning French victory. Marengo did more than just secure military victory. It solidified Napoleon's reputation as a military genius and, more importantly, his political power at home. He was no longer just first consul by virtue of a coup. He was first consul confirmed by victory, by the glory of battlefield success. Austria was forced to the negotiating table. In 1801, they signed the Treaty of Luneville, which reaffirmed French control over northern Italy and the west bank of the Rhine. French dominance on the continent was secure. A year later, in 1802, Napoleon achieved an even greater diplomatic prize. He negotiated the Peace of Amiens with Great Britain. For the first time in a decade, since before the Revolution's wars had begun, the guns fell silent. All of Europe was at peace. French citizens could hardly believe it. Actual peace. No more conscription notices, no more news of battles and casualties, no more economic strain of endless warfare. Napoleon had delivered what no revolutionary government had managed to achieve: victory and peace simultaneously. While his armies were securing peace abroad, Napoleon worked with tireless energy to heal the deep wounds that had torn French society apart during the revolutionary decade. He offered a general amnesty to the aristocratic émigrés, the nobles who had fled France during the Revolution. Tens of thousands of them were allowed to return to France, provided they swore an oath of loyalty to the new regime. This act of reconciliation helped end the internal war against the nobility and brought much-needed talent, education and experience back into French society. Former aristocrats could once again contribute to France's administration, its culture, its economic life. Many returned to find their old estates sold and their former privileges gone forever. But they were alive, they were home, and they could rebuild their lives under the new order. But Napoleon's most brilliant and consequential act of reconciliation was still to come. It would involve healing the deepest wound of all, the bitter decade-long schism between revolutionary France and the Catholic Church. That healing would take the form of an agreement known as the Concordat of 1801, a landmark treaty negotiated with Pope Pius VII, healing the religious wound. Remember that the civil constitution of the clergy had been one of the Revolution's greatest mistakes, a well-intentioned attempt at reform that had inadvertently torn French society apart along religious lines. Napoleon, though not a particularly religious man himself, was above all a pragmatist who understood the immense power that faith held over people's hearts and minds. He once remarked, with characteristic bluntness, "Society is impossible without inequality. Inequality is impossible without a code of morality, and morality is impossible without religion." He saw the Catholic Church not as an enemy to be destroyed or suppressed, but as a useful pillar of social order, a kind of social glue that could bind citizens together in shared values and common purpose. The Concordat of 1801, the agreement he negotiated with Pope Pius VII, was a masterful compromise that demonstrated Napoleon's political genius. On one side, the Pope agreed to recognize the legitimacy of the French Republic, no small concession, given that revolutionary France had executed a Catholic monarch and persecuted priests. More importantly, the Pope accepted the permanent loss of the vast church lands that had been confiscated and sold during the Revolution. There would be no attempt to reverse those sales, no effort to restore the church's enormous material wealth. In return, the French government made its own concessions. It recognized Catholicism not as the official state religion, that would have been too great a step backward, but as the religion of the great majority of Frenchmen. It was an acknowledgement of demographic reality rather than an endorsement of theological truth. The government also agreed to pay salaries to Catholic clergy from state funds. But there was a catch that ensured state control. Priests would be nominated by the government and only then consecrated by the Pope. The Church would have spiritual authority, but the state would maintain ultimate administrative control. The Concordat pacified the rebellious Catholic regions of western France, where counter-revolutionary sentiment had remained strong. It ended years of internal religious warfare. It brought millions of devout French citizens back into the national community, reconciling them with a government they had viewed as godless and tyrannical. It was a classic Napoleonic solution, pragmatic, authoritarian, and designed to bring a potentially fractious institution firmly under the control of the state. Through military victory, a broad and shrewd political reconciliation at home, the first consul was rapidly transforming himself from a mere general into the undisputed master of France. Having secured France's borders through military victory and pacified its internal religious conflicts through diplomatic compromise, Napoleon turned his boundless energy toward a project that was, in many ways, more ambitious than any military campaign. He would create a single, unified legal code for all of France, a monumental achievement that would outlast all of his battlefield victories and become his most enduring legacy. Before the Revolution, the legal landscape of France had been bewildering in its complexity and chaos. There was a popular saying at the time that captured this perfectly. A traveller in France changes laws as often as he changes horses. The northern part of the country operated under a system of customary law, a confusing patchwork of hundreds of different local customs derived from ancient Germanic traditions. The south, by contrast, followed a system based on Roman law, that ancient code that had governed the Mediterranean world. Layered on top of this fundamental north-south division were multiple other legal systems, all existing simultaneously and often contradicting one another. There was feudal law governing relationships between lords and vassals. There was church canon law governing marriage, morality, and matters of conscience. There were special royal ordinances applying to particular regions or particular classes of people. A merchant involved in a contract dispute might find himself subject to one set of laws, while his neighbor, a nobleman, would be judged by an entirely different standard for the same offense. It was a legal nightmare that made justice uncertain and administration nearly impossible. The Revolution had, in theory, swept all of this away with its promise of one law for all. But a decade of political turmoil, war, and internal conflict had prevented the actual creation of a new, comprehensive legal system. Various attempts had been made, various committees had been formed, but nothing had come to fruition. Napoleon saw this legal chaos as a fundamental obstacle to national unity and efficient governance. He envisioned a single set of clear, rational, and accessible laws that would apply equally to every citizen from the English Channel to the Mediterranean, from the Atlantic coast to the Rhine. It was a characteristically ambitious project, and he pursued it with his typical speed and relentless determination. In 1800, Napoleon appointed a commission of 4 eminent legal scholars to draft the new civil code. But unlike most rulers, who would have simply delegated such technical work to experts and awaited the results, Napoleon became an active and obsessive participant in the entire process. Of the more than 100 sessions held by the Council of State to debate the various drafts and provisions of the code, Napoleon personally presided over more than half of them. He would arrive at these meetings often late at night, after a full day spent on other pressing government business, and throw himself into the complex legal debates with astonishing energy and intellectual engagement. He was not a trained lawyer. His education had been military and scientific, but his mind was sharp, pragmatic, and impatient with abstract legal theory and arcane technical jargon. He constantly pushed the learned jurists to cut through their complicated arguments and speak plainly. "Explain it to me as if I were a simple family man," he would insist when the discussion became too technical. How would this affect an ordinary citizen going about his daily life? He brought a soldier's mentality to the legislative task, seeking to create a code that was like a well-drilled army, orderly, efficient, logical, and unambiguous in its command. Every article should be clear. Every provision should serve a practical purpose. Nothing should be left vague or open to endless interpretation. The finished work, officially promulgated in 1804 as the Civil Code of the French, and later renamed the Napoleonic Code, was a brilliant synthesis of old and new, of revolutionary principles and traditional values. First and foremost, it was a revolutionary document that cemented into permanent law the great principles proclaimed in 1789. Its foundational principle was equality before the law. All the old privileges of the nobility and clergy, their special courts, their exemptions from common justice, their separate legal status, were abolished forever. All Frenchmen, regardless of their birth or social position, were now equal citizens in the eyes of the law and the courts. The code enshrined the right of individuals to choose their own profession, sweeping away forever the restrictive medieval guild system that had limited who could practice which trades. It guaranteed freedom of conscience, reaffirming the principle of religious tolerance. Jews, Protestants, and Catholics would all be treated equally under the law. But perhaps its most important revolutionary legacy was its fierce, almost sacred protection of private property. The code made the ownership of property an absolute, inviolable right. Property could not be confiscated without due process and just compensation. Contracts regarding property were sacred and enforceable. This was a crucial provision designed to reassure the two social groups who had gained the most from the revolution, the bourgeoisie and the peasantry. It guaranteed that their ownership of lands and properties purchased from the nationalized holdings of the church and the émigré nobility would be protected by the full force of the state forever. No future government could undo these transfers. The revolution's greatest social transformation was locked in place by law. In this sense, the Napoleonic Code became the legal bedrock of modern bourgeois France, the foundation upon which 19th century capitalism would be built. However, the Code was also a deeply conservative and patriarchal document that reflected Napoleon's own authoritarian views on family structure and social order. While it enshrined the legal equality of men, it took a dramatic step backward in its treatment of women. The more liberal revolutionary laws on marriage, family, and divorce, laws that had granted women greater rights than they had ever possessed under the old regime, were swept away. The Code placed the family under the absolute legal authority of the husband and father. A married woman was classified as legally subordinate to her husband in virtually all matters. She could not sign a contract without his permission. She could not open or run a business without his consent. She could not sell property, even property she had brought to the marriage as her dowry, without his approval. The grounds for divorce, which had been made relatively easy during the Revolution, were now severely restricted, especially for women. The Code created a stark double standard. A husband could sue for divorce for a single act of adultery by his wife, but a wife could only divorce her husband for adultery if he had the audacity to bring his mistress to live in the family home. One affair was not grounds for a woman to leave her marriage, no matter how hurt or betrayed she felt. The Code stated explicitly and without embarrassment, a husband owes protection to his wife. A wife owes obedience to her husband. It was a clear articulation of patriarchal authority, of the husband as lord of his domestic realm. Children, too, were placed under the absolute authority of their father until they reached legal majority. Fathers had vast powers over their children's lives, deciding their education, their marriages, their careers. In its approach to the family, the Napoleonic Code was not revolutionary at all. It represented a return to the patriarchal traditions of ancient Rome, creating a rigid hierarchical family structure that Napoleon sincerely believed was the essential foundation for a stable and orderly state. Strong families with clear lines of authority would produce strong citizens, which would produce a strong nation. The historical impact of the Napoleonic Code is almost impossible to overstate. It provided France with a unified, modern, rational legal system that, with some modifications, remains the basis of French law to this day, more than 2 centuries later. But its influence spread far beyond France's borders. As Napoleon's armies conquered much of Europe over the following decade, they brought the code with them. It was imposed on, or voluntarily adopted by vast territories: Belgium, Luxembourg, parts of Germany and Italy, the Netherlands, Poland, parts of Spain. The code swept away the tangled remnants of feudal law across much of the European continent, replacing it with a single, rational, accessible system of justice. And remarkably, even after Napoleon's eventual defeat and fall from power, even after his empire collapsed and the old dynasties were restored, the code often remained in place. The conquered peoples had experienced its clarity and efficiency, and they were reluctant to return to the confusion of the old systems. Its clarity, logic, and modernity were so widely admired that the Napoleonic Code became the model for the legal systems of more than 20 nations around the world. From Poland in Europe to Egypt in the Middle East, from Japan in Asia to nearly all of Latin America, legal reformers looked to Napoleon's Code as the template for modernization. The French Revolution's most successful and enduring export was not in the end the guillotine or the radical rhetoric of the Jacobins. It was the quiet, rational, profoundly influential pages of Napoleon's great legal code. From consul to emperor, Napoleon's rule as first consul had brought France a remarkable period of peace, stability, and institutional achievement. He had ended the wars that had exhausted the nation. He had healed the bitter religious divide. He had given France a unified legal framework. His popularity was immense. To most French citizens, he appeared as the savior of the nation, the man who had preserved the best achievements of the Revolution while putting a definitive end to its destructive chaos. But for a man of Napoleon's boundless, restless ambition, being merely a temporary first consul, even for a 10-year term, was not enough. He sought power that was not just absolute in the present, but permanent, hereditary, unquestionable. Using a series of genuine royalist assassination plots against him as a convenient pretext, Napoleon and his supporters argued that his life was constantly under threat from Bourbon conspirators and English agents. If he were to be assassinated, they claimed, the nation would immediately descend back into chaos and civil war. The only way to guarantee France's continued stability, his propagandists insisted, was to make his rule a lifelong position. In 1802, another plebiscite was organized, and the French people, once again choosing the promise of order and security over the uncertainties of political liberty, voted overwhelmingly to make Napoleon Bonaparte first consul for life, with the right to name his own successor. The Republic was now a monarchy in all but name. The transformation was nearly complete. Only the title remained to be changed. The final transformation from republic to dynastic empire was driven by a combination of Napoleon's personal ambition and cold political calculation. In 1804, yet another major royalist conspiracy to assassinate him was uncovered by his efficient secret police. Napoleon, enraged and determined to send a ruthless, unmistakable message to the Bourbon family and their supporters, decided on an act of calculated state terror that would shock all of Europe. His police informed him that a young Bourbon prince, the Duke of Enghien, was living just across the French border in the neutral German state of Baden. Intelligence reports suggested, falsely as it turned out, that the Duke might be involved in the assassination plot. In a flagrant and deliberate violation of international law, Napoleon sent a commando unit of French dragoons across the Rhine under cover of darkness. They kidnapped the prince from his residence and brought him back to France as a prisoner. The Duke was innocent of the specific assassination plot, but Napoleon didn't care about his actual guilt or innocence. The young prince was given a secret summary court-martial in the middle of the night at the Château de Vincennes. He was not permitted any real defense. The verdict was predetermined. Just before dawn, he was taken out to the chateau's moat and executed by firing squad. The execution of the Duke of Enghien sent a shockwave of horror through the royal courts of Europe, who saw it, quite correctly, as a gangster-like murder, an act of state terrorism. The Tsar of Russia was particularly outraged. Traditional rules of royal conduct, which had protected nobles even during wartime, had been brutally violated. But the murder served Napoleon's purposes perfectly. First, it sent a clear and brutal message to the Bourbons. He would stop at nothing to protect his power. No Bourbon prince was safe, no matter where they lived. Second, and more subtly, it was a message directed at the old revolutionaries within France. By shedding Bourbon blood so openly and ruthlessly, Napoleon had irrevocably broken with the old dynasty. He was signaling to all the men who had voted for the death of Louis XVI, to all the former Jacobins and regicides, that there could be no going back now. They could never trust a restored Bourbon king to forgive them for their revolutionary past. Their only security lay in tying their fortunes permanently to Napoleon's. He had made himself the only alternative to a royalist restoration, and he had made sure that everyone understood the stakes. With the threat of assassination still very much in the air, the argument was made once again by Napoleon's supporters in the Senate, a body now packed with his loyal followers, that only a hereditary system could truly secure France's future. If Napoleon's rule became a dynasty, his death would no longer matter politically. His heir would simply succeed him according to clear rules of succession. Any assassination would be pointless, achieving nothing for the conspirators. In May 1804, the Senate formally petitioned Napoleon to accept a new title and a new constitutional arrangement. On May 18th, a new constitution was proclaimed, declaring that the government of the Republic is entrusted to an emperor. The French Republic, which had been proclaimed with such hope and idealism in September 1792, was dead. The First French Empire was born. The choice of title was both deliberate and brilliant. Napoleon did not call himself king, a title stained by memories of feudalism, weakness, and the failed Louis XVI dynasty. Instead, he chose emperor, a title that evoked the glory of ancient Rome and the legacy of Charlemagne, suggesting a power that was modern, military, and pan-European rather than merely French and provincial. And he was to be Napoleon I, Emperor of the French, not Emperor of France. Like the earlier title King of the French, this maintained the crucial fiction that his power emanated from the people, from the French nation itself, rather than from divine right or feudal inheritance. The coronation. The grand climax of this transformation came on December 2nd, 1804, in a coronation ceremony of breathtaking magnificence held at the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. Napoleon was determined to create an instant and unforgettable spectacle of dynastic legitimacy, a ceremony that would be remembered for centuries. He summoned Pope Pius VII from Rome to travel to Paris and preside over the ceremony, seeking the ultimate religious consecration for his new regime. The presence of the Pope would give the coronation a sacred legitimacy, connecting Napoleon's empire to the long tradition of Christian monarchy in Europe. But Napoleon was also determined to demonstrate that he was not a creature of the Church, not dependent on papal approval for his authority. The cathedral was redecorated in a lavish neoclassical empire style, and the ceremony itself was carefully choreographed as an elaborate piece of political theatre, every gesture planned to convey specific meanings. As the crucial moment of coronation arrived, Pope Pius VII prepared to lift the crown and place it on the new emperor's head, the traditional gesture that would have symbolized that Napoleon's authority came from God through the Church. But then, in a gesture of astonishing and carefully pre-planned audacity, Napoleon took the crown from the Pope's hands, turned his back to the altar, and facing the assembled congregation of dignitaries and officials, placed the golden crown on his own head with his own hands. He then took a second, smaller crown and placed it on the head of his wife Josephine, whom he crowned as empress, again with his own hands, rather than receiving her crown from the Pope. The symbolism was unmistakable and profound. By crowning himself, Napoleon was making a clear and powerful statement to everyone present and to all of Europe. His authority did not come from God or from the Church. It came from his own military genius, his own political achievements, his own personal greatness, and ultimately from the will of the French people, who had repeatedly endorsed his rule in plebiscites. The Pope was reduced to a mere spectator, a prestigious prop in a drama directed entirely by Napoleon himself. It was a stunning piece of political theatre, and the moment was captured for posterity in an enormous painting by Jacques-Louis David that still hangs in the Louvre. The ceremony was a brilliant fusion of different historical traditions and symbols. The presence of the Pope evoked the coronations of medieval French kings and the ancient emperors of the Holy Roman Empire. The laurel wreath that Napoleon wore on his head evoked the Caesars of ancient Rome. The entire affair was a celebration of a man who had risen from relatively modest origins to the pinnacle of power, through the revolutionary principle of careers open to talent. To complete his new imperial order, Napoleon proceeded to create an entirely new court and a new nobility. He established the Legion of Honor as the highest order of merit in the state, an honor that could be awarded for distinguished service, both military and civilian. It was a way of recognizing and rewarding excellence, of binding talented individuals to the regime. He appointed his siblings and other family members as princes and princesses of the empire, installing his brothers as kings of puppet states in Italy, Spain, and elsewhere. The Bonapartes, a family of minor Corsican gentry, suddenly found themselves the rulers of half of Europe, and he created an entirely new imperial nobility, dukes, counts, and barons, whose titles were bestowed not on the basis of ancient lineage, but as rewards for loyalty and service to the emperor. Generals who had won great victories, administrators who had governed provinces efficiently, even scholars and artists who had contributed to the glory of France, all could be ennobled. It was a strange and contradictory creation, an absolute hereditary monarchy that was, at its core, built upon the revolutionary premise that a person's worth should be determined by talent and achievement rather than by the accident of birth. The Corsican artillery officer, the child of the revolution, was now the equal of any king in Europe, and the long tumultuous journey that had begun in 1789 in the halls of Versailles, with cahiers de doléances and demands for reform, had ended with an imperial throne and a new hereditary dynasty. The end of the Revolution. Coronation of Napoleon as Emperor of the French in 1804 is, for most historians, the moment when the curtain finally falls on the French Revolution. The chaotic, violent, exhilarating 15-year drama that had begun with an oath sworn in a tennis court, that had led the nation through a constitutional monarchy, a republic, a reign of terror, and an unstable directory, now ended with the restoration of hereditary absolute monarchy. On the surface, it certainly seemed as though the revolution had come full circle. It appeared that the great struggle for liberty had ended in failure, simply replacing one king, a weak Bourbon, with another, a strong Corsican. All that blood, all that suffering, all those grand speeches about rights and liberty, and France had ended up with an emperor whose power was more absolute than Louis XVI's had ever been. But to see the situation that way, to view Napoleon's empire as simply a return to the old regime, is to miss entirely the profound and irreversible transformations that had taken place. Napoleon's empire was not the ancient regime. The old world of the three estates and feudal privilege had been shattered beyond any possibility of repair. And the complex, often contradictory legacy of the revolution, its ideas and its institutions, had already begun to reshape not just France, but the entire world in ways that could never be undone. The most immediate and undeniable legacy of the revolution was the complete destruction of the old feudal order throughout France. That intricate pyramid of corporate privileges, with its 3 estates, its tax-exempt nobles, and its powerful clergy extracting tithes, all of it was gone forever, swept away never to return. The August decrees of 1789 and the Napoleonic Code had together created a fundamentally new kind of society, one based, at least in theory and largely in practice, on the principle of legal equality. A person's position in society was no longer determined automatically and immutably by birth, but by talent, achievement, and property. This was the great triumph of the bourgeoisie, the middle class that had in many ways both initiated and concluded the revolution. They had secured for themselves, and for all citizens, a society where property was sacred and protected by law, where careers were genuinely open to talent rather than reserved for the privileged, and where the law applied equally to all social classes. This created the social and legal framework for the development of 19th century industrial capitalism. The revolution also gave birth to recognizably modern politics in ways that we still live with today. It was in the heated debates of the National Assembly that the very terms left and right were born, based simply on the seating arrangements. The radical Jacobins who sat to the president's left, and the more conservative constitutional monarchists who sat to his right. The revolution became a crucible where modern political ideologies were forged in the heat of crisis and debate. It gave the world its first real sustained experiment with liberalism, with its emphasis on constitutional government, separation of powers, and protection of individual rights. It sparked the articulation of modern conservatism, most famously by the British writer Edmund Burke, who wrote in horror about the revolution's excesses and defended the wisdom of tradition and gradual reform over radical change. And it created a powerful new tradition of revolutionary radicalism, the belief that society could and should be completely remade from the ground up according to a rational plan, that the wisdom of the past could be discarded in favor of new principles discovered by reason. The political clubs, the explosion of newspapers and pamphlets, the constant feverish public debate, all of this created what we might call a new public sphere, a space where the affairs of the nation were understood to be the business of every citizen, not just the secret domain of the king and his ministers. And at the heart of this new political culture was perhaps the most powerful and transformative idea of all: popular sovereignty. The belief that the ultimate source of all legitimate political authority is not God, not tradition, not a dynasty or an emperor, but the people themselves. This idea, once unleashed, could never be fully contained. Even Napoleon, ruling as an absolute emperor, felt compelled to seek popular endorsement through plebiscites. The principle that governments derive their legitimacy from the consent of the governed had entered into European political consciousness, and no amount of imperial propaganda could make it disappear. Flowing directly from this concept of popular sovereignty came the emergence of modern nationalism. Before 1789, a peasant in Provence and a merchant in Paris had very little in common besides their shared obedience to the same distant king. Their identities were fundamentally local and regional. They spoke different languages or dialects, followed different customs, thought of themselves primarily as Provençal or Parisian rather than as French. The revolution forged these disparate groups into a single, unified nation. Being a French citizen, a member of the French nation, became a powerful new identity that transcended local and regional differences. This sense of national belonging was forged particularly in the heat of military crisis, the threat of foreign invasion, the call for the levée en masse, the mass conscription that asked all citizens to defend the patrie, the fatherland, and the singing of stirring anthems like the Marseillaise. All of these experiences created a powerful emotional bond of national unity that had simply never existed before. France became not just a territory or a kingdom, but a nation of citizens bound together by shared identity and common purpose. This new, potent force of nationalism, of a people in arms fighting not for a king, but for their nation, would prove to be one of the revolution's most powerful and often most dangerous exports to the rest of the world. Of course, the legacy of the French Revolution is profoundly dual, a story of both glorious light and terrible darkness existing together, inseparable. Its bright and enduring legacy is the declaration of the rights of man and of the citizen. That remarkable document's proclamation of universal rights, liberty, equality, property, security, and resistance to oppression, became a foundational text for liberal democracy around the entire world. Every subsequent struggle for human rights, from the feminist movements to the anti-colonial struggles of the 20th century, would owe an enormous intellectual debt to the principles first articulated with such eloquence in Paris in 1789. But this legacy of liberty is forever shadowed by the dark legacy of the Reign of Terror. The Terror provided a terrifying new blueprint for how modern state power could be abused. It demonstrated with chilling clarity how a small determined group of ideological true believers could seize control of a centralized state apparatus and use its power to impose a utopian vision on an entire society through systematic violence and carefully cultivated fear. The Committee of Public Safety, with its network of surveillance committees in every neighborhood, its political show trials with predetermined verdicts, and its deliberate use of terror as an instrument of government policy, was a disturbing preview of the totalitarian states that would emerge in the 20th century. The revolution thus bequeathed to the world a profound and troubling question that we still grapple with. How does a society defend liberty without descending into anarchy? And how does it achieve order and security without sacrificing the very liberty it seeks to protect? Where is the line, and how do we keep from crossing it? This complex and contradictory inheritance was carried across Europe by Napoleon's conquering armies. As French forces swept through Italy, Germany, Spain, and other territories, they brought with them the Napoleonic Code, the abolition of feudal privileges, and the principles of legal equality and rational administration. They were simultaneously liberators and conquerors, sweeping away the old medieval order and its ancient injustices while imposing French domination and extracting tribute. The peoples they conquered experienced this duality directly, freed from feudal obligations but subjected to French military occupation, given modern legal systems, but required to send their sons to fight in Napoleon's wars. The revolution's ideas inspired liberal and nationalist movements across the European continent. In Germany and Italy, in Poland and Spain, in the Balkans and Scandinavia, people who had experienced or heard about the French example began to imagine that they too could have constitutional government, legal equality, and national self-determination. Further afield, the revolution's example ignited the massive slave revolt in the French colony of Saint-Domingue, modern Haiti, where enslaved people, inspired by the Declaration of Rights, rose up and eventually established the first free black republic in the Americas. And it inspired the leaders of the independence movements throughout Latin America, men like Simón Bolívar, who consciously drew on French revolutionary ideology in their struggles against Spanish colonial rule. The French Revolution was not just a French event. It was a world historical turning point, the great hinge moment that, for better and for worse, marks the beginning of the modern age. Our journeys end. And so our long journey through the tumultuous, brilliant and terrifying years of the French Revolution comes at last to its conclusion. We have travelled together from the glittering sun-drenched halls of Versailles, where kings once held court in elaborate ceremonies, to the grim, torch-lit streets of a Paris in open revolt. We have stood with nervous deputies in a humble tennis court, listening to them swear a solemn oath that would change history. We have watched a medieval fortress fall to a citizen army armed with muskets and determination. We have heard the roar of crowds as a king's severed head was held aloft before thousands. We have witnessed the birth of sublime ideals about human rights and dignity, and we have seen the descent into unimaginable terror as those same ideals were twisted into justifications for mass execution. We have followed the remarkable path of a young Corsican general as he rose from provincial obscurity to become the master of France, and then of most of Europe, crowning himself emperor in a cathedral, while the Pope looked on as a mere spectator. The Revolution, as a discrete historical event, was over by 1804. Its fires had been banked, its radical energies channeled into the creation of a new authoritarian empire. But the ideas it had unleashed into the world, the profound questions it had raised about liberty and equality and justice, the political and social forces it had set in motion, they escaped the borders of France. They leapt across the boundaries of their century, and they continue to echo and resonate in the very fabric of our modern world, shaping our politics, our values, and our ongoing debates about how human societies should be organized. The Revolution's most enduring and universal legacy can perhaps be found in its immortal slogan, those three words that were emblazoned on flags and buildings throughout revolutionary France: Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, Liberty, Equality, Fraternity. These three words were not just a motto or a piece of propaganda. They represented a comprehensive political program, and the often difficult, sometimes contradictory relationship between these three ideals has defined many of the great ideological struggles and political debates of the past 2 centuries. Liberty, the great rallying cry of 1789, has echoed through every subsequent movement for constitutional government, for the rule of law rather than the rule of arbitrary power, and for the protection of individual rights against state intrusion. The liberal tradition, with its emphasis on freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, and freedom from arbitrary arrest and imprisonment, is the direct intellectual heir of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. Equality, the passionate cry of the radical Jacobins in 1793, proved to be a more complex and contentious ideal. While the Revolution succeeded in establishing permanent legal equality before the law, the Jacobins' more ambitious push for social and economic equality, their attempts to control prices, redistribute wealth, and create a republic of perfect civic virtue, was defeated. The Directory, and then Napoleon rolled back these radical economic experiments. Yet, that powerful vision of a society free from vast disparities of wealth and poverty, that dream of economic as well as legal equality, never disappeared. It would become the central inspiration for the great socialist and communist movements of the 19th and 20th centuries. The ongoing debate in our own societies about the role of government in reducing inequality, about progressive taxation and social welfare programs, is a direct continuation of the argument that first erupted between the moderate Girondins and the radical Montagnards. Fraternity. The call for all citizens of the nation to see themselves as brothers and sisters, bound together by common identity and mutual obligation, became the emotional heart of modern nationalism. It was the powerful force that bound the French people together in defense of their homeland against foreign invasion. It created a sense of solidarity and shared destiny that had never existed in the old regime of separate estates and corporate privileges. But fraternity also contained a darker potential that would reveal itself over time. The passionate love for one's own nation, the sense of belonging to a unique and special people, could all too easily curdle into suspicion and hatred of other nations and peoples. The aggressive, expansionist nationalisms that would lead Europe into the catastrophic world wars of the 20th century had their roots, in part, in the revolutionary nationalism born in France in the 1790s. The modern world is still grappling with the tension between these three ideals. How do we balance the liberty of the individual with demands for collective equality? How do we harness the unifying power of fraternity and national belonging without unleashing the destructive forces of xenophobia and tribal hatred? These questions, first posed so urgently during the French Revolution, remain urgently relevant today. The French Revolution also became a kind of archetypal script that all future revolutionaries and political thinkers would study, analyze, and either try to emulate or consciously avoid. It was the ultimate case study in how revolutions unfold, how they radicalize, how they can devour their own children. Karl Marx, in developing his theories of class struggle and historical materialism, drew heavily on his analysis of the conflict between the bourgeoisie and the sans-culottes during the French Revolution. The Russian revolutionaries of 1917, particularly Lenin and the Bolsheviks, were absolutely obsessed with the French model. They consciously studied its phases and its leaders, desperate to understand its dynamics so they could avoid its pitfalls. They saw their own moderate liberals as equivalent to the Girondins. They viewed themselves, the Bolsheviks, as the Jacobins of their revolution, the disciplined, ideologically committed vanguard who would have to be utterly ruthless to succeed. And they were determined to be even more ruthless than Robespierre had been, to preemptively crush any potential Thermidorian reaction before it could develop. The story of the French Revolution became a pattern, a template, a series of recognizable stages: the moderate beginning, the radical turn, the terror, the eventual military consolidation. That political actors in revolutionary situations, from China to Cuba to Iran, would consciously try to either follow or deliberately subvert. And so even now, more than 2 centuries later, the whispers and echoes of this great upheaval are all around us. They are woven into the very fabric of our political language and thought. They are there in the concepts of left and right that we use so casually to describe political positions. They are present in our discussions of human rights and national sovereignty, in our debates about the proper relationship between individual freedom and collective welfare. They are visible in the ongoing global struggle to build and maintain stable democracies, to create governments that are both effective and accountable. They inform the arguments we have every single day about the proper relationship between the individual and the state, about where personal liberty ends and social responsibility begins. The story of the French Revolution remains a timeless and often cautionary tale for our own era. It reminds us that the desire for liberty, for dignity, for a voice in one's own governance is one of the most powerful forces in all of human history. People will risk everything, their property, their comfort, even their lives, for these ideals when they become convinced that the old order is irredeemably unjust. But the revolution also shows us with terrible clarity that the path from an old unjust world to a new, better one is often fraught with unexpected dangers and terrible costs. It demonstrates that even the noblest ideals can be twisted into instruments of oppression. It reveals that the line between a virtuous republic and a reign of terror can be perilously, frighteningly thin. It teaches us that revolutionary change, however necessary it might sometimes be, carries with it risks that cannot be fully calculated in advance. That the destruction of an old order is far easier than the construction of a stable new one. That violence, once unleashed, develops its own logic and momentum that can be nearly impossible to control. As we prepare to leave this story behind and let it fade gently into the peaceful quiet of history, perhaps it is best to picture once more that iconic image from the revolution's very beginning, the image that we started with so long ago in our journey. The deputies gathered in the tennis court at Versailles, their right arms outstretched toward Jean-Sylvain Bailly, their faces illuminated by whatever light filtered through the windows of that humble space. their expressions showing a complex mixture of emotions, hope certainly, and determination, but also fear, uncertainty, and a profound sense that they were stepping off the edge of the known world into something entirely new and unpredictable. They were swearing a solemn oath to create a better world, to give France a constitution, to transform their nation from a kingdom of subjects into a nation of citizens. They could not possibly have known the long and winding path their revolution would take. They could not have foreseen the glory it would achieve. The proclamation of universal rights, the destruction of feudalism, the opening of careers to talent. And they could not have imagined the horrors it would commit. The September massacres, the drownings at Nantes, the endless procession of tumbrils carrying the condemned to the guillotine, the spectacle of a nation consuming itself in an orgy of ideological purity. They knew only that the world they had inherited, with all its injustices and inequalities and arbitrary privileges, was no longer acceptable to them. They knew that they had somehow found the power and the courage to say no more. And they knew that they had both the opportunity and the duty to begin building something new, something better, something more just. Whether they would succeed or fail, whether the cost would be worth the gain, whether future generations would bless or curse their memory, none of this could they know. They could only act according to their conscience and their best understanding, and hope that history would judge them kindly. And now their story, with all its passion and violence, all its idealism and cruelty, all its soaring rhetoric and terrible deeds, fades gently back into the past where it belongs. The actors have long since left the stage. The curtain has fallen. The theater has emptied, but the play they performed continues to resonate. The questions they raised continue to challenge us. The ideals they proclaimed continue to inspire people around the world who struggle against injustice. And the warnings their experience provides continue to counsel caution to those who would remake society through violence. As you drift now towards sleep, let these images and stories settle softly in your mind like snow falling on a quiet winter evening. The revolution happened long ago, in a world quite different from our own, to people who spoke a different language and wore different clothes and lived by different assumptions. And yet they were human beings, just as we are. They wanted safety for their families, as we do. They wanted dignity and respect, as we do. They wanted to believe that their lives had meaning, that their struggles mattered, that they were building something better for their children. Some of them were heroes who risked everything for principles they held dear. Some were villains who used fine words to justify terrible deeds. Most were something in between, ordinary people trying to navigate impossible circumstances, making difficult choices with incomplete information, sometimes rising to greatness and sometimes failing miserably. Their revolution transformed the world, but it did not perfect it. It answered some questions, but raised many more. But raised many more. It achieved great things, but at terrible cost. It remains, after all these years, a story without a simple moral, a drama without clear heroes and villains, a historical event that resists easy judgment. Perhaps that very complexity is itself the most important lesson. The French Revolution reminds us that human history is not a simple tale of progress, not a steady march from darkness toward light. It is messy, contradictory, full of unintended consequences and tragic ironies. It shows us that good intentions are not enough, that noble ideals do not guarantee noble outcomes, that the pursuit of perfection can become a form of tyranny. But it also shows us that change is possible, that ordinary people can reshape their world, that the courage to challenge injustice can produce lasting transformations. The revolution's legacy lives on not in any single institution or ideology, but in the ongoing conversation about how we should live together, how we should organize our societies, what we owe to one another as human beings. That conversation, which began in earnest in the streets and meeting halls of revolutionary France, continues today in every corner of the world where people gather to debate questions of justice and freedom and equality. And in that sense, the revolution is not really over. Its questions remain our questions. Its struggles foreshadow our struggles. Its hopes echo in our hopes. We are still, in many ways, living through the long aftermath of those extraordinary years, still trying to realize the promise of those three immortal words: liberty, equality, fraternity. But for tonight, for this moment, let it all rest. The struggles, the debates, the great questions, they can wait. The deputies have left their tennis court. The crowds have dispersed from the place de la Révolution. The cannons have fallen silent. Tumbrils have made their final journey. Even Napoleon, that restless spirit who could never be still, has finally been laid to rest. History has moved on, as it always does, to new dramas and new crises, new heroes and new villains, new questions and new struggles. But the story we have followed together, through all its twists and turns, through its moments of transcendent hope and its descents into darkness, has reached its natural conclusion. May the courage of those who swore the tennis court oath inspire you. May the wisdom earned through their mistakes guide you. May their struggles for dignity and justice resonate in your dreams. And may the knowledge that ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances can change the course of history bring you comfort and peace. The past is behind us now, settled and still. The future waits patiently for tomorrow. And the present moment invites you to release the day's concerns, to let go of waking thoughts, to surrender to the deep, restorative rest that your body and mind need. Sleep peacefully, knowing that you have journeyed through one of history's most momentous periods. You have walked the streets of revolutionary Paris, stood in the halls where the fate of nations was decided, witnessed the birth of ideas that would reshape the world. The French Revolution is over. Its actors have long since returned to dust, but its spirit, that passionate belief that the world can be made better, that injustice need not be accepted as inevitable, that ordinary people possess the power to shape their own destiny, that spirit endures. Let it drift gently through your dreams tonight. Let the lessons of that time, both bright and dark, settle quietly into your consciousness. And let the story we have shared together carry you softly, peacefully into deep and restful sleep. The revolution has ended. The story has been told. And now, at last, it is time to rest. Good night. Sleep well. And may your dreams be filled with the possibility of better tomorrows, built not through violence or terror, but through wisdom, compassion, and the patient work of building justice in an imperfect world. The deputies in the tennis court have sworn their oath. The Bastille has fallen. The Declaration has been proclaimed. The terror has run its course. The Emperor has taken his throne. And now, 2 centuries later, across the vast distance of time, their story reaches its end. Rest now, peaceful traveler through history. Rest now and dream of the better world they imagined, the world we are still trying to build. Good night.